Guys, we are live. The World Championships from North America have started. Well, they technically haven't started yet. We're still drafting, so I'm gonna play a couple games of Brawl. But I'll keep an eye out just so when they do start, I can start reacting. They're gonna get a drafting phase going, so I am very excited for this. Really excited. So, Alright, so let me just get my Let's View going, even though it's probably going to lag out because I have so many windows open. I had to launch OBS into safe mode just so it could open up. Really excited for this, guys. Really excited for this. Really excited for this. I don't know how long I'm going to live stream for. I don't, because of how long these usually last for, I don't think I'm going to react to every single match. Tribe Gaming has LXFFY, Zeus, and RBM. So that's who's on the team. Well, that's who's like playing for the first round. So let me just go. It's not gonna show up. Okay, there we go. Let me just go to Brawl Stars. I knew that it would start lagging. It's still... Oh my god, my computer is so glitchy. Something happened to my monitor. Oh yeah, that's...
Also, interestingly, they've decided to steal a name from Tribe Gaming. This roster has been known as Mommies, and then also subsequently as Mountain Men, because TN kind of sounds like Mountain Men. So this is a funny reference that you see the Mountain Men themselves in Tribe Gaming now facing a team that.
You already mentioned it. It was quite a close matchup in the February.
Okay, I don't even know if I'll be able to stream the game because I have 5 windows open, and apparently that's like way over the amount that I can usually have. I'm gonna have to use Discord on my phone.
This says to me that their drafting was pretty good. They were sort of preparing compositions that could most of the time.
Oh my god, encoding overloaded for just a couple windows.
Wipe the floor with them. So that's very promising. I would say at this kind of tournament,
okay, now it's
they're one of the weakest teams.
I don't want this audio. I do not want this audio.
Coming into today, so that is pretty good. They're tied with STMN right now. So their team is always good for an upset. It would be.
So guys, I won't be able to play Brawl Stars on here because it's just...
Okay, you guys, now we've talked about the stakes here. I hope that you are ready. I know I certainly am. All we need are the maps still. We're starting on Hideout High.
They're starting and I haven't even been able to play! Oh my god!
Confirmed. And the reason is that there have been some fundamental changes to the mode, and so to keep things fair, substituted it with some other maps as well. No repeats either. It's not going to be unfair, but oh my goodness. Okay, the audience seems to think this is not a fair matchup at all. That's probably...
I can still hear the audio from my computer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is number 8 versus number 1, pretty much. I think that Mountain Men deserve to be in the top 8 here. I think they can absolutely break into that top 4, which is maybe a crazy thing to say, but they've been facing...
Okay, I don't know why it's doing this. Like, it's not even putting that much effort on my...
Yesterday, Zordagan made it from that 7 spots on the leaderboard all the way.
Let me just open up Discord on my phone.
But still, Mountain Men FA is right now sitting in that 7th.
Sorry, I had to switch to Discord on my phone because, like, my computer was freezing. Because because I have 4 windows open, and these windows are taking up 100% of my CPU. These windows are taking up 100% of my CPU and 92% of my memory.
0% win rate, Uber.
That is actually insane.
She still looked absolutely terrifying in that final in SA yesterday. I'm liking what we're seeing.
All right, they're drafting. So Bilal has, well, that's the other team, because I do have my predictions, and if we look at my predictions, I said Tribe Gaming as the first one. So yeah, this has been a really weird.
A little bit less of looking for that shock and awe, triple hit of the super. We're just trying to take down as individuals, which of course is crucial in bounty. It is a little odd to see, I think Ollie prioritised so high on that bounty map. The Try Gaming and those strengths are trying to play taste.
Why isn't Ducky in our game?
Wait, what?
I thought you were gonna be in our game.
No, I am. Just like, I'm trying to get back to Diamond 3.
Okay.
See this often combined with
You're using a hypercharged skin,
absolutely.
and so will
Ray's
I.
going to be just good in general for securing that blue star at the beginning of the game. Chester now making an appearance. The reason why he's meta is basically because of his hypercharge.
Yeah.
He gets it pretty quickly. Maybe we could see an adjustment to that in the future, but for
I feel like I'm gonna at least get the first prediction right.
Which gives him an excellent super. A lot of the times you see
Yeah.
use for the utility of the bomb. Okay, it's all about breaking open those walls. If you can outrange the Ollie, then you're looking pretty clean. Can do well against him in close range as well. Gives Tribe Gaming quite a few options here. Keeps him flexible for using that last pick to its fullest effect.
Gus? I heard Gus, and it looks like that's what's name. So Zeus chose. Oh, a team of Bray and Chester. That could be interesting.
Well, we're going to see I'm not surprised to see a Gus here at this point. Quite a few teams have wanted to bring them in. It's really powerful when you have a star lead and you are giving up map control, just, inching back into towards your corner towards the end of the round, and then giving that sort of guaranteed survivability. But it also pairs so well with Ollie on offense. I do wonder what Bilal's choice of tactic is going to be if he's looking for genuine gap close, because then he can get a ton of extra value, out of that Gus shield, just to make sure he can actually deliver the hypnosis where it needs to go. Proper round things out. Gives Mountain Men the option of a little bit of wall break as well. Also, very long range. Definitely is going to allow Rafiki to compete quite well with someone like Zeus and even Luffy to a degree.
My one concern from these selections for Mountain Men FA so far is that they don't have really great options for things getting close range. Like a Daryl could really mess this up in Tribe. They've got an RBM, and that's a big concern. So possible, there we go. There's the action.
Melody.
Melody's going to be able to start at long range and then work her way in closely.
They got a good team. They got a good team going. Tribe has got a good team
Of
going.
course, Ollie, that's like the main thing in his kit. You have Gus as well that can blast him away. Rafiki could opt to swap away from that wall break.
I need to know when the matches start so that I can know when to
All
stop.
kinds of options here.
The matches start like soon, so you're about to start.
Okay, then when I'm done with this game, then I'll switch my window. I'll start the window capture for.
I think that Tribe Gaming.
I just realized, should I just watch the? I want to watch the World Championship on my computer so that I can still have the game on my iPad.
Pretty exposed there, but pretty tanky setup for Tribe Gaming.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. I'm just gonna leave the team as if they're starting soon. Then. Oh, they started. I think they started.
Yeah, they started.
All right.
Bomb there for RBM. Super drawn out of Rafiki, probably just for the extra durability that it comes with. And Luffy really wants to tangle. These guys are not pulling any punches early in the game, but Mountain Men are winning out on these defensive trades.
Oh no, they're winning so far, but they still got another
Get
round.
super aggro, but usually they are able to escape. Mountain Men FA are doing quite a good job of landing these shots in close range. Excellent dodge of the hook from Zeus as well, dropping him to low health, and they continue to hold their ground. But one little shot from Luffy is all to shut down Sam. Continue to close this gap, now down to 1 star. This is tough for Sam. In close range, his shots are not very fast, they're kind of unlikely to hit. It's a total skill-based matchup, but also a newer addition to the roster. But Rafiki is picking up the pieces, also dodging that long pull attempt from Zeus, and keeping Mountain Men in the lead by a safe 2 stars.
Luke does. Keep an eye out for that Melody hypercharge. It's going to be quite dangerous, especially if Zeus can...
Oh yeah, if he gets hypercharged, that'd be crazy.
Oh!
Oh! Well, I need Tribe Gaming to win because that's who I said as my prediction.
Not quite the purchase he's looking for on the hypercharged
Has a
super,
lot,
but it's
though,
now
so-
a one-star.
Yeah, they gotta go for the Ollie. They gotta go for the Ollie. Yes. Okay, they're winning now. They're winning now.
Getaway plan. 3-star lead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. They still got another round, but hopefully Tribe Gaming wins, and then that'll be the first round. Because this is Brawl rounds. Oh man, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Whether that's team comps, whether that's just
Wait, should they even
getting
know
wound up with all those stars, it's a good look for them.
Are you watching the World Championship?
Like Tribe
Are you
was pretty
watching
much
the World
farming
Championship?
the other two members of the squad. They didn't have much that they could
Is
do.
it on your TV?
Backs against the wall. I think in particular Brock, he doesn't
Come on,
operate.
get the Ollie, get the Ollie.
Yeah. They gotta go for the Ollie. This Ollie is like, oh, okay.
Tribe Gaming, they secure this 1-star lead and a blue
Mountain
star
Men
on
are like,
Zeus.
Mountain Man, yeah, like.
An early blue star here, but Zeus can punish it all too easily with the walking.
I was gonna tell my dad like if they won each round, but then I'd probably be going back and forth between him and my dad like a lot. So I'm probably only gonna tell them if I get my prediction right, and if I get my prediction wrong, then I'm not even gonna tell them about it.
The map's opened up a little bit more, such that the only subject to this poke damage.
I always forget that Chester has like 4 different supers.
Rafiki in, RBM vulnerable.
Get
Ball
the
gets
Gus,
Yeah, get Gus. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Get Gus. Yes. Okay. That's good. Yeah, this is good.
By 2 stars, which was
This is good.
just moments
Woo!
ago. Check this out, Zeus continues to break open the walls.
Nice.
Makes things a little bit more favorable.
Alright, they're winning. They're winning by 2 stars.
But that's made up for by
No. Okay. That might have been a bad time to use the hyper.
They're still winning. They're still winning.
Yeah, there's.
Get the boost.
Yeah, because they got Gray, they got the Chester.
Get the Brock and the Ollie.
Get the Brock. Get the all. The Brock is who they need to go for because he has the most stars.
Chester has the hypercharge.
Yes, yeah, that's good.
Backwards with that dimensional door, hoping to draw an Ollie super out. Either way, ends up using more passively. Luffy wants to come forward now, definitely telegraphing an intent to dive. Walking
Ain't no
past the
way,
comes up a
dude.
little bit short, but
No
he's
way.
able to avoid it.
Come on.
Come on. What?
The power here ready.
So you know how,
push into this hypercharge from RBM.
So I clicked on the video for
It's just the wall and sand.
Yeah.
Flying close.
So hold on a second.
2 stars separating the two.
What?
Luffy, but then one more could
I see
do it,
you're
but
watching it.
absolutely
Oh.
white. by
Hi, Ivan Urbina. Welcome to the streamer. I gave you a follow, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we're watching the North American Championships right now. They Tribe Gaming just won, and they are like if we look at my predictions, Tribe Gaming is who I said for the first one. But obviously we still got a couple more matches before this part of the finals are done. This part of the championship is done. But wow, all right. We'll have to see who they. We'll play some Brawl. While we're waiting for the next round. Alright. Wait, so are you watching like my stream or the stream?
I was.
Oh. Oh.
What's the normal championship stream? And then
I think legitimately Zeus facilitated.
Okay, where is
Tribe, like Ruby did have good plays in
right
there.
now I'm watching.
But in game number 1, we
Basically,
actually
I
saw
have the championship
Mountain
screen
Men, I
on
think,
the
successfully
main TV,
defended. A lot of that
and
was
on my
due to
phone I
sanity.
have,
You saw it highlighted in the
I have,
so much
Phoenix
damage. I mean,
stream.
check this
Yeah.
out. Rafiki, of course, the last one standing. After that,
Can I join you on Brawl? My username ID is Joyous Worry Ivan. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Actually no, but we'll probably be playing in 3, so I'll add you as a friend. But unless if we want to do a friendly,
they just faltered in those
Yo,
last few
Chill,
moments.
you
I
wanna
think
do
Rafiki
friendly?
in particular.
because there is one guy. There is
Most of his walls broke.
someone on our stream wants to join. So Worry.
900 really quick.
Alright. Is this you? Is this? Oh, you need help to rank up. You can't type in Brawl chat because something is going on with my thing that you can't unmute the chat on when you're playing with me for some reason. So you can't really type in the Brawl chat because it just.
Right now, I need a friendly.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, but we're gonna do a friendly, but he also needs help to rank up, so I'll probably get you guys to help him with that. I'll probably get you guys to.
Right now, I'm really close to 9-3. Like, I'm super close to 9-3.
I see that you're a fan of Sandy. I respect that. Sandy is one of my favorites as well. I'm actually currently unlocking Sandy. He hasn't accepted my friend. Oh, he has accepted my friend request. All right. So do we want to do a showdown? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Trio showdown on Double Trouble. Even though the enchanting table guy, yeah, we'll have to play solo showdown.
Really interesting. Jester is going to be their first pick.
Why are we playing knockout?
Just a lot of DPS.
Oh, right.
From the current meta thanks to his hyper.
And why am I not the one that's doing that?
Alright, me, Chili versus you and Phoenix, and then this other guy.
So, wait, so we're doing duo show, okay.
In East Asia, it was more like with the Bell, the Charlie. We didn't really have.
Alright, it looks like the other team has got. But just remember, every time, like when they're actually starting a match, then we're gonna stop and then we're gonna join back once we're done.
Yeah, just super strong as
I'm fine with you guys playing. I kind of just wanted to focus on the championship during the stream today.
I feel like those are
They're drafting right now.
Yeah, they're drafting right. Yeah, I know. So we should probably get like a game or two in, and if I have to like wait a little bit.
I so select, but I want to remind you guys that it does.
Look in the chat of the championship.
And having that as a gadget that is on a time cooldown
In the friendly chat.
just so huge. The Pride game.
Actually, that's good. That's good. That's good.
As long as they actually
I need Tribe Gaming to win this. I need Tribe Gaming to win this, man. I mean, like, it could be very good if they win this.
can now break those bushes.
Add the hyper drop.
I'm really high on the
Oh, hyper drop. Then I need to have someone with a hypercharge.
maps like
It's gonna be fun.
We're all gonna do this with hypercharge drop.
these are both maps that
I can't see it when you add a when you add a bonfire. I can't see it.
left to right instead of
Wait, who has melody?
try and take two brawlers, collapse onto one of the bush sides of the map and control them pretty aggressively.
This is perfect.
Okay, okay. So they got Zeus, but I wonder who their last brawler pick will be. I might have to react to this next match a little bit late because we're taking way too long. Like, the match is gonna start soon, and we're still not, and we still haven't even started the game.
Like, abuse that map control, go for pinches here, and
Are we gonna start the game?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Yeah. So you guys will have to play by yourselves, and then I'll join back once the match is done.
Wait, final prepare. They're about to start.
They're about to start, and we just started the game.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I guess I'll just have to react to it a
We
little
just
bit.
do one game, and then we can just, like,
She's much
But
stronger.
we'll join back in the friendly once they're done.
I think she's going to be pretty good into that melody since now.
So since I have a hyper skin, it'll look.
Because Meg is going to be running that star power, that blast.
Tyler?
There's really only one brawler that
Take this.
properly gets on top of you.
Wait, what am I doing?
You get snuck up on by a Chester, but it is a
Come on, Imagine Dying.
He's going to be using that jump pad to get
That's such
to
a
the
weird
left side,
name.
and I think that's a common theme that we can expect to see repeat throughout the game. Since he is operating with so much health,
I'll spectate while I'm watching the game.
Okay, toolbox thrown down, soak up some. Oh, buddy, that's not good. I'm sorry. Sam, I don't know if he was ready for the super swing or not, but RBM's able to toolbox down, soak up some damage, and
I'm just gonna have the game open right now just because. Alright, come on, guys. Alright, guys, we are. The next game has started. It started like a while ago. So we're gonna get the window capture going and. Alright. And I'll spectate you guys. Oh, wait.
He's going to be able to pick these up with a protective pirouette and drop them in allied territory. A big hypercharge swing there for RBM. He can capitalize, pick up some of these downed gems if he can get through two.
Scrappy interactions left, right, and center, and so many turrets flying out just to tank these single shots. This is Sam hypercharging around, getting up to full health and claiming a kill in his wake. The hypercharge and super out from Rafiki, putting RBM in dangerous territory. This is Mountain Men FA with only one gem to go.
Okay, dude, they're losing this. They're losing. I need Tribe to win this.
Looking for their next entry into mid, but Zeus is kept low by Sam, who's actually on low health himself. Now having to disarm these stealthy hypercharged mines that he may have actually just found the exact position of. We'll see Mountain Men, FA now, climbing up to 10 gems. They can just hang on defense here. They have the game.
Hyper charge mode for Luffy. That's a scary prospect. In we go, folks. Okay, Rafiki does get brought down, but not the intended target. Still, have a countdown reset at least. Sam, burning a little bit low now, and RBM, of course, is getting ready to jump on in once more. Rafiki should just be blown up here. And now Zeus is controlling the middle part of the map.
Come on. Come on. Tribe. Come on, Tribe. 7, 6. Ah, come on. 3, 2, 1. No.
Tribe play it a little too scrappy. Let themselves fall a little.
Come on, Tribe. You guys have got to win this. You guys have got to win this.
Do get Sam to drop 4 gems in the middle of the map. Luffy.
They've got to win this, because like I set that prediction, so like it would be bad. But you know, this happened yesterday with BC Gaming versus that other team. They lost, then they won 2, but then BC Gaming won back, so that could happen again.
Phoenix, your stream is behind, I think.
Yeah, it is a little bit behind. I can tell because you're saying 03 and mine is like at like 7.
Also just using RDM sort of as cannon fodder.
So yeah.
We're seeing a different layout this time, especially different in the success factor. Stripe Gaming has taken this initial control, and we'll see Zeus place these mines over on the right side to prioritize taking down Rafiki, who makes a misstep, gets stunned.
Alright. They have. Oh shoot! They lost all the gems. Oh shoot! But you know, Mountain Men doesn't have any gems either, and looks like BBM has gotten the gems. The Meg. Meg is pretty good for this map, I think. So you know the Mountain Men has Chester and Melody. Oh, okay. Well, they got Carl. But Meg is back. Ooh, Melody. Okay. Let's go. That's good. All right. It looks like Tribe Gaming. So like then there's one more round. Hopefully, please win Tribe Gaming. Oh yes. Okay. It's countdown.
It feels like in their heads, Mountain Men FA lost this game 20 seconds ago. They're still trying to find their way back. They need a DMAG. All
right. It looks like.
With the star power, we knew that was gonna happen. Only a few seconds
2, 1. Yes. Let's go. That's good. All right.
But still hangs on, threatening another set secured for Tribe.
Yeah, good looks here, I think, for Tribe, and a much more realistic way that their composition is sort of supposed to play out. They should be able to beat the chest.
I'm gonna invite someone to the friendly.
Even in the Carl matchup, I do think there's a lot of
I'm gonna invite someone to the friendly so that you guys can play with them. Can you accept my invite, Ducky?
One of Sam's
yeah,
gems, get that gem lead, and RBM can attract all the attention he wants as long as Zeus can pinch to the left and help him.
Lane difference this time. They put Rafiki on the left side to try and deal with RBM. It's been quite successful so far, but a bit of a stalemate. No one actually taken down. The right side seems to belong to Luke.
Oh, well, I can't invite anyone because I'm not the creator of the party.
Last game with Bilal just going to the heart of the whole operation and finding
I was going to invite one of my viewers, but now I can't.
Didn't succeed really even once, but you only needed to work once is the thing. Steal those gems, get back to the base. If he can keep up this aggression as well, it creates a sort of buffer zone between all of
I can't join. I can't play because I'm literally watching the championship.
Big swing. Bilal taken down. That's big map control now for Tribe. Luffy was looking for Sam, I think. Heat ejector deployed. Sam gonna burn for a little moment because of that. That means it's longer before he can get back into the fight, but RBM...
I don't know who we should pick.
And the gems get
He invited me, but I'm watching the game, so I can't... Oh, shoot!
But he's so low, too low, in fact. Easily burned down by Mountain Men as he pursues them. And without a mech in the game, RBM is virtually useless on the map. Not a whole lot that he can offer. 11
They made a
gems
comeback.
now for Mountain Men, and they are in position to close out this gem grab map.
Seriously well played here for Mountain Men FA. I think that final lane swap is really the thing that... Wait, is that that?
Hey, no
That's
way.
that water.
No way, brother.
Yeah, okay, so I guess his morning routine started at 5 a.m. where he dunked his face in a bowl of that. Maybe
Oh,
that
shoot.
is what...
The guy that I was... he went
Try to
offline.
eat it and
I
rub it on
think he
your
might be
face,
watching the
okay?
championship or something.
And, you know, make sure you go do some push-ups.
Alright, let's go back to the friendly.
How they won set number one? I don't think so. I think a lot of it comes down to the steam.
That does not look a guy that takes 8 minutes to put on a sock, by the way. These guys look pretty switched on.
I hope you guys are doing this every single time before a broadcast as well. I want some locked-in casters at my side, please.
Oh my god. I can't play with him. I literally cannot play with him.
you know, insert the water brand here in order to do it. Because you have to. You're going to dunk your face in that stuff. Like, how much water do you have? I don't know. I come from a place where water is really scarce, so it's just bizarre to me. But you know what's not scarce here from Mountain NFA? The deeps, baby.
I'm trying to play with you guys, but this guy keeps wanting to play with me.
To kill, but also was able to stay alive with those gems for a lot of this game. The fact that RBMs are getting used as a backup gem carry here, Eddie, is probably not great. It's a comp for Tribe that, you know, they had to be very aggressive with, and for me, the bow, I'm not sure if it was the order of the day here necessarily.
Not really. I mean, there were some moments where it really worked. Like game number 1 comes to mind, where we saw Rafiki like inadvertently trigger one of those mines.
Can I please create the friendly so that I can invite people?
That's, like, some pretty serious mental there.
Sure,
but
yeah.
in terms of like what we saw from the rest of the team, I think it was
Just wait,
just
we're in a
a
match.
pressure
Okay,
that
then.
Melody applied. Like,
Once
they
you're done with that, then
allow
I
those
will
gems to sit on the ground.
create the
Let
exact
gems
same
come
match that we
back
were
to
doing
grab them.
before.
They had to have RBM grab them. That way, Melody couldn't steal them all and get the countdown.
We talked about it, how Melody is not really picked up anymore, at least not.
Well, all you guys will have to leave your friendly.
And 100% win rate so far after 2 sets of Melody being in play looks great. We just need some aggression in this region, it seems. We did have some surprises that shifted rankings of the other regions. Mountain NFA so far so good. Once again, if they win against Tribe Gaming, they're the first ones to do that in any single monthly final, and that's probably an even bigger upset than all the ones that we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, yes. I'd say it would be, considering that, you know, Tribe Gaming have been so flawless so far. But dropping sets here and there in each of these one series is not exactly out of the ordinary. So no one has sounded the alarm.
Alright, I'm just, while I'm waiting, I'm watching that. Alright, now we just wait for you guys to finish your
In
match.
that previous game, but now we have the Ollie locked in here for Mountain Men. They really
Come on.
want to
Tribe has gotta lock in. They have gotta lock in.
It worked out for them in set number 1, and I think Tribe Gaming, they've left this open because it's not
Or
really
you already did some.
to them. They have other higher priorities for that first selection. I mean, this is Mel's Rock. Angelo's quite strong. I feel
Dang
like
it, okay.
Ray and
Chili,
Blue are just
George, Phoenix's friend.
defensive bands when
Yeah.
as that first pick. Now, how they're
And also try to get the other people that were in your friendly to join mine.
To share that mid is the question. I'd say is a pretty reasonable response over there. They just got to make sure that they actually get that super. Usually not too hard, but depending on the way that Mountain Men FA decide to play this,
Tyler?
they could deny that super to him for kind of a while just by.
You're gonna go to my friendly?
It seems to have been the plan for Tribe Gaming from the outset, because a grey band here, just to make it harder for Mountain Men to quickly close the gap onto the Hank and overwhelm him, is really important apparently to set up.
Another Fang at... Oh yeah, because that must be a new account. Yeah, but it's a new account.
Or hands length if they get dragged on in. The Gene will be the next pick in this composition. So sometimes a bit of
Tyler isn't joining our friendly.
A bit of extra sustain here for Hank that likely is going to.
I mean, he's just there, and they're not even playing, and Tyler isn't even responding to us.
They also fulfill that role.
I guess we'll just play without him.
That Gray usually would offer. Now, there are opportunities for Mountain Men FA to get some turrets up. They're going to go with Rico, which doesn't show up here.
Alright, so what modifiers did you guys have?
Sometimes a pretty solid selection.
We had
My
these,
concern for Mountain Men FA, though, is that they're
the
kind of just like
hypercharge and
begging
supercharge.
their
Okay.
enemies to play Sprout, practically. Like, having the Gene there makes Sprout a much safer pick. Sprout's going to, like, 3-shot a Rico. Since it was introduced into the game in, what, 2020, it's been a Rico counter, and it's a phenomenal selection here.
Oh, Bell! That's for the other, that's for Mountain Men. But Zeus got, Gene? That could be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, especially on Bell's Rock.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna, like, not have the game open when I'm actually reacting to matches.
Ollie to some degree. Remember, this is knockout, so Ollie obviously a great option when things start to become a little bit more confined. Another Brock pick here. It's time for Tribe Gaming. Saw that obviously in the bounty map, but obviously Crucial will be able to open up the map just a little bit more. Very, very potent, especially as...
Oh, they're about to start it.
Where, as the gas closes in, you can get
So after this game, if Imagine Dying will actually get ready,
especially when a rocket brain starts coming in, the rocket being a real nuisance. So just having the option to open up the map.
Alright, here, wait, let's just
It's going to be pretty helpful.
start it after the downtime.
Set the stage for like a positive matchup.
dude, Tyler's Tyler is in the friendly and he started a game. Okay, he went offline.
Okay, well, we see the initial wall break, and it's going to come.
They're starting. Oh god, then I gotta.
This corner where he cannot be touched by Rafiki at all. It's a pretty high IQ play there, and it means that Rafiki has to retreat from this side. Keeps RBM in a little stronghold, and also gives Luffy the opportunity.
Egg Rico. That's very
but also
interesting
importantly,
choice.
the Rico, who pretty soon here won't be able to do precisely what he's doing now, ricocheting those shots down mid.
Come on, Gene and Hank. Interesting combo. A tank and a controller.
Sam has done well to hold his own in this left-hand side of the map, but Tribe Gaming have just...
Oh my god, wait. That Ollie just got killed.
Just hold that position.
Oh yeah, he just did. Oh, that was good. Tried. Yes. Wait. Did some? No, Gene. But they won. Let's go.
Yeah, at least Tribe Game won, but that was...
Yeah, let's just hope that they win. Let's just hope that they win this match.
Really just the synergy
I need Tribe Gaming to win.
to actually be able to get those kills. We saw the pull from Zeus and then RBM finishing off, I believe it was the Rico with that bubble. Just good team playing right there. Now Mountain and FA have been forced to retreat.
Rico's almost dead. Get him.
Come on, get Rico.
Wait. That Hank is going straight into that Ollie and then that
opposite side of the map. Where he's
that's true.
into this wall break from Luffy. Tribe Gaming seems to have gotten it locked down.
His hyper got nerfed
To
the ground.
Yeah, but like, once you, if you go into something, somebody with their super, they basically get instantly killed.
Oh
Like,
wow.
if you activate your super wall, inside somebody, they get killed.
Yeah.
And they just won.
Just remember, there's still another round for this match. So hopefully they do good with this one.
Judging by how we saw,
How they've been doing, in obviously the first round and a little bit of the second match, they're doing pretty well.
Maybe they'll opt to just place Ollie on the other lane. That way they don't even waste the time putting him over there and having that lane swap occur. And it looks like they have done that. Rafiki now is going to go over to the left side because it's sort of worthless for him to attempt facing RPM when he can't get his shot around that indestructible.
I mean, then he has to play against the Brawl. that doesn't seem much better at all. Luffy's already shut him out of the map, essentially. Rafiki's had to fully heal up, and presumably you'll probably try and do the same thing, which is keep Luffy honest here and try and play within the range to potentially catch him with a gadget. But they're moving RBM across the map here. Tribe Gaming know that they have basically 2 out of 3 favourable matchups, given that the Gene's not really expected to be a lane bully per se. And now they're grouped up, which is very good for Hank. That's exactly what RBM wants to see. And they've lost the map controls. Not looking good here, Eddie. Not at all.
Tried still have to maintain.
No, come on. No, don't get that. No.
Descend upon him, but Sam and Brawl are still left.
Get the bell. Get Rico. Get Ollie. Come on. Jeez, no.
Is on the case, and now
no. They still got another round. No.
The massive value for Bilal is actually going to be getting that Rico hypercharge. It's so difficult to avoid, and there's so many different surfaces that you can bounce it off of that he's got to be getting close to that in order to get a better chance of winning a round. They're just one round away.
Get the ult. Yeah. Come on. No. Okay. Didn't use the hyper to its potential, but we got that.
So for the mobility,
Come on, get the Rico, lock in, yes, we got the Rico. Now they just gotta get the bell. Okay, they are making a comeback, which is good.
Sam basically has to run to the top of the map, and there's no gas.
Let's go. That was good.
Back at that for Zeus, and that's the Super Tribe are going to play around in the early stages of this decide around.
And Mountain Men FA have earned their Rico hypercharge, and he's pretty much just bound to get that. He shoots a bunch of little pellets.
The hypercharge.
So the execution, once again, is of massive importance. Didn't take Bilal many hits to actually secure that. Now he has it. And nothing, pretty much. Maybe
it didn't really work out too well for Bilal.
That's a pretty big whiff. Tribe Gaming saw that.
They got map control.
Oh, yeah, they do. Come on. I mean, the Ollie is, absolutely destroying, he was, doing really good against the Hank. Wow. They are making a comeback. That's true.
continuing to encroach on Rafiki.
Okay, they got back now. They got back. But that all I can easily just take that map control away from them, just like he's doing right now.
Yeah. Oh yes! The Hank got the bell! Okay, okay. Oh dang it! Dang it, dang it! The Ollie? No, Hank! That was like the best one on the team!
Get the Rico! Get the Rico!
Get the Rico! No! Yes! Let's go! Okay. It looks like the tribe is winning, which is awesome. Meaning that hopefully they only win one more match, and then the first prediction is done, which will be awesome. Let's go back into the friendly now. Hello, House EA. Welcome to stream. Are you watching the Brawl Stars Championships? I just realized they didn't even see the Brawl Stars Championships. They did not even see that window. It's not even showing that window. So yeah, it's not even showing the window on me. That's so
no, wait, Phoenix, it was showing the window just right now, but it just appeared the flying screen.
Yeah, but like it just
I was watching it towards your stream and also watching it on my TV.
Yeah, but like for some reason it wasn't. It just disappeared. Like it wouldn't show up, which is weird. So
right after you showed the predictions.
yeah, so that's weird. That's just a replay. So we can get back into getting some more games in. But yeah, hi, House EA. Are you watching the World Championships? Because man, these have been some crazy first couple matches. It's actually been really good. That was actually crazy though. It looks like it's just me and Ducky in this, so Tyler is still in that friendly. So Tyler, you should get on our friendly. That was crazy. That was a crazy match. That was a crazy match. I guess it'll just be us for now. Oh wait, okay. So it'll just be us four for now. Kenji doesn't have his hyper though right now, so it'll be weird to have him go with hyper drops. What? What? They're drafting? Okay. Then I gotta make sure that I know. Okay, so it's Hot Zone with the Ring of Fire map. So I just want to at least see who the first person chooses before we start. So I think it's Luffy that's choosing the first for the first brawler. Oh shoot, Kenji just left. Okay, and just wait until I want to at least see who the first brawler is, and then I'll start the game. B. Okay. B. Solid choice. Let's start.
Okay, W chooses from back. So chill. Wait, Chili, are you still watching the championships?
Are you still watching the championships? Oh, you gotta eat? Okay. Okay. I'll spectate you guys. And then me and Ducky can just probably chill, like... Why does that say spectate already pending? Yeah.
But you obviously have a number of throwers available here. Not always the priority picks on this map, but you know, Q is available, and obviously combos really nicely with advantages.
Oh, Hank, they just picked Hank.
Hank? Oh, which Mountain Men or? Oh yeah, Mountain Men. That could cause some pretty bad damage for Tribe. I need Tribe to win because that's who I predicted.
Yeah.
That's who I predicted to win this round, these matches.
Yeah, so basically what I think Hank was a good choice because since it's an open map,
that's true.
Can easily just shots.
Especially
and
especially the fact that they got Chester.
Yeah, with Hank, you just need walls. That's all you need. But since it's like an open map, he's not really good for this.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
Chester
point.
will also be able to break open some key walls.
I just
Oh, I
think,
think Draco.
My concern
yo,
right now is that
I don't know if he's good for this
He's
map.
good for controlling the enemy
now they're gonna have
side.
to face
That's
this
true.
Draco.
Well,
Draco operates
this
on
could
the basis
be
of,
this
I
could
have
very well be a
seen
really
this
good
Draco
game.
and Hank interaction before.
It's gonna be a
In fact,
good
we saw
game.
it
This is
yesterday.
gonna be
And at first, Hank was
extremely
really
good
taking
game.
the cake, but this was also on Brawl Ball, where there were plenty of walls to work with. Now it's quite a bit more open. I anticipate also Draco's going to be getting some support from FB at long range. I don't think there's really a one-size-fits-all solution for Mountain Men FA here. Like, they have that combo.
Oh, but they got Meg.
Mansions of people, that, and then Hank, you're able to hit through the walls, but it's taken a while for Hank to try to
So
get that
basically,
bubble. You're not
Meeple's good
getting
for
killing,
killing it.
but Draco,
Hank
has
isn't
enough
really
health to
that
take, like,
good for this
3
map, except
fully charged
going
buttons.
from the
With the
side
Meg in,
through
this makes
Thor's
sense.
Heaven.
They need a sort of like high health
He's kind of good for there.
but still,
Yeah, but he doesn't. There's no throwers on the enemy team because you got B, who's a marksman. You got Draco, who's like a tank, so like a stronger tank, and then you got Chester, who's like one of the best damage dealers in the game. And the game is starting, so I'm gonna switch over. It's like 2 tanks and like, well, like, no, not 2 tanks.
Yeah, see, that's why Hank isn't good. He just immediately got bombarded by Draco.
Yeah.
Draco going in towards the enemy side, trying to control it, is really smart.
Yeah.
That's mostly what he's good at for pushes.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, Mountain Men FA have done a pretty good job of dodging those bees, though. Here comes Zeus in with the
Bees
on the right
and
side.
Chester are really good too. Chester could easily,
next up on the chopping block.
with his like 4-shot, could easily tell what people are.
I think he was probably the best brawler for April, but for me, it's definitely gonna be Jay Young.
But Bilal has been stunned by RBM. That's the use of the gadget right there that makes it so useful. You're able to negate the entire last few seconds of charging up that 4,000 damage shot. Bilal's going to go for it
Draco
once
is
again.
really
RBM
actually
doesn't have the
putting
gadget
some
to do it once
huge
more.
pressure
It's
on
advantage of
the
Yeah,
enemy side.
especially with the burst damage.
There's not any Hank to get on the case.
Yeah.
And Tribe Gaming are looking for an indomitable victory.
I love that we're seeing the uppercut gadget getting used by the Draco here. Over that
Hank
last
is
stand,
really
he's
not
so
getting any
good.
kills. All he is
Obviously, the
getting
range
is just
actually pretty long
this.
range, longer than you tend to think as a Draco
I swear,
player. And also
I swear by the end of the game, I think he's gonna get like no kills.
Interrupting,
Hank?
literally popping the bubble of the Hank with that.
Because remember, they still got another round, but I feel like it's gonna be again another really good round for.
Oh my goodness, that was a sick game from RBM. The dodges of the B shots were good, but the fanning flames from Draco and his dragon, less.
It's difficult to get into position, right? Like, they don't need a sharpshooter to deal with the
Round
beat,
2.
but, man,
We got round 2.
the struggle there is that
Mountain Men
it's
really
not
has to
just
change their
all three of us
strategy.
Yeah, they really do.
versus
Yeah, because like they basically just covered it for. They did kind of cover the zone for Tribe, but
he's going to be softening.
they still got like not a very good brawler for this map. So like.
Aggressive.
Hey,
On the
I
left side.
love how
See,
Mountain
Men
Men
would love
is
to be in
getting
that
2 brawlers
position
on that
on the
Draco,
side of
because
Tribe
if they
Gaming, getting
don't,
those bushes,
well,
but
they
couldn't
kind of
really
lost the
get
game
mid
because
to begin with. So
I feel like they're definitely losing this game.
if that Draco gets into the enemy territory, it really puts him.
Wait, how many games? How many matches do one team have to get in order to win the part of the finals?
Is RBM in dragon form right now? Sam respecting the range of that, another toolbox
Wait,
cleared out.
were you talking to me?
Yeah, like I'm not sure how many like I forgot how many games they need to win in order to win this part of the finals.
And very quickly,
So basically, there's 5 rounds in total. If Tribe Gaming actually pulls this off and wins this, I think the pity rule is involved. That means
Although
like,
they use Chester's hyper on them, so you know, like Chester's hyper is one of the best in the game. So
Mountain Men FA
that was good.
so close to
That was a
success
really
on
good
these
pick.
plays, but
Yeah, it was good to check. It was good
Like,
for
giving him
Chester.
a hard
barely
time.
out of
Yeah.
sync. It's led to a situation where now Tribe Gaming possess 85%. Bilal's going to pop that hypercharge to try and get in position. RBM making the last stand. He's still alive. Bilal on the point, trying to force Luffy off, but
Yeah,
cannot land that
instead,
torpedo. He's
that
got a bit
Hank
more
just
health to
got-
keep people away.
But you know, they also got Meg, and she's pretty big right now. Okay, well,
damage to chew through what Zeus and Luffy are
let's go,
Tribe
let's
Gaming
go.
for
Another
consecutive win
match.
here in the BSC.
One,
Number number 7 for the guys.
Meaning that they
as
need to
now
win
go
2
on to
more,
the
right?
semifinals.
The beautiful stuff. This should, in theory,
They gotta win 2 more.
secure their seeding as number 1 from North America, which is
Gotta
great.
win
We can
2
see
more.
just
Oh,
that
wow.
here's some-
This-
the rest of the-
Alright.
Right now.
It's 8 minutes until the next one, so we have some time to play a couple games.
But Sonny does feel like
That was actually crazy. That was a good match. That was a good match. A very interesting match to watch.
Yeah, Mountain Men just lost. Even if they get this next point,
I do like when
They
matches
can't
are getting
go
a
back
little
up.
closer than we
Yeah,
would
I think since it's just us, we should probably just
expect.
play a couple games.
Those matches just really show the
Let's
skill
chill
and the
about
skill in
that
all of the
again.
region.
Then, yeah. Although even then, we're just gonna play a 3v3. No, not like a 3v3 mode, just because there's really no point in playing a. You went offline?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm coming back.
Okay. Tyler's eating something, and I know that because I've been eating stuff because I was there for a couple days. So
That's not the greatest way to go out. If versus anyone, like Tribe Gaming is the most respectable.
I'm interested to see how BC Gaming does because yesterday for the South America part of the team, they actually did really well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if they can do the same thing for the North American team.
But at the end, Loud won against BC Gaming.
No, they won against Zarita Gang.
So I guess Loud is champions of South America right now.
Yeah, that's true, and they're. I can't remember who I chose to win for the North America for that part. Okay, I chose BC Gaming over STMN, and then I chose Code OG for the one after this one. I have a very there's a very solid chance I will actually get the credits.
Tribe Gaming just won, so Space Station Gaming and Code RG are about out.
Wait, they won the entire thing?
Next match is gonna be
Yeah, they
Space Station Gaming.
Oh, it's best of 3. Okay,
Yeah, that would
100 Pro Pass XP right there. Awesome. Hopefully, I want to get enough Brawl Pass XP so I can get Pro Pass XP so I can get to 40 and get my legendary star drop. I just hope that I don't have as bad luck to a point where I'm getting a Shelly skin that's basic. 'Cause that was bad. Because Tyler, he just did all that just to get frickin' Bro has Do Not Disturb on. Not you. One of them.
But W's, my prediction came true, and Tribe Gaming won.
Yeah, my predictions were right as well, which is awesome.
Tribe Gaming had a blowout for Mountain.
Yeah, that was actually a really good ending to that part of the final.
If you want to get your votes in as well, if you disagree with that, you better do that on eventofallstars.com to get that Pro Rank XP, Pro Pass XP, and the pin at the end of the reward track. Yeah, RBN did a pretty decent job. We're looking at him here also with that Draco 12 kills in the last round. He just had
In a second, I'm testing something out. I'm just testing a mecha skin that I like.
Yeah, I'd say that's like, pretty run-of-the-mill, pretty decent right there. This guy was carrying it up on the left side. And you saw the stats.
I'll check. What do you?
2% total in that zone.
So basically,
and probably just there to show that
I reached level 100. That's how I got these control skills.
Yeah.
He's the best tank.
I'm at currently level 3 for the Astro Cold skin, meaning that next I need to get 4, and then I'll have the new design, which is awesome. I need to see where that is in the past though. It's in 60, and I'm only 39, so I'm close to 40, and hopefully this prediction can lead me to.
They're doing Who's That Brawler right now.
Who's that brawler? Okay, I didn't even know this. The rarity's mythic. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not even gonna show this because it's not like an actual match. Yeah, it's probably Melody. Oh, it is Melody.
Okay, so that one's Manny.
Yeah, I can tell based on the picture, like on the silhouette, I can tell. 3 epics. Yeah. That if it didn't show a picture, then I could have told it said 3 epic sins because you got Magnum Mandy, Handlock Mandy, and Malicious Mandy. That looks like Carl. Yeah, that's Carl.
1,000 damage per hit.
I think that's Carl. It looks like Carl, or it could be Mo. It's either Carl or Mo.
No, it's Carl.
Okay. Yep, it's Carl.
Rarity Smith, brother, and Dash. I think. Wait.
Wait, is that? No, that. I think that's Mo.
Yeah, that's Mo. So wait, right now so basically, whenever that happens, they're doing polls on the event.supercell.com. If you watch it on event.supercell.com, they have like polls which you can get more protest.
Okay, I didn't know that. So I just wanted to have one page for my mine.
Yeah, but it's fine. You don't need like a little more protest XP. You already get it for the brackets, and you'll get it soon.
I just want to have one page for my predictions and one page for the actual finals.
Yeah.
Okay, can I not view my predictions now? Okay, view predictions. See predictions. Connection paused. Oh, it says that I can only have it in one window.
Yeah. You can take it as just to win Kodo G or PlayStation Gaming.
Okay, I need to go back to just YouTube. Actually, wait, I had Brawl Stars open, not Chrome, so I don't need to take away that. So let me just go to...
Wait, who do you think is gonna win?
I predicted Code OG.
Yeah, I predicted Kodo G too.
So, I feel like they're definitely good. I just, for most of them, I chose the one that had the higher win rate, but I think this was the one where both the win rates were the same. So me and Tyler just basically went whatever we felt like. But, you know, it works out. It works out. You're back? Well, Tribe won. So you should probably collect your Pro Pass XP now. Oh god! Spen LC is in the chat. Cause yeah, I subscribe to like Cairo, Spen, Lex. I follow a lot of Brawl Stars content creators. Fan art contest.
Two of them that received the most likes we are looking at right now, and you can vote for them. Until Monday, you still have time.
Yeah, I liked the stream because, and of course, someone said international brainlock.
The one on the right just brings a smile to my face. I just love
Wait, are you streaming on Twitch too, or are you just...
I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Using restream.io. Man. Those were some crazy matches.
Honestly, same. Head over to our socials on X. You can vote for your favorite team based on the vote last week. And the winner of this whole contest can get some gems. So make sure your favorite wins it all. Now, we want to kick things off right away with quarterfinal number 2. We're heading into Space Station Gaming versus Code OG.
Come on, Code OG. We gotta get Code OG to win. We gotta make sure that they win.
Both of those teams have the exact same number of...
I want to make sure that they win just because we need this. So Code, no, is that Code OG? No, that's Space Station.
Bobby, Chino, and Sands, of course, 2/3 of that STMN roster that came under the SSG banner and brought Chino along for the...
Honestly, so I know Tribe Gaming, but I had no idea who was actually going to play.
Getting knocked out of the quarterfinal and then getting knocked out of the semi-final. I mean, I think Bobby even tweeted, he said, I haven't won a monthly final since 2023, so...
Oh wow, that's been like 2 years.
That's also a lot, and it's gonna take a lot to sort of get them there. I think that they're kind of...
Alright, we gotta get Code OG to win. Even though apparently Space Station hasn't won since 2023, we gotta make sure that...
Wait, look at right next to Bobby's name. What Edgar is that?
What is that? What the heck?
What the
Now, okay, Code OG, win rates 5 to 5. Oh, so they're not really good with bounty or gem grab. Oh wow.
Are very familiar with each other, and it's just look at these game mode win rates.
Now I'm wondering if I should have chosen Space Station.
There's a few that stand out.
Wait, it's a big joiner lobby.
Only about the halfway point coming up.
What if I wonder if I should have chosen Space Station since I think they have a better win rate.
Somebody joined their lobby on
It might be someone on the stream. Nope. No. I don't even know who this guy is, and he hasn't even said anything in the chat, so I don't know if...
Yeah, as mentioned, they're tied right now on the leaderboard. They're literally on the same exact number of points.
This Shiba guy, can you please say your name in the chat so that I know that it's you? Or else we're gonna have to kick you out, because, I mean, I don't even know who this is.
This space station has been looking a bit better. The scrim data also shows they've been doing pretty great recently.
I know how you can help me. Tell me your name. Stop just saying variables go. I need you to tell me your name. I don't know who you are.
It seems to be not their strongest month, but maybe OG gets that birthday boost over.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but again, I think that this is, out of our quarterfinals, one of the most contentious matchups. I think it's the one with the greatest potential for individual pop-ups and therefore a sort of upset. So it's one I've got my eye on. I'm willing to take a risk for it, throw it out there for my fellow 30-year-old person, or at least people in their 30s. I won't quite play.
Well, Ducky isn't getting ready.
Hoping to see a great game here. I think that we have not seen quite yet what this Code OG team is capable of.
Wanted to hear from both of them what they think of their rivals. Again, former teammates, that should be an interesting one.
Do you think we should have voted for Space Station? Because I saw that they potentially have better win rates.
Oh wait, it's the Pawn Ready guy, the ship with the military helmet. That's Pawn Ready. Pawn Ready.
Why are you not getting ready?
Oh wait, my bad.
I'm gonna try and give him the birthday present of losing round 1. But yeah, another one of my old teammates, so I don't really have too much bad to say about them. They're nice guys.
I'm back.
Nice. Someone just joined our game, so we're probably gonna have to kick him so that you can play with us.
It is the first space that we see this Penny.
Sorry, killers.
We've been playing together. Now they have
I don't even know who this guy is, but he.
Why is there just Mars? Why is
either of them wants to give in.
the first fake
I mean, this guy is probably from my stream, but he refuses to tell me who he is because he hasn't put a single thing in the chat.
We've all been there in life. These two teams, or two guys, played with each other for 4 years. I would consider them friends. They were very friendly with each other in those interviews, but they are competitors. They are dogs. This is a competition, and they want to win.
This guy is playing like a bad random.
Play spoiler here and make OG's day just a little bit worse. And OG can say the exact same. I mean, he wants to go off on his own and beat the team, return to North America, get a big victory. That's what's so exciting about this matchup.
Some teams here kind of struck out a little bit last year in terms of finding success. Like OG literally went over to Europe, to try and build a team in MEA. Instead, it didn't pan out the way it wanted. And Bobby also, on that...
Yeah, Shiba Gaming has more of a chance. No, not Shiba Gaming. Space Station Gaming has a bigger chance to win.
Heartbreaking year for that...
We may have gotten this prediction wrong.
You know, for Bobby and fans especially.
We
Frustrating.
may have gotten this prediction wrong.
Is out of North America, representing the world in 2023, looking great.
Can you kick him, Shiba? I mean, can you kick him, Ducky?
So painful to watch.
In the current year, the
Oh my God.
2025, we're going to
Wait,
hear
wait,
the super beat
wait,
first
Cooper.
here, Sunny.
Let me see your
That was painful.
Yeah, no one has chatted on my stream since 1:40. No one has chatted on my stream, so I can tell you right now, this guy is refusing to. Stu? Oh my God, we predicted for Code OG, but I'm worried that that Space Station is gonna win because they have a higher.
Yeah, I think they're creating an upset.
OG's Max from
because in
me.
general, Max has been played a ton.
You went offline?
With Jackie in particular, Shade in the band stage is one of those brawlers that SSG in particular have combined a lot with. So these Max combos are something that they are not unfamiliar with. Instead, though, they're going to go with a more safe, I think, start here. It's going to end up being that Stu. Carl's still on the board as well. I just want to shout him out as a note because usually he is going to be hitting the ban phase here. So the fact that he escapes is interesting.
Super beat as well. You're dead right. A great aggressor. It's where hit ejector becomes even more potent on these kind of maps that can be a little claustrophobic when you want to lock the enemy inside their own half the map, inside their own goals. It's very, very potent. The things we've seen so far from me has been a little bit feast or famine, but
Juju.
turned up when it counts is the Juju.
Charles chose a very interesting brawler.
On maps that feature those bushes, that she has the title of the premier long-range thrower in Brawl Stars right now. You might want something a little bit more, durable or maybe closer range hit around this Code OG composition now, but it's very reasonable.
I'm worried that they're gonna lose this round because I just realized that Space Station has a higher win rate.
Reasonable thing you could do, and they actually opt into a range disadvantage.
Ducky went offline.
Larry and Laurie.
Sorry.
I'm kind of looking for a goal scorer here out of both of these teams right now. I feel like that's a very traditional thing to want in Brawl Ball in particular. You know, that's usually a very aggro or a very tanky brawler. They got Larry and Laurie.
Phoenix, what is your name on
choice. I've seen some crazy options here.
Lighthouse Gamers with a Z at the
I
end.
actually elect to go Larry Laurie. I think anticipating Code OG still need that goal scorer. They kind of see the weakness in their.
Yeah, I haven't changed my name on Twitch since like
Kind of
2021.
the two most common ones that I see in North America, especially with all of these, B, Chester Guard. We have a lot of these traditional anti-tank brawlers, or at least the top ones in the meta, out of the way right now.
Okay. Team and Primo. I've seen that something that really starts to put some pressure.
Oh god, it's starting. It's starting. It's starting.
Do much to interact.
Soon.
We know
Starting
how
soon.
powerful, the wall break is.
Hi, Klesnes. Interesting name. Welcome to the stream. What? Oh, that is you. And hi, Lewis Armis. Welcome to the stream. Long time no see. I haven't seen you on my streams in a while. Are you watching the World Championships right now? Ducky, that's an interesting face that you put on the chat. Weird. So yeah, Lewis, are you watching the World Championships?
I mean, no doubt about it. And the other thing that scares me too, especially in this day and age of Brawl Stars, it's just so reliant on tank and anti-tank. And obviously Code OG are relying with that 6-pick on anti-tank. They're going for defense. You can get some cheeky goals.
Oh shoot! Okay. You're watching the World Championships. Well, I am currently reacting to it live. So, in fact, they just started this game. I voted for Code OG to win. I need them to win. I need them to win. I need them to win because, like, if they don't, then I won't get my Pro Pass OT, and I won't get my Brawl Pass, my Pro Pass XP. Code OG is gonna be interesting to see. That's crazy and toxic.
Small mistake and Chino still ends up getting that kill. Now a dive in from Bobby. Charles drops the shield, another jump, a little extra wall break, and Charles will stay alive. That is a big deal, especially now that thing.
Oh yeah. Was that yesterday? Was that yesterday? That's true. Honestly, it was kind of crazy to see that Loud ended up winning the championships yesterday. Same. I mean, they made a comeback in the first round. Or was that the first round, or was that like one of the later rounds that one beast?
I feel like it's just gonna get overwhelming them eventually, right? The aggression coming out of Stu, Larry and Laurie pummeling them with shots over the walls, and then just an El Primo running at your face. I do like the choice of star power there to slow down one of the tanks is so powerful.
Yo, I gotta see. Send that to us. Send that to us.
Code OG comp. It's just, do they have the health points to match?
Yeah, don't do his job, man. I also started an Edgar account main. What? Yes! Yes! Okay. I see some positivity when it comes to OG.
Once they
You know, they may win, which I will be so happy about because that is who I voted for. That is, but obviously there's still obviously another round in this, and there are plenty of other matches after. Yeah, they gotta make sure that. Yeah, they gotta make sure that the other team is not. I keep forgetting that it's like going down because they're the. Oh God! No! Go OG! No! That's so sad. No! You know, they still got another round. They should come back. They need to come back. They need to come back. Whew, they need to come back. It's crazy.
Like we mentioned, the draft stage is just one of those competitions where you have to be playing your A game. And Kodo OG certainly have that potential. We know what second best can do. We know how good of a player he can be. Charles on a Juju.
I just don't know how to do that. I forgot how to do it.
Where do Sphinx do well? Where does Sphinx do poorly? I think it's safe to say that this is one of those maps that I do like Sphinx.
But just remember, Tyler, I'm not playing right now because I'm watching the game.
Seen it on hot side as well, kind of like the extra utility the super offers just for dodging shots.
How about you just play by yourself and then when the game is done, then I'll. When it's down. When it's downtime. No. Ow. Why did I do that? Let's go. The Juju? Yeah, I guess Juju is kind of a good choice. It's not like the best choice.
Juju in perfect placement as well. She loves being behind this L-shaped wall with the extra range from that shot. The more grass gets torn down, the less value you're going to get out of Juju. OG, now second best, rotating towards this mid. So
that's true. Because like Charles, like I mean, like the Juju, like he's doing kind of good, but like they should really try to do something because right now they're not doing the best that they could.
Charles here trying to make use of whatever strips of shrubbery that he can. He's that big super getting dropped down. Sands gets nuked as a result, but Glory makes a brief appearance. Bobby dragged to the shadow realm now to second base. Get the fight.
Oh, come on. No. Yes! Okay, Charles just scored. Let's go.
Finally have themselves a lead in one of these rounds.
Extra style.
That's good. That's good. Let's go. Let's go.
Just a little extra precaution, the little things like that are what you love to see.
They could, but that means that there'll still be another round to like, because it'll be a tie, and then so that there would be another round.
Second best now might just extract Sands, remove the thrower presence entirely.
That's true. That's actually true. Yeah.
He knows he doesn't actually have enough distance from second best to win the fight in the Shadow Realm anyway.
Okay. Oh, we're getting good.
Map control, a cornered ball. Feels like they're chilling.
12.
They can throw up a Hail Mary and they're going to need it. He's now moving to the right-hand side, diving right.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes, let's go. All right, now there just has to be one more round to determine who wins that.
They addressed the El Primo the entire game. El Primo never took off. Bobby had a really hard time there.
I like this a lot from Koji. I mean, looks night and day from that first round, even if they made it competitive and ended up taking it.
Yeah.
You're dead right. This time, the Cordelis is able to not only hit
Yeah.
Primo with the super, but actually take him down in the Shadow Realm. Feels like Kodoji are more than happy to take, Toulouse Brawler to remove one of SSG's when he's a massive health pool with real dire threat. So far that pick is working. And obviously having the Juju advantage here for Charles has been a big deal. Right now he's busy bullying Bobby in this bottom corner.
And Gregory's going to be there for extra assistance on that left-hand side. Sands lobbing up shots. Chino without a super is much less useful than if he's standing up and down the map. Once again,
Yeah.
Number 2, Kodo G slowly climbing their way up the map.
Yeah.
Just chiseling away at this
All right, the
side,
Cordy,
positioning behind the ball.
second best. Is that his name? Second best. Like
So they're gonna back
he
down.
had the ball. Okay, but Charles. Oh, to Charles. Eh.
Just wants to maintain his position on the left.
They're really pushing it
Kodoji have a chance here.
Yeah, although like the stew, Bobby might. Okay. It looks like OG. Come on, second best.
The distance here and there it is okay. Shadow Realm.
No! Chino! Okay, well, Chino just died. Alright. OG. Come on, get it to go. Avoid Larry. Oh, no, avoid. Yes! Okay. That was good.
I like the dive from Bobby. Just kind of disrupts things, knocks the ball out of his hands. But in the fumble recovery, it's going to go to OG's way. They're going to be able to get it outside of it. Now, left-hand side, running for the hills is Charles and Gregory encroach. Sam's right-handed, just trying to deal with the distance here as Bobby tries to make a big play.
Yeah.
It won't go. Charles survives, and the full Coda OG roster remains in the middle.
Second best and Charles constantly trolling OG with the obviously
Yeah.
European All-Stars history.
Chino, like. Alright, Bobby. No. Oh, wait. Okay, that was crazy. Oh, and he's getting onto the Cordy. Alright, now you just gotta get Chino. Cordy. No. Okay, it's a tie right now.
Half a second too late.
There's just some funky positioning from our end, but underground they knew that they had a wide open net. 15 on the clock. This map.
Hey, okay, it's gonna go into overtime.
Holding on to this
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's overtime. Come on, OG. You can win. Please pull this off.
Oh no, with an open map. They get real,
Doing what he does.
Phoenix?
The Finks.
Finks could really do a number on that.
Yeah, like he should use back to the Finkster. The gadget. He should use the gadget. What are you doing? No! Cordy!
Across the face of goal, and Space Station Gaming secure themselves a very close set.
Back and forth.
That was intense.
2 overtimes in fact. I mean, what a start here.
I don't know if we'll be getting the Pro Pass XP for this round.
SSG, 2 very legitimate teams in this region. They went SSG's way when it came to monthly qualifiers, but Kodo G last month surprised us as well. They got
But you know, for the semi, I chose BC Gaming for the next round. I feel like they have a very good chance to win.
Last month they had identical results.
Wait, why did I say that? Oh wait, yeah, because it was I basically chose Tribe Gaming for everyone that I could. That was crazy. Alright, let's go back into the game.
Especially in that round number 2, OG copied an SK special, just cornering the ball, playing it safe. Both of them make it all the way to an overtime because they just don't want to overextend. Looking at stats, here OG with the most kills, Jars with the most DPS, and yet still they didn't take the set over.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots to be said for, having like dive and having good durability. I think the big primo here is obviously
That was crazy.
a big difference maker.
We're in downtime now.
I think, that hypercard playing off Chino there.
Oh my god.
That was
That was,
I think
oh my
Dakota
god.
was pretty disappointed because you started off in your set.
Leaving that Juju
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But that changed pretty quickly, I think, in those second and third rounds. You know, it's the game sort of goes to overtime. In theory, if you outrange Space Station Gaming with their competition, but I'm always terrified of Steel in those when that hypercharge gets them, and even when it doesn't, he's got the ability to break ankles in those last 2 moments. Score goals, like you said there. So, great stuff for Space Station Gaming. They bailed themselves out.
But hey, they still have bounty to
Yeah.
The super aggressive bowlers winning in the end. Not necessarily aggressive.
We're gonna get a bounty, but I saw that they have a pretty bad lose rate for bounty.
For Space Station Gaming as well. I feel like this region so far is showing us some fresh ideas. It's not just hands all over. It's one of those plays. And yet still you have
Yeah, but without his gadget, what's even the point of the super?
Very true. I mean, I think that's an underrated thing. When we look at these drafts, I think sometimes it's easy to forget the extra mile that you can go in a primo jump, melody dashes. I mean, mobility's not a stat in the game, but it certainly plays out on the map every single time.
Yeah, that's true.
Here we go. Shooting star on deck. Well, we've seen Lumi in a bounce.
Wait, it's a damage booster.
That was pretty impressive. Also, pretty scary. Look at Kodo G, by the way. Look at
It's a damage booster. Okay, well, Lewis, awesome that you have joined. Ducky is probably gonna join too, but I don't know.
That's why they take that out of the game.
Lewis, who has been on my streams in the past, he is currently on in our game. I don't know where. Oh wait, Tyler just left the Discord. It's just us in the Discord now. All right, Bell. Okay, that's an interesting choice, but Carl will be good. Carl will be good.
Pretty standard start too from SSG. In this region especially, it feels like Gene or RT have been...
Let's just hope that the last pick for their brawler is...
So I think it's just an easy click here for SSG.
Alright, if you guys are both using hypercharged skins, then I'm pretty sure it's obvious.
So powerful. In the hands of a playmaker. Truly defining Brawl Stars.
Oh, Melody.
Honestly, as for the longest time, I think the hypercharge kind of...
Melodians! Tyler left the Discord server. Alright. I just want to have the live stream going, like, on my thing.
Seeing him come back here now in the hands of Bobby. Very, very potent when paired with this melody. It's an extra layer.
I just want to see who OG chooses.
Now the melody hypercharge means that she's much more devastating on those all-ins. It's a common answer to the Carl, and it does much of the same thing. Except maybe lacking the same level of zone control that, you know, Injector has. Instead,
yes, they chose 8-bit. Nice.
And man,
I wonder if it's antivirus though. That's interesting. It could be either antivirus or Saloon. Wait, they also got a Demon Mortis, but it's like the regular skin. It's not even like the one of the chromas.
And on the other end, you have the slowest arcade machine you ever seen. It's really interesting to see him show up on Bounty in particular. We're used to seeing him on things like Gym Grab, but how is he going to play out slowly walking up this map is going to be the whole his positioning. Is his extra HP going to give him the benefit of the doubt here? Really curious to see how this one plays out.
It's a bit of a boomer pick, OG, I'm not going to lie. You turn 30 and you start picking only trophy road ballers, you know? Respect it, I respect it.
I think the game started, yeah, so I'm going to leave after this match just so I can check that out. I was trying to get the Mortis.
And of course, Charles, aware of that too, is setting these up very defensively.
Okay, this guy's literally playing like a bad random. It's good for us. That Piper is... I'm kudosing the Piper.
It's just going to bounce off of him, so it kind of defeats the whole purpose. So I like it for the extra range, and also when you gain control on this map, Bell's nest eggs are such a difficult thing to deal with. You can't do it unless you trip over them, like you mentioned yesterday. So it's just one of those things you got to deal with head on.
All right, Bobby, he's one. Charles would like to capitalize, but
okay, that Piper just stole their entire team.
Eventually, though, he does go down. Chino, with all the shields you could hope to have, impossible to bring down. Virtually a hyper mode.
All right, well let's watch the game.
And this, of course, as the smoke clears, means Space Station are ahead by 2 stars and the blue.
I really thought Kodo OG might pop out of that with the lead. That was nearly a great play.
Unfortunately, I missed the beginning of the game.
Who swooped in. Now Chino on the back lines. And without that super,
Carl.
much more useless. Sand's gonna pop a gadget, spams and attacks. With 15 on the
yeah.
Charles will be on this right-hand side.
Oh, they have true gold. Oh.
Hypercharge is going down for both ends. A dive away for second.
Yeah.
They have to time this perfectly.
True.
The kill would make the difference. And the SSG Bobby will fall. Blue Star still with Space Station, and they don't.
Wait, they tied.
Time. Blue Star difference is what's going to give this blue side the lead.
Pretty close game.
Oh, the Space Station. Okay. Yeah, they still got around, so OG could come back. We'll just have to see. Welcome back, Tyler.
This Space Station comp, because they are pretty quick. They are playing at maximum range.
I mean, he's just in the call. His mic might be muted though, because I don't know.
People's heads down, but once Melody starts to get moving, you realize this new age of Brawl Stars is all about go go go.
It's nice to see some classics come out, though. Pulling for 8-bit a little bit, just to show that he's still got it. Chino, Sans, Bobby, once again in position. It's going to be Code OG early on, falling onto the defensive. This is what got them in trouble last time. Sans landed a nasty G.
Alright, looks like Code OG is winning thus far. We'll have to see if it can make a comeback and win this round, and then hopefully win the next round as well. That's just the best case scenario for us. We'll have to see.
They've done enough, though. Code OG do enough damage, at least in Space Station Gaming, to give up the chase for a time. Bobby's also forced the
alright.
Another good sign. Code OG drawing out some of his key resources from Space Station Gaming, forcing them to use them on the back foot, as opposed to making their Melody Dive, for example, more potent. Charles here? Oh, yep, that's a hypercharged super.
I actually have popcorn, so that could be interesting to eat while the games are going on.
All their ducks in a row.
I'll be right back. Just let me know how it goes.
Supercharged called magnetic for a reason. Even with the Chino dash, it wasn't enough, and that's going to be lingering. Those bell markers make a huge difference as the set progresses, so we're going to have to see how that interacts in this game. Will it give Code G just enough of an edge here as we progress down to the past 30 seconds?
Don't you get up the Sands. Obviously, be careful because that damage booster can get in the way. And that'll be the last thing Sands wants to try and catch. There it is, big pick. Chino goes down. Eventually, the booster prevails. Probably going to fall soon after there. And Space Station just don't seem like they really had an option, a way to try and get Code OG on the back foot. This is what I said about doing everything right. Beautiful execution there for Code OG. And honestly, a pretty chill way to end that round.
That was a very calm one, it felt like. We never really had a big burst of damage coming out of SSG. It just started with a blue star on Code OG's side, and they dictated the pace the rest of the way. I mean, we saw the screen at the end there. I think there were 5 nest eggs down. That's just such a hard thing to walk into and get aggressive against if you're SSG. All they've got is Chino who can dash in. They have to land either a big-time pull from Sans, and then Bobby just has to hit the long shots, and that's about all you can do at that point. So I think these early starts here for Code OG, if they don't give up any kills or at least hold on to a decent blue star lead, or maybe get an early time. I think that's really all.
I realized that the popcorn that I was gonna make is microwavable popcorn, so I'm gonna wait until the matches are done before I make the popcorn because I don't want to miss anything important. Okay, there hasn't been any kills in a while.
The Space Station Gaming would not be able to walk up on. It's all about catching the melody when she tries to hold it.
And if it has to migrate for a while, then I'll probably just watch the stream on my phone, and then once I'm back, then I can suspect the computer. Okay, alright guys, be right back.
Will pursue and ends up getting 2. Dirty little double down, but Code OG still find themselves with a star lead after that exchange, and that's frustrating for SSG.
And you know what did it? Was the nest egg. It was the little nest egg in the bush right there. As good of a play as Melody made, it didn't pay off because Code OG were able to swoop in, grab the blue star back, and get the kill. And now with 30 on the clock, we're right back where we started. Code OG with a 1-star lead and the blue on their side.
One mistake from either of these sides, though, will mean the set. We're coming down to the business end of Bounty now, folks, in the magic hand. Catches the damage booster instead. Code OG going to be pleased about that one and shows it across the map. And these nest eggs, again, are continuing to be distributed on this line of scrimmage at the top of the map. Code OG, with 15 seconds left in the round, are in a commanding position. And another damage booster has been deployed. But Charles goes a little bit low. OG's also seen better days now. But Bobby Foley should make this a bit easier. Damage booster soaks up the damage. Charles is low, but Chino never gets to him. And Code OG chalk up a set of their own.
Fantastic adjustments in another close set. You know, after the first one, they went down. Melody made a nice play. I think more than anything in that game number 1, they just landed a big-time gene pool that gave them a lead. They were able to hold on and kind of run with it the rest of the way. But in games 2 and 3, Carl off the rip gets you a blue star. They sat back, relaxed, and the more time that they added onto that clock, the less aggressive that SSG were. They just fortified their defenses, and it was just impossible to walk in there.
Those gene pools are really coming in clutch today. Not for round 2 and 3, as you mentioned, Kenny, though. Beautiful adapted by Code OG. They turned things around after losing that first round. And even there in the end, it looked like SSG still had every chance to turn things around in that last couple of seconds. Code OG didn't really go aggressive. They were just staying back. And yet still they got another team wipe, winning this set, evening out the score overall. It's 1-1 now. And Kenny, you were just talking about that gene pool. Sans still got the most DPS, but unfortunately not a single kill. That's odd.
That's tragic. I mean, Chino got 4 of the kills, and nobody else could really say the same. Sometimes that's how it goes, though. Gene just does so much consistent damage between the evil spirits, the poke damage from the regular shot. But nonetheless, I feel like Kodo G just had the lead pretty much the whole time. I mean, there was really nothing that SSG did to kind of break away or have enough of a lead to where they could be the ones to back off. And even still, they have Melody. I mean, Melody's not necessarily going to want to sit there and just buy her time. You know, you want to be up in the faces of the enemy team. So they had to have the mechanics there, and I feel like Kodo G's clever pick with the 8-bit actually worked out really well. I think having all of those health points and just heavy fire if a Melody did approach you worked out.
We were just talking about how maybe this region is onto something. I actually checked in the meantime. 3 picks from Melody in EMEA, only 1 pick in South America, and now in NA we've already seen her 3 times within just 2 matches. NA's onto something, but maybe Kodo G had the perfect answer here. You just have to counter that speediness, that quick play from Melody with some slow and steady, just battering down your opponents with the 8-bit Uber.
Yeah, just get a brick and basically sit it on the middle of the map and okay, bro, okay, we are extremely boomer pilled today, guys. What is going on? The Tyra first pick here on Gem 4. We've seen her banned, honestly, on this map. Obviously, she's very potent at catching out the enemy gem carry, and she's super good at bullying a side lane, providing that she can, get up there. Psychic Enhancer has had some value on some bushier maps, but you expect to see help from beyond here to punish some of those single-shot brawlers. Tara's good, but again, she is somewhat short range. She can definitely be exploited by other brawlers that can dive on her, so we'll see what the Carl has to say about that.
Tara is honestly probably the most played brawler I would gander just leading up to practices on this map. It's been an early selection for a lot of North American teams, including Kodo G, including SSG. I think a natural response here makes sense to be Carl, especially since it escapes the ban stage. You get the Incendiary, which Reddy praises because of how much damage it can do, and reasonably so. That's why it's often in that ban stage, in that pick stage. Yeah, and as well. But I think most importantly, in this situation you're looking at on paper, it pierces through every single one of those Tara spawn links. I think that's just going to be a great matchup in general. Now we see Bobby picking up a Stu here, which is known not to do well into Tara, especially with the extra spawners that she brings out. But I think because they have the Carl, they maybe feel more comfortable with this.
Yeah, just a safe mid. I think it's a great gem carrier. Someone who, can use that super to steal one of the enemy side gem spawns, right? Because that's what you really want to do to get that early lead, is try and get at least one of them. If you can get 2 of them, that's amazing, because obviously that puts you, 2 ahead, and it's hard to interrupt that kind of countdown. But okay, Jackie coming through here. I like this look again. She's very good with that hypercharged pneumatic booster. Also allowed her to close the gap very quickly. We'll have to, see if it's going to be a hardy hard hat or counter crush selection here. I'm thinking probably the former if you expect this last pick from Space Station to be a little bit more long range oriented. But now there is a Jackie delivery system in the dimensional door for OG, and also we've seen that Walkie can be very powerful. Very uncommon to see Grey bring the sort of grand piano gadget that blows up the map. It's really narrow. There's better brawlers at breaking open the map, like, Griff, for example. But yeah, Grey, incredible for setting up these kills. And so Surge gets picked up, a bit of a lane bully, so to speak, someone who could really dominate a particular side of the map, and is not weak necessarily into any of these matchups.
I like this composition for Kodo G, I'm not going to lie to you. I think the Surge is going to be great at trying to address both Grey and especially Jackie, of course, but it's just such a common strategy that's emerged over these past couple weekends. NA having the benefit of, seeing what every other region comes up with, what their answers are for all these maps, what their drafts end up being. Grey plus tank, especially Jackie on this particular map, is such a common strategy now. I've seen it a ton in scrims leading up to this week, whether that's Jackie being that brawler, Hank depending on the team, Buster obviously in the ban stage, and Ash honestly to be an answer to a lot of this. So I could see it happening. I'll say the same thing that I'll say about this instance as we said a lot about Grey Jockey or Grey double tank. You don't have to be the best the whole time on Jim Grab. You just have to make the big play at the end. This time, though, Kodo G are the ones actually starting out hot.
Jeez, I mean, second best is getting farmed by Bobby, though. That's constant levels and constant supers for invulnerability being picked up by that Surge. Dimensional Door being used here. This is a way, in theory, for second best to get up in the face of Space Station. We talked about a Jackie delivery system, but that super left a little bit to be desired, Mr. Second Best. That was average. Bobby able to turn around and deal with the Jackie. Kodo G have done well. I mean, OT especially has done well to continue to accrue gems throughout all this chaos, but he hasn't really been getting too involved in the scrappy fighting on the periphery.
Second best just going to get right on in there. Sands dives away. The extra speed zone to help out. And they're still able to hold on to this. OG could be in trouble here. Bobby lands the tag. All the gyms spill, but Bobby can't take them. So they're still going to rest on the Code OG side. No worries yet, but I think more than anything, they just need to find some kills or just a way back into the gym for them.
Second brother, you are feeding. I'm sorry. There's not much you can do when you've got a level 4 surge on the other side here. Okay, make use of a hypercharged dimensional door seems good, but though that help from beyond is not exactly cutting it. Second best does appear at a good time. Throws a hyper super, and Bobby is still able to avoid it. That should tell you just how powerful Surge is when it comes to that. And OG, oh, what a super away. I thought his goose was cooked, folks, but he does escape for a time, but only a time.
Alright, sorry that took so long, but I'm back. I was watching on my TV right when the replay happened for the last match. You'll have to catch me up on what actually happened during that match.
So basically,
Bobby has begun the countdown.
This is not over yet. Hyper
Yeah.
Charles is still available, and second best has a super. Jackie to Jim Carrot Charles going for gold.
Oh, wow.
With only Chino, Sands still alive and well. They have to get this gym in the mid, and they will. A reset, a pull, and Sands has to
Oh,
take
wow.
a gadget out of desperation just to play a little defense. This is
Oh,
far
wow.
from over, folks.
Okay, map control's good, but Chino steps up. Second best throws that super down. It's a Space Station Gaming countdown.
Yeah.
The gems are spawned on Code OG's side, though, and Bobby knows he needs to...
But I did see that Code OG won the last game.
Chino caught out by gravity. OG looking to come forward, but Sands
Alright.
going to be able to dash it away. And OG can't fight right now.
See?
It's too far away. Another little gem spawning out here. Cuts now. Chino wants to come forward. Chino Jack used to create a bit of space. Right in this other part of the map, but now back and forth. Countdown's being picked.
I'm okay.
Code will be another second.
Oh, God.
Oh, and this is bad. Charles is going to scoop all these up, so it's tied. But Sands obviously with complete control of the mid. You're going to grab
It completely changes.
second best diving it into a hard counter. Hypercharge goes down. Bobby cycles another jump. A dive away. 639 HP. He's going to stay up here. They're down to 8 gyms. And it's a lot on the outside. They're able to pick this up. The 15th gym, of course, what matters. It's SSG who scoops it.
10 seconds left. That's the gem the Code OG need to take, and they don't have the option. It's a backwards teleport.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nah.
Untouchable. Running literal rings around them there. A very,
What a shame.
very competitive first game. Needs to keep a lid on it there. That one could have gotten away from them, but they did such a good job of avoiding those Tara supers.
That's a stress Sands right there. You don't often see the guy like that, but he was stressed. An important note, too, for the folks at home, you don't want to see probably your latter game. Let's go for a 15-14 score line. The most gyms that you can get is 29 on the map. So when you see that...
I don't know why you picked Jackie in like this kind of mode, though.
Back and forth. Whoever picks that up is going to have a huge advantage. So the fact that SSG were able to snatch that was a big reason why they walked away.
they can easily just spot you.
Best is doable as
Damn, I am
thrown
choking.
to space station time and time again. This time though, OG isn't able to benefit from the take a 3-gem lead. Sands has already managed to pick those up, but Charles has run all over the place on the right hand side, so can wrap around a little bit, put pressure on. But this is a good response from SSG. Turning around and dealing with a Tara like that, though, forces them to give up their mid control for a time, so they return to this part of the map with a player advantage, and eventually Code OG probably have to respect it.
Oh, second best getting right on in there. Now he's a hypercharged super, which interacts really well with Chino's super. He can kind of disrupt the Carl tailspin. There's just so many little interactions here. The Tara pets do well in this too. Jackie can deal with the Carl really well. A lot to go back and forth. I think this is one of these drafts where just you play 100 times and it's going to go differently each way.
Alright, it looks like Code OG has more gems right now.
Bobby gets picked up by a super from the Jackie, so this is much better for Code OG. And they've
Wow.
while these gems have been spawning. Another one will go
Also,
on the
did they
space
forget
side,
Peck
and
Ash?
OG doesn't quite feel ready to go and pick that one up yet, but a 2-gem lead is enough to work with.
They didn't talk about which. In the latest Brawl talk, they talk about which Mandy. That might mean that Peck Ash and which Mandy come out and say, "Oh! Oh, wow!"
He's got to get here and fix it. Charles, though, almost gets away with it. Second best pick up.
But, you know, they're getting them back.
For him, and he would have been able to pick up the countdown, but he goes into the teleporter instead. Chino, though, falls. Code OG, only 1 gem ahead. They could have had a countdown at this point, but Bobby is still a problem. But OG thinks he's able to...
No, they came back! No, the portal! No, yes!
Know how aggressive he can be here. Enough to get the gems loose, enough to get to 11, and then back out.
11's good. 3 is enough of a gap to where SSG now have to press forward. Second best hiding on this
6,
side. Charles there
5,
with the defense and
4, 3, 2, 1. Yes!
Gets the grab. Nicely played there. OG in this second.
Yeah, what a game.
Beautiful mechanics. You saw it there. He was actually the one getting aggressive towards that game to get them that gym count. He dove in, had a walking cane, made a nasty pull, and walked away with every single one of those. Really well executed from the big guy.
These guys are going to make it close. Make no mistake. They want it. They've been hungry all year. In fact, they've been hungry since late 2023, folks. Now Code OG showing why their composition can work. Second best was able to get much more done, and the big Tara catch from Charles was a highlight for me.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're, like, coming back in, like, every single match.
Dealing with this composition between the teleport that can constantly get you back in the middle, these Tara hypercharged supers, there's a lot of boom-bust potential here with Code OG, and that second game really came to fruition.
Second best looking to dodge these shots, but from the neutral fights here looking less ideal for Code OG. Bobby's also become a nuisance, already getting up to level 3. Funny, yeah, he can just... When that catches up, he can roll anybody. OG knows he needs to run in and bring him down, but
shoot.
the safety, the defensive architecture to move in and pick up those 2 gems. So this is still a gemless Code OG. Get your money up, boys! We need 10k by the end of the day, especially if you're going to be drinking that artisanal water. Bobby goes down. Chino, with only 1 gem in hand, will have to respect this hypercharge from the Grey.
Now they have plenty of mobility on the map, and Charles is just hogging this right-hand side wall, waiting to catch somebody off guard. Sands might know it. He has a dash away. Oh, and Charles with a whiff there. That's a tough look. You have to make those supers count.
Not great. Charles still with a hyper, though. He did use super, but can build up the hyper easily enough. Bobby in the mid. Charles has to respect this now. It's a little bit dangerous for the Tara. The ankle break.
Yo, no! Okay.
Bobby gets in and gets the prize.
That was crazy. The Carl, wow. Sheena was cooking for that team. But so everyone in that in Space Station is doing good.
We need to see a Tara super from Charles. It's the only way to get these gems out.
Yes, we need the Tara super.
Goes down. Charles puts the hyper now in advance. Doesn't get a super off though. And it's another SSG set. Another set that goes down to the slimmest of
that was an intense game.
One of the more dominant ones we've seen out of SSG though. It just felt like Code OG made too many mistakes in that third one. I mean, when it came down to it, Tara Super's miss. We saw a dimensional door interaction.
That could be true.
Another one there. I mean, so
I am seeing his pattern. All right, we got 1 minute to play a game.
That's just part of the reason why you drafted.
So far, unusual. So far, very close. It's another.
All right, I'm just logging back in to Brawl.
Really wants to take out their opponent, to take out their own former teammate. It's honestly stressful to watch those 2 face up against each other. Charles on 14 kills, Gino on 17. This was a round of rounds. Again, we
Hello, DS Hub to the stream. Welcome.
overall, we have a lot more kills. Yeah, gems picked up on both sides. Both sides could have won this one. I could not predict what's happening next year.
Look, I mean, the fact is, and I think Kenny brought this up, Charles has one big super, and then the game is over, right? Therefore, we never say never when we have this kind of match, right? A second round went to 29 gems. That's always exciting. Charles was hitting with these supers, or rather, Space Station maybe wasn't respecting them.
That was an incredible match.
Did a great job. The way he sets up these dimensions.
Not that we won, but like it's not that they won. It's just that was an intense match.
Finally, second best started to find a bit of a rhythm, but you kind of last pick Jackie, leave yourself open to the surge counter pick. That is pretty rough. You saw what Bobby was able to do in that first round. Carl also super valuable here. I think that honestly just being first kind of hurt Space Station in the end is rather Code OG, excuse me.
Because if that super was not there, Charles could have easily just escaped that and the countdown was going to
Yeah.
We're heading on to Golden Gulch. The possibility
Like he got the hypercharge, but he didn't activate the super.
is here now. It's very close on arm's length here at Code OG. They want to prolong now. It's 2-1. They are the ones in the back foot. They need to push here for one more set to still have the possibility to make it into yet another semi-final. Penny.
Yeah, and I call it unusual for Charles just because he's such a good player. I mean, just a couple mistakes there. You could even see in the highlight reel kind of what I was talking about. And in the stats, 14 kills. He was great throughout most of that set, but it's just little interactions like that, especially in these matches where it's going 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, or 2-1 overall on the scorecard. It's just one of those that every little pixel is going to matter. This scoreline could be going a number of different ways right now, just based on how these sets have gone, and I expect all our goals to be about the same.
Oh, Venus is here.
Absolutely.
I tried to throw the Morning Star at the Colts, but it did not work out as I was expecting. And of course, Gus has his, okay, he had his shield for a second.
If they are being left up, right? Maybe it's Tara. These guys like to stick to their guns and stick to what they know quite well. I'd be frustrated about that last game. I think people at home should know that when a commentator uses the phrase unusual or interesting, that means that something's a little bit something.
Yeah, I'm running.
I do feel like Sonny, there's a little bit of criticism being leveraged at Kodo.
Alright, it looks like Ducky is back. We got Hank. Nice. It's getting pretty small though.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was giggling, by the way, because I do that so often. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Because I don't want to be like, bashing on the draft of one of the two teams. So I'm just like, oh, okay, that's new to me.
That was crazy.
Kodo G, they look
We still got number 2 though. I'm not complaining. And I got 7 trophies. I'm at tier 13 with Lumi.
Number 1 in Gen 4. Kodo G seems to be able to adapt and change their gameplay, their strategy to, in the end.
We got the draft. There we go.
So far, the equation seems to be if Space Station Gaming stew, then they win. If Kodo G crawl, then they win. And if Stu and Carl are both on one side, namely Space Station Gaming, then they win. Again, this NA region turns out to be one of the most aggressive so far in all of the last 3 monthly finals. Kit, Lumi, Jean are going to be banned out by Kodo G. We have RT, Lu, and Hank on the side of Space Station Gaming. So a lot of rage, but also that Hank that they just don't want to see in this draft at all, Kenny.
Yeah, I think Angelo probably in the cards here is a first overall choice, just the long range of being knocked out. I think just a very safe one to have, and I know this is a team that has favored a good bit. It's going to be Buster here. I think it makes a lot of sense too. As a first pick, you run the risk sometimes of getting countered down the line a little bit, but I think on this particular map, it's going to work out a lot better. He's just so good for the game mode.
Yeah, and also Buster is a very powerful brawler when you want to. Your strategy involves you making a move at the end of the round once the gas closes in. We used to see like a Melody Buster Max combination where you just sit and you just wait till the end of the round, and then you come out with a montage, and all of a sudden you're good to go. The Kodo G kid have a ton of opportunity to kind of counter that, right? They now can think twice about how many projectile-based balls that they want to evolve in the draft process. I think the Daryl's very powerful, especially with that hypercharge. Durable enough to absolutely flatten Buster at close range and not worried about the disruption he has by a slow-mo replay. So, good little pick here. Ollie is always concerning to anything that has a component that wants to dive, because the hypnosis is an extremely powerful deterrent.
I was kind of waiting to see if they would go for this double tank. It's something that's become more common, especially on Gold Arm Gold. I mean, Bell has the range.
Alright, they got Bell and Daryl, but Space Station got Mandy. Space Station got Mandy. That's interesting. But they got Bobby is using Ollie.
And then as things let loose, as the fog closes in, they're going to be looking to deal with those, Buster Supers that have been charged up. Now they can go in. They're just going to be waiting until they get that utility to kind of make their move.
I don't need to look at your power cube.
I like that a lot. Someone with that no range to rival or even.
I think they're starting soon.
This is so interesting. First of all, many obviously.
Kenji! Ooh! Charles chose Kenji. Interesting pick. I'm just gonna leave the game just because the match is about to start. Man, this has been intense.
Damage really quite well with that star power. So it's a ton of fun. You've got Daryl and you've got Kenji. So Code OG still, man, they really want to throw down Kenji.
Yeah, to your point, Kenji showed up once yesterday, and I believe that's the only time this monthly finals. It was 1-for-1, so trying to
Alright, it started.
streak here. It's a very unique brawler right now, especially when you're looking at all the HP on the other end. Second best is just going to get arrested. Look at this, he's diving right on, and he already has a super. Slices his way through multiple brawlers. A Buster Shield to reflect. It's ultimate trade. Charles goes down. It's going to be a 1.
Come on, Bell! Bell! Bell, come on!
Okay.
Come on, Bell.
Yeah. We're about to find out. Because probably
Pressure on Bobby.
he probably needs the ability to duck emoji if he wants to win a fight like this. Here come the nest eggs. They're a problem. Bobby has the gadget that, okay, it is going to be the dash gadget. That's nice. OG stunned up, Bobby. He's marked. What? That's a draw?
It's a draw! Oh my god! That was crazy.
Now, folks. Let's run it back.
Oh my goodness! Well, one round here would make a huge difference. It guarantees you're not taking an L. A pull through, the gadget goes in. Bobby connects. Now it's a double dash here. Kenji in the air. Look out, folks. He's going to take another dive at it. Chino barely escapes it. Sans hyper.
Oh! Sans!
Charles rolls forward. It's a hard counter. He's got another one, though. The long
Yes! Let's go! Let's go!
Okay, bro. I thought that was supposed to be Daryl's MO. That is ridiculous.
That was crazy.
The extra damage. A very well calculated moment. Ridiculous stuff. Second best is to get in there and do some work. He wants to cycle those supers if he can. They use that Hosamaki healing gadget, presumably. But now we have a much more gentlemanly start to this round. We're going to play the long diagonal with our sharpshooters and hide our tanks in the bushes. Very, very based.
This is as civil as I think these two teams have gotten today. I mean, this is as quiet on the western front as it's gotten. Sans on the left hand and already has that supercharged up. He's going to play right next to Bobby. Several times now we've seen our tankier brawler dive in together.
Okay,
it's been coordinated. Now they've got these nest eggs building up too. So the more that I think OG can place down in the middle here, the better for them in the long haul.
You know, then with the penetrating gadget use, no hit though. Keeping score, and the sharpshooters hit each other once each. Here comes the gas though, that's concerning. Charles rolling on up in court though, inside the hypnosis. Sashimi comes through, Chino goes low, Sans has seen better days as well. A great super from second best. This time to make sure there'd be no Mandy play. We have a draw.
That was a draw. That was crazy.
I can't believe we have this graphic. I mean,
That was a crazy
we
match.
have a draw, like break, not just a round, game period. That's insane.
They stole the second match.
Yeah.
Seen that graphic? I'm very surprised that we have one prepared. That's
Great job, team.
that talk about getting ready for any eventuality. So we're running it back just like we would on a Brawl Ball game. Charles got absolutely rolled, but Sans is still low, and second best can get in there. Now thinking twice about it. Backs out, had the mobility to at least chase to even the odds, and Chino developed super. We'll look for a chance to make use of it.
Kenji gonna get sneaky once again.
Well, the bounces hit.
Getting right on into hypnosis though. Oh, they didn't finish the job with second best though. Bobby went right and he's gonna die. A miss
Bobby.
out of Chino. And what looked like was going to be a good round for SSC.
It's a Kenji and a Bell versus Mandy. Come on, Kenji.
At best, they've been trading. Chino does actually eat a nest egg there, and it's free damage for OG. Just take the Mandy low. This means second best can encroach a little bit more. Gadget pop for Chino, but it actually is outranged. OG's able to get out of there. Hypercharge would love to save it for the next round. Because SSD are playing a comp with two tanks. He'd love to soften one of them up with the mark, and Chino doesn't want to give any super. Into the gas he goes now. Try and get this one over and done with. He'll have a hyper super for the next round. This is a good start for Code OG.
That was I think actually a really important tag there. The lack of feeding from Chino there was really good, but most importantly, got a hypercharge and a super. So now we're gonna have to watch out because they're all getting seeking the grasses. The first time that
Okay, is this the last round?
left and right.
Because they got a draw last round?
From either side. I think SSG want to get a surprise pop-off play here.
Space Station
Somehow.
wins this.
I think Code OG have a bit of an idea of what they're playing. Sans though has hyper montage.
And then we will get our
Chino with hyper sugar.
Pro Pass XP.
Obviously, that sort of forking super across the map. But it won't one-shot anybody, so some softening up needs to be done.
Yeah.
I guess you really put things down to the gas here. Code OG don't have supers on two of their brawlers, so maybe something Space Station Gaming are hoping to keep in place
So we're gonna write this one out.
They're all just spinning and dropping emotes. I mean, it's just hilarious to watch all these sprays go down.
Bro, what is going on
He
here?
wants to take the fight here. Bobby though takes the first hit. OG with the hyper ready. Super to back it up. This is dangerous now. Guaranteed hit of the mark goes on to Sands, and oh, the Mandy Super doesn't hit anything. Sands is in trouble. Bobby with the hypnotize will be done.
Come on, yeah!
Second best.
Let's go!
Just deserves.
Let's go!
There we go. A game going the way of Code OG.
Now they clutched.
Back on track. No draw this time. Just a clean sweep there from Code OG. A really interesting draft too. I mean, Kenji has only shown up one time in the monthly final so far. Made a nice debut yesterday in South America, but I mean, I never would have thought to look for this on this map, in this mode. Just love the ingenuity, and second best obviously.
I wonder how many times Lumi has showed up in the final, in the championships. I mean, this one Carl has shown up quite a bit.
This team wants to group up around
And yesterday alone.
And OG knows it. This Bell is, I mean, already has another super built up from one shot fired. As it was bounced between Chino, Sands, and Bobby. Back and forth it went. They've got to be careful of that to SSG. They are so concentrated, so grouped up. OG trying to rush Charles down, apparently, but instead, can he just flip the map?
Well, it'll be red rotating to this left-hand in. Sands has the super available. Chino just trying to look for Chags. And a big reason why I think more casual players love Mandy is because of the limitless range that she has. And that super cross court on the map. It makes a big difference. And just unfortunately, Chino just couldn't quite hit there with that hypercharge. That can be a swing of a game. Instead, it gave them the loss. We'll see if things change up here.
Okay, second best caught out just by that hypnosis. OG playing through the gas. Charles gets in, but also hit by hypnosis. Clean sheet there for Space Station Game.
Yep.
Nice little round to pick up.
It might actually become a draw.
Nicely done by SSG in that round number 1.
But then that would mean that,
Right.
I should do
It's
more
gonna be
one.
on the left-handed. Everybody playing it safe so far. OG does have that super hypercharge ready to go. Once again, Charles is just going to sit there and charge his own super up passively.
Bided time now if you got OG. They really have all the tools they need to take a round like this away. And remember, as the round goes longer, OG can deploy more nest eggs.
Code OG is really using
To
their
take
map
over.
that they need.
Make it even riskier for SSG to try and take space. But they want to play more aggressively towards the middle of the map, because what they don't want is for OG to put traps in the center. Allowing him to do that would be devastating.
Makes things much more difficult for sure. Definitely can cause an issue, especially with a team that clusters up together. Like you mentioned, we've got Bell bound shots, Kenji to try to address that directly. Love to see it. Everybody's still taking some shots here. There goes the Gadget, second best, diving and goes down immediately. This is catastrophic. Hypercharge going down for OG, trying to make something happen here as Charles got
That Buster got his hyper.
No, OG low HP. Charles going in again. Bounce back and forth. Oh, he's got 5,000 HP, but
No!
OG away. It was close, but Space Station Gaming will survive that interaction and get themselves a game.
Alright, they got one more. They got one more, you know. It's not over yet.
That is absurd stuff. And you mentioned it, Kenny, a big mistake there. A catastrophic one for Code OG. Now, I mean, geez, these guys are determined to make this as hard for themselves as possible. It's got to be now. We need to see them win 2 out of the next 3 rounds.
Really interesting setup. So SSG sent a full 3-stack to that right-hand side. That is not traditional. The
Oh, you
norm
do?
would be left for your entire roster, and of course, from the red perspective,
What?
all right. Instead, it's SSG getting on the aggressive. They
Oh.
actually dropped a nest egg on this top left-hand end, too. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, because literally one little trip up at a pro level can make a difference.
And which as we are. Space Station kind of grouping up here because they're not too worried about the bell damage for the time being. Oh, what? Charles! Are you kidding me? He goes in! Quickly, Bob is able to respond though! Sands low! The damage is still bouncing, but between them, nicely done for Code OG. Charles just starts it off the good old-fashioned way, but the least subtle
Yes!
way to
Let's
do
go!
this you could ask for. That's what Code OG was looking for.
That was sly. And on to the fact that he cycled in another super to get out without dying was insane, because that could have been make or break right there. There's a real potential that SSG could have round that round. Instead, though, it's Charles surviving, second swooping in, OG with some taps. Beautifully played. I mean, both these teams just look so good today.
God, what is it with the games this weekend? They've been so good. SA, and now here in NA, this one's a nail biter. OG with the advantage, though, around to their name. Supers for 2 out of 3 of their brawlers. Space Station Gaming's comp wants to pretend to be as good as Code OG's. This is a round they must win. Big
montage up. Bobby also has the hypnotize. That's been a problem for Charles as he tries to dive in. Ollie really looked like an anti-tank on this kind of map. Chino, it's hard to play the Mandy here. Even with the gadget to penetrate these bushes, it is tricky. Second best is getting bored. Clearly, APM not high enough, even with the spamming of the pins. He's looking for an opportunity. Charles, rolling in the bottom. Hypercharge activated. They're going for Chino. Here's the wrap. Bobby goes in, though. Nice little stun.
Yes.
Gives second best.
All right. Next. No.
Chino marked it. Baby, you better believe we're heading to a fifth set to decide this one. We wouldn't have it any other way.
All right. That was a really good game. Wow.
We got all this.
Wow.
We had an SSG game win. We had Kodo just getting some. But most importantly, we're on set 5 yet again, folks. I feel like it's just...
That was intense. Wow.
Just so much action to unpack. I felt like this was going to be a 3-2 SSG before that, and now that we're here, these teams feel really evenly matched. Again, Kodo D made a big splash last month. These two teams are exactly the same on the leaderboard, had the exact same results in month number 2, and now we get the reunion of Bobby and OG. We're going to get something special here.
We just got 4 rounds of knockouts. How crazy is that? Did you ever cast that before? I didn't. I'm absolutely loving how close all of those sets have been.
Wow, this has been a really intense championship.
Even get a draw on knockouts over. Yeah, at this point, I really don't know who could take it. Did you ever cast 4 rounds of knockout?
Not sure. Actually, it's been a few years. Honestly, my time in Brawl...
I'm gonna call my aunt real quick. Be right back.
But I just love
I forgot to unmute my mic. I'm so sorry about that. I like left for a second, so I had to mute my mic. I'm so sorry that I forgot. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassing.
Matches in knockout, we had a draw in there as well. We had sets that
I accidentally muted my mic.
of the sets still took at least a game, made it look really, really close, and we did go all the way to set number 5. So it really looks like those two teams could have both been sending the semi-finals. Now, Space Station Gaming, it is, and they have to face up against Tribe Gaming next, Kenny.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming, of course, can be one of the representatives here from North America at the Brawl Cup. They're legitimate. They're looking for a three-peat, and I think they're the favorites to do so. Three-peat in North America is a big deal, too. There's been very few times in history for this region.
BC Gaming.
But on the quarterfinal side for the other end, BC Gaming. Big question marks coming in today. Another man with the birthday I hear is going to be playing for them.
Yeah, that's a great point. Obviously, was it Chino, right? Is 19, I think, is what we found out. Yeah, and I don't even know, guys, if Space Station Gaming have gone up against Pride yet in a monthly finals. I could be wrong, but I don't think they've managed to get there. So that could be a fun little tidbit here. Again, two teams that are really familiar with each other at this point, but it just feel like Tribe is their best
Also,
game.
like, it was like win, lose.
Kenny, which of the following brawlers have you mentioned the most? Hank, Jackie, or Barley? Just in the last set.
In the last set in particular, I mean, Barley would make the most sense. I mean, 707 DPS is pretty ridiculous, but Hank was certainly a menace with Bobby.
Let's see if either Barley or Hank got the MVP vote from the people watching, and it was Sense.
I don't mind it. Don't mind it. Anytime you have 707 DPS, that's a pretty easy click of the MVP vote for me.
I mean, yeah, really well played. Sans for me is the guy that sort of ends up being the
Why did you leave?
team. We saw him start out on the Gene. Great showing, I think. You know, on some of these maps, we
What?
really have to be centimeter perfect. He's the kind of guy that, you know, this team rises.
They're cutting out.
The balance is with him. He's a gem carrier, of course, here on Gem Court. I remember watching him just like randomly start picking sweep to that World Finals and look incredible. And I think the Barley was great. The fact that they had that in their back pocket, that Space Station have access to, again, a thrower who can really punish Berry and just to have that extra range plus hypercharge potential is very handy. It's got them a long way.
Kenny already teased it a little bit. Our next match is going to be BC Gaming versus S-Timon. One of the two is still in the race for the Brawl Cup, but they're under a lot of pressure.
Wait, Tyler is back?
To win the next match in order for them to still make it. And
No,
a team
basically
this
said,
hasn't won a single match so far in the monthly finals. We're going to find out if BC Gaming is going to be the first one after the
You
break.
can't really, you can't really, it's cold there.
Okay.
I think the best thing our team have is being a really good team or very aggressive
Any
brawlers.
suggestions in chat?
The last thing someone said was that they couldn't hear me.
A lot, so maybe that's its own big weakness.
Let's do some
I think we make a really big chance to make Brawl Cup. We make 2 finals in a row. That's impressive because we are a team underdog, I think. So we are really, really impressive. Like, I don't know how we got it, but we pro.
Tyler went offline.
We play with the hero. That's all. I think
Oh, there we go.
Mark of thing was Elevate. That was our much more close on monthly finals. That was
Alright.
double match point. So I think that was the more top. And they're a really good team. They have a problem the last month, but I think they are a really, really strong team on the night.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all, 50%! Crazy Raccoon! That's short! Which region is the best in the world right now? They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person.
I'm assuming that Mr. Gamer's guy in chat in the stream, but again, he won't even.
It's day number 4 in the April monthly finals. We're in North America. Ready? You know both of them, OG and Bobby. How is it to have watched those two face up against each other now?
Man, I mean, I've spent the last couple of years watching folks that I'm actually quite close with face each other here in these monthly finals, and this is not really any different, except for the fact that we watched these guys be such close teammates for a while. In fact, if you like watching some content outside of this, you've got to check out this video that the Score Esports put out, where they talk about how Bobby and OG were enemies before they ended up becoming this dynamic duo that wound up taking things.
Someone just asked to join, so I'm letting him join.
Definitely something worth checking out.
Yeah.
It's sad to see one of them knock each other out, but it's a good move for SSG.
The code is on the screen.
Run through the early part of the season.
Yeah,
Oh, this guy I was already friends with.
Both of you are probably close with a lot of those players, and they're coming to your home ground, at least some of those. Whoever heads to the Brawl Cup is getting the chance to play for a monthly final, World Final slots and 2 LCQ slots, and there's also a possibility to go watch all of those teams. Get your tickets now.
We only got a minute to play. Actually, well, more like
Gotta get my hands on a pop socket here.
2.5 minutes.
With the sticker pack, I don't know, a lot of good stuff.
Come on, guys, get ready.
We're going to kick things off here right away with match number 3, quarterfinal number 3. Is it going to be just as close between those two? BC Gaming, Petty is subbing in for Vegeta today. They're still aiming for their Brawl Cup qualification, but they're under pressure. SGMN, for the monthly qualifiers, it was either Eternal or them. They in the end
but we cannot play until these invites get through.
By simply beating BC Gaming here already.
There we go.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to have a tough journey ahead of them, okay? Because S-Team, they've had a rough start to the season. BC Gaming are having a rough start to this monthly final. I mean, they have someone filling in for one of their core members of their roster. Patchy is a good player, but Patchy's retired. I mean, he's a sub.
Gave a pretty good keyword here for Kenny. Petchy is coming back. We didn't see him in quite some time in esports.
Yeah, I mean, announced retirement after the World Finals. Obviously had an incredible run, and, I saw him practice with a few players, and this could just be coincidence, but this guy's beaten STM in his organization a lot.
Who do you think is the next brawler after Kenji to get a hypercharge skin? Well, who do you think should get a hypercharge skin? What? You're cutting out.
I think April would be a really good hypercharge.
Yeah. My scene spirit, help me out. Damn, that makes him hard.
As you mentioned, they faced up against each other in the March monthly finals. In the quarterfinals, it was 3-0 for BC Gaming.
I think they're starting pretty soon.
Yeah, they're starting pretty soon.
Wait, you need 20 gems? I thought you only needed 10. Well, this is 5v5, so I guess it's different. Yeah.
They are playing with
Yeah.
which is just not their usual squad. And I even got the chance to chat just a little bit.
Pretty sure they're still doing a drafting thing after, so.
Patchy, are y'all feeling good? And he just went, no. I'm like, wait, what? What? No. And it can't be as simple as one word, but they are outside of their comfort zone. This is not the squad that they've drilled. This is not who they're accustomed to drafting with as well. Patchy, of course, is typically like the drafter, at least he was last year.
Yeah, how about hypercharge charge up? I could not use it.
Like here in some capacity in terms of draft, but he won't get to be on the battlefield.
Maybe they just want to keep it a secret, They want to keep it interesting, the stakes high.
That was crazy.
After all, they and Stripe Gaming have been the only ones ever going into a grand final in this region. Very top-heavy region overall. They're a whopping 40 points above Pioneers. That means BC Gaming only has to win their quarterfinal, and they would already be taking that second slot in the World Cup, Kenny.
A lot to be done, and a lot of pressure, obviously, with this substitution. And, I mean, like you guys have mentioned, Apache is no slouch. He's been around the scene for a long time, has competed at the highest level. Back in the NA West days, he was very familiar with facing STMN, but obviously it's a new look for this roster and this organization. So, completely different. I'm excited to see if he comes...
So they're going to be playing Brawl Ball, Hot Zone, Bounty, Gem Grab, and Knockout. With Knockout being the very last thing.
It looked pretty solid. Usually when you lean on a substitute,
yeah. So in terms of who I voted for, who I predicted,
which is a little surprising to be honest.
I predicted BC Gaming. They did pretty well. The South American team did pretty well yesterday, especially with that comeback at the end of that match. And plus, BC Gaming has a way higher win rate, so I feel like they're gonna do really good here.
Today could be going a little bit different already.
I mean, I think they're certainly hoping so. But the folks in the audience seem to be siding with BC Gaming in a which can't fault you.
Imagine like our team wins and then I just act like and throw popcorn all over the place. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
I don't think that's really going to be going anywhere with just one player out of rotation.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they have in store.
Yeah, we're just waiting for her to pick her brawlers, man.
Kenny, we see some of the important brawlers now banned out, Blue out of the question. So I think something like Stu, which would usually be a first selection here, is probably also going to be deprioritized.
The interesting one for STMN that they've actually chosen a lot in practice.
Well, they chose Chester,
so I'm curious to see
STMN.
if they go for the crazy pick or a little something out there that we're not used to seeing off the ring.
Time for the shroom and
I would say that's the number one most picked brawler still available for them, at least on this map. Some other interesting ones that come up. We see Meeple a good bit. Stu, like you mentioned, I really like that idea as well. I think on a 2-3 turn, that certainly has legitimacy. And then Max is maybe another one that kind of is a mid-brawler, not necessarily on the range, but a great support.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the server first. Unmute my mic and add back the video capture device. Alright, now we just wait for Lewis.
At the same time, very, very useful for dealing with that. But STMN are looking for some way to actually confirm. They are able to do that with Chester and
Lewis Armis. Lewis Armis. Come on, get ready.
Pretty much the same reason. They do not want to leave this available to BC Gaming. But I still think that there are tools that BC Gaming can have at their disposal, like something aggressive that gets right on top of Carl, that's able to maybe stun him a little bit. Always going to be a strong option into Carl since he can get stunned out of that super, where he usually finds quite a lot of value. And maybe something for BC that also makes use of some of these walls. Ollie, okay, this one slipped through the draft, but I can't blame them too much because it hasn't really been...
I really want the emote that's just like, scrapbook moment!
Yeah, coming into the day, Ollie, 12 for 18, that puts him right around a 67% win rate.
Okay,
Doesn't include any of the stuff
the match is starting soon, so after the... So we gotta finish this game fast.
I would say overall, this gives them a little goal scoring capability as well. It gives them those health points that they're looking for. They've got the B, which I think is a fantastic brawler in this current meta. One of the better ones I would say for this map.
What brawler is he talking
about? Be in that band stage here, so the fact that they get that.
Oh, it started. It started.
A popular one on this map.
Guys, I'll put the game up in a second.
BC Gaming, opportunity to go to Dallas, win and end on the other end. STMN, a familiar foe.
Ball already being repositioned to the left side, where Evex is notably absent. Puck was trying to push into Patchy. I think they're going to isolate Patchy as sort of a point of putting on as much pressure as possible. This is an easy walk-in for Evex, though. He's able to do this right through Steel. He didn't have enough DPS to chunk down his HP.
Well, I gotta get that
They
surge.
have a couple of delivery mechanisms when it comes to getting that ball in the goal. No shot. MX
Just
looking
wait
for
there.
a self-pass.
Oh.
my
No,
goodness.
the first
Doesn't even
round
need teammates to enable
finished.
that one.
I don't
BC
think we'll be
Gaming
able to see this
rapidly
round, this
firing away
entire
game
match.
one.
Or at least I don't even think my chat will be able to see this entire match until. Like I don't even think I'm gonna play. We should at least have like a faster game mode so that we can actually see the matches in between.
It's just insane to see the growth. Now they're a top team in the region. They're drafting well. They're playing well. Just to go in here with the substitute, I can't say it enough. It's a hard
Why
thing.
do we have to play
Sonny said it.
5v5?
No other team has pulled this off. Will BC Gaming be the exception?
Well, certainly seemed to be the case in game number 1, but I think that was really just a fluke. As Teeman left their defense woefully open, and Evex was able to get a goal on his own. He's going to enable a kill.
Well, they'll be able to see the second part. Wait, did you
Quite vulnerable here on the right side. It's an easy one for Taco since there was no CC awaiting him over there. BC Gaming will still
Alright,
have a
I'm
chance
leaving
to
the friendly
get
for
back
now.
to Diego Gamer has this mid entirely
Just so we can watch the match.
picks up that kill on the right.
And I'm not gonna join a friendly next round, like even when they're drafting, just because I want to make sure that. And if we do end up playing it, please make it like a 3v3 mode instead of a 5v5 or like a showdown or something.
On the right hand, Taco's trying to make it happen. Good defense. Steel intercepts. And a complete team wipe there will save stamina.
Yeah, I'll make it a 3v3.
BC Gaming
Or a showdown, depending on how many people are playing with us.
S-Team-In are working with the Chester Hypercharge here. Here it comes. Breaks over the right side. Steel needs to pass it forward. Evex trying to intercept, but he's slowed down by the pop rocks. And S-Team-In has one goal advantage. They're still going to have to fight.
BC Gaming did win the previous round.
They're playing quite cautiously around it. Steel's going to pop that hypercharge. Still gets slowed. Now he's just going to bring that offense to a halt. S-Team still have that mid control. It could only be temporary. It really depends on whether Diego Gamer is able to make contact with these five.
I realized there's one brawler that I don't think has been used in the finals.
It's going to be a takedown early. Hypnosis.
Colette.
Dribbling to 2v2. Now down to 2v1.
I haven't seen Colette.
Downtown. Pain with a bucket to tie the set.
The Chester wall break has been crucial for enabling some of these goals. That was the mentality from the outset, that yes, he's a good brawler, but when you get that hypercharge, which you do pretty quickly as Chester, he's going to get a guaranteed bomb. Usually it's like a 1 in 5 chance. Now it's 100% as long as you charge it up enough. So that's huge as their goal scoring condition. Game number 1 was really just an acceptance. That one slipped through their fingers thanks to the solo offense there of the D-Bucks. They've done a much better job of locking down control of it, denying Diego Gamer his usual position in the middle of the
Game, but just the amount of damage they can pour out can deal with Meg pretty well, brings her down there, and then Evex, who's a tank, can shred through him rather quickly. Taco's now the last player standing for S-Team, trying to get their footing back in the map a little bit. Lola with an ego on her side. Evex trying to pierce through that with his regular shot. Patchy still working in pistol form. Rattled Hive does not hit the mark, but Pain will be surrounded. And he gets a nice little roll there to back the enemy side away, and Steel cleans up.
Patchy needs to stay alive. He's got that hypercharge, and he's taken down before he can get right back in the net. Diego Gamer's holding it down in mid, though. He's got that right lane held down. He's trying to back away from Steel. He's got that ego up now. Evex looking for a chance to play aggressive. He needs that support from Patchy with the hypercharge, but it would be a waste to do it now. He's burning all the way down to just about 3k HP. Still a chance for BC Gaming to take control here. They have the hypercharge available. Here comes Pain with one of his own, trying to push it his right side. He's pretty much fought off, especially with this hypercharge from Diego. Watching from Steel with the ego. That maintains the control for S-Team-In, especially with the wall broken open on the right side. That's one of Evex's strongholds now denied.
The hypercharge Meg, underrated. It can be real nasty. You saw the enemy team clumped up together, so Patchy just swung away, did a ton of damage from a large distance, but Evex has to multitask here. Pain on the right-hand side, Steel now rejoining him. Pain getting a little too close for comfort here, could go down. Patchy trying to find the follow-through shots, but Pain has been a nuisance. Lola on the map, dropping a spawner, doing a little extra work here. Tacos pierces through. Oh, so close to bringing both of those BC brawlers down, but somehow they survived.
30 seconds to go till these walls break open. That would definitely favor S-Team-In here with their range, but Diego Gamer is a brawler that that they have to watch out for. Now down to 25. Ball position towards the backside. Evex is going to go for it. He's got the double hypnosis. Diego Gamer doesn't have the burst damage to do it immediately, but he gets the kills in the end. Patchy now moving the ball forward. Just needs to go to Diego Gamer and needs to get it in. The slow slots it right between Pain and Tacos. Only a few seconds
Let's
to
go!
They don't have the utility to get this one in. Evex going to stall it out. And BC Gaming.
Let's go!
Set number 1 with that last second goal.
The difference maker was the play-making ability from BC Gaming. Fantastic work there just to get in some big-time buckets. I mean, those were not easy goals. The self-pass one in that game number 1 was flashy. In game number 3, as a buzzer beater, they get the perfect one in between the defenders. Just so well played.
Very well played. And A is tricked today with the stories, honestly. I was so ready to say, wow, STMN take that set. The pressure is surely on BSC right now. BSC on BC Gaming. Because they have to win that one to make it into World Cup.
Oh, crazy. That was actually crazy.
Take it in the end anyway. It was super close once again.
9 kills is crazy.
Steel especially, he did a phenomenal job on that Lola. A pick that
I'll be right back.
I saw
Uncle Lewis here for BC.
Now he just gets the 4th shot as part of his kit, and the star power now.
Alright, let's play like a round of 3v3.
So that's part of it, and then also just the fact that it gets hypercharge. That charges so quickly. The randomness is all gone. Like that hypercharge is guaranteed to be every single super in one. So it's just a good brawler right now. There's, I think, really not much more to elaborate on it there. Let's talk about what's happening here, though, Kenny. We see the Lou.
Hold on a second.
The Pogo's banned, so there's no counter there. You also see the
Stu!
But STMN knew that this
Looks like
was
STMN has some good
because
choices,
they got rid
unfortunately.
of pretty much a couple of the most important brawlers in this interaction of B and Poco in Lou. They've got that Stu that's going to counter the B.
Outro music.
Poco, of course, were nice into the blue, so I think now that they have easy access to avoiding that gadget, BC Gaming going to pick it up here. Stu, a very common brawler, and also shout out to BC Gaming, who I think did pretty well at researching the other end. Byron, not a common brawler pick on this map, I would say. At least not, one of our top 3 choices or anything like that. But Byron Ollie.
Let's wait a second. I'm checking my
I
subscribers.
think it's going to make STM and go for a different direction. Stu, a common pick. Bo has started becoming a more popular run. I don't think he's one of those brawlers that, is on the top of your mind, but given this ban stage, maybe a little difference in strategy here, STM are going to pick it up.
Okay, 4-5 now for BC Gaming. They could opt to just try and outrange this bow over here. After all, it is open zone. They're going to have to work around some obstacles as well. Ollie is the selection over here. Note that Hank has not been banned or been picked yet. I think BC Gaming are quite aware of what
People have actually watched my videos on TVs.
some of the counters, like We saw how powerful Drake.
Only 8% of the people who watch my videos are actually subscribed.
In general, as a response to that hate, not something that they want to toy around with too much. There's also the possibility of a thrower here, which they need to account for, which Ollie is going to help ameliorate, but it's difficult for them to play one of their own facing a Stu. Gone with the Meg once again.
Yeah, and when I see Meg, and just given what I've seen on this map in the past for practices, Lola's on the mind. They see Ollie, who has a lot of HP, can cover the distance, having the extra spawner. Yeah, I just think this is a natural answer and one that makes sense for the map already. So it's going to be the good pick there for STMN. We get Stu, we get Bo, who's going to have the mines for coverage. Lola as a matchup into Meg. Really interesting again from STMN. I really do feel like we have back-to-back where they haven't drafted poorly. Just BC Gaming came away with a little bit better skill in that first one. Maybe things change up here in open zone, but I do think this is another one where there's...
Kick Lewis for now.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a draft diff for STMN. I feel like they have it here. Reason being, like, check this out. I'm going to draw your attention.
The game is actually about to start. Oh, it just started!
Right now, that forces your opponent's hand.
Actually,
Because with B and Poco eliminated, it completely makes Blue
switch to the
available.
thing.
BC Gaming
Here,
knew that
slow
if they
down
didn't pick it,
browsers and
then
switch
they would
to
be giving
We're gonna get kicked out!
Now they're forced to pick it, and STMN decided, okay, cool, now that you picked it, I'm not going to go a single thing that's good into it. In fact,
Snake
I'm gonna
Thug?
Stu, which is good into that Lou. And we'll see that Lou has not been offered a single opportunity on the point just yet.
Patchy already downed as well.
Well, I'll still play, but I'm just gonna not show the footage.
By that pain brawler. Just a tough one here. Exploding off the start. You're starting to see those interactions that you were talking about.
Diego Gamer's still trying to find out how exactly he's going to fit.
Dang it, STMN is winning this by a long shot.
Anywhere to be seen. He's still trying to fight through this eagle on the left side where he's hit by Meanwhile, on the right side, Patchy and Evex were trying to leverage their health to get some kind of...
That's very true, actually.
All over by Steel with insane DPS and Tacos with the mobility to stay out.
I actually didn't see who BC Gaming chose. So Lou, Ollie, and Meg. Very interesting choices. For sure. I hate Fang, no. I hate Fang. I love Fang, but I also hate going against him.
Counting up to 100 here, STMN really running away with this one. BC Gaming, it felt like there was pretty much nothing that they could do. They could probably switch up the lanes and look for a more optimal matchup. I know that Lou was having a lot of difficulty into that Lola once she did get her Eco up. They're working with decently similar range as well. I think it's a little bit tougher to dodge a Lola shot than it is a Lou shot, because he fires in the short little burst, and then she has a little bit more range. She fires in a cone, and they do opt to change up these lanes. They're running Diego.
I think we may have actually played against Snake Thug.
But same things are happening all over again. Patchy neck on the right side.
It literally shows a Tribe Gaming
he's able to
thing on his battle card.
That first shot from Diego Gamer, but not the second one. BC Gaming are finally finding a way to make some use of the tools in their toolkit.
I think this is just going to be one of those where they really have to rely on the mechanics, and that is a great burst of damage there from Patchy. The hypercharge connecting not once, but twice. And now Patchy demect. It's going to be Steel. Facing down Patchy does get enough for that kill. They're going to be able to go for these mines a little bit. Vex going to dive right on top of it with the hoverboard activated and continue on. They have well over a 50% lead at this point.
But note that it's not because of the loot, because Diego Gamer has yet to get a super. He's got to be getting one soon. It's just difficult to hit those shots this loot. We'll see him take it down, and Tacos dancing all over everyone, healing up with Gassy Heal and getting good position on Evex and staying alive. This is a comeback for STMN. Now that they have this position, I think they can hold it quite similarly to how they did in game number 1. But this is, once again, a different strategy from BC Gaming. They all stack the left side.
A good chance for STMN to make that comeback, but Vex trying to have a direct answer. Hypnosis goes through pools of pain, and now pain just...
That's true.
All of his teammates are still alive, though, so even though Vex gets a trade, it's not going to be enough. Now STMN have taken over.
Patchy, back to old reliable on the right side, and finally Diego Gamer gets that super he's been working so hard for. It's going to be worth something because it keeps STMN from winning this game outright. They cannot continue to exist on this point. In fact, it gives quite a lot of space to BC Gaming, but not control at all. Tacos, once again, dashing all over them. Evex, denied any positioning, now counting up to 90%.
Diego Gamer was such a star player in that opening one, but this Lou pick, just not an easy one to pull off. Finally, they're able to expand a little bit of room. Oh, the mines triple Vex.
No! Alright, you know, it's 1-1 right now.
Now it's going to be all tied up here. 1-1 in sets. fantastic draft leads to fantastic results. That's often what we see at professional level.
This is the reason for the discourse about blind bans, and you know, some people expressing a little bit of frustration because with these blind bans, you can do stuff like catch your opponent off guard, enforce their hand, and picking a Lu that they're not going to be able to do anything with. This was IQ from STMN. This was well researched. Hats off to the analysts on this one.
One of the first sets we see closed out in a 2-0. Not a single game picked up.
That was crazy. That was very interesting. Now I think we have some time to get into a game.
The loader once again a pick. They picked twice now as to men, and they really feel comfortable with it.
The Lola just made a lot of sense, and honestly,
We just joined a team with Chili.
It feels like an outdraft. You're absolutely right.
So it's a 5v5, so you could play with us.
Kind of the mind games that we juggle with these pro players.
Not that he's on a, not that he's like on the call or anything.
But these guys are trying to trap people with their bans. They're going to make a first pick to try and bait you into something. This is just so much depth going into this, and to your credit,
Lou is a very interesting brawler right now.
They made a good 2-3 turn, and then they followed up with a nice counter pick. I really like this out of STMN, and it obviously paid off.
I think this also gets in their heads a little bit too, because like you're in this position where your hand is completely forced. Am I gonna have to play?
We have a full team
in these upcoming rounds. Jeez, look at that! Tied up on the DPS. Now, how often do you see that?
I think we saw it twice yesterday, to be honest with you, but it's so rare, and now we see it again. And also, when it's that just large of an amount, makes it even better. 10, 4, 5, 3, and then honestly, they were so close in hot zone percentage. I don't even know who you'd crown the MVP through there. I think it's literally just that 1% the game would just have to make a call.
For everybody getting their votes in on the event side, definitely a tough one to choose the MVP here. For me, also a huge surprise.
Imagine one of them uses the fun guy.
For example, in both cases, are the ones with the most kills. I guess in a pro
That would
player
be
case, you can
a
just drop
major,
those a bit easier, but they
major
definitely still had a lot
advantage
to say in
have-
depth.
and that's a great
Over to Layer Cake.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Pioneer.
Okay, who uses Nerd Squeak? I mean, yes, it's like the best skin in the world, but still, I've never seen anyone use it.
They're still contesting for.
I actually prefer the skin that Tyler
They
has
got
over
points to compete
Nerd
for,
Squeak.
but Brawl Cup comes down to STMN's performance here. That's a lot of dependence to put on another team, but this is kind of perfect, like best case scenario for Pioneers.
No, he had Demon Willow. I should have used Demon Colette.
100-0 outdraft. I mean, I don't even.
Two demon skins would have been crazy.
BC Gaming was completely helpless in that situation. Moving to a bit of a different one in terms of outdraft, I don't think that that usual trio that we discussed earlier is going to be one of like the main focuses of this one. There's a bit more diversity here on Layer Cake, and I would expect once again stuff like Hank, Gray, that usual duo to be a big part of this conversation.
I think this is another one where the band stage matters a lot for what teams are going to end up going with. We see something like Carl and Angelo, some more stereotypical ones, but other ones like Hit. If Kit's out of the band stage, then that literally limits other brawlers from what their strategy is going to be pulling off. Gray also in the mix here too, Sunny. So going to be interesting to see what these teams like to go for. There's been a lot of mind games going.
A lot of mind games.
Looks like Tyler's cooking.
Terra, for example, has come out today. Cadelius Melody has had a huge comeback, so I won't be too surprised.
It really has. She really has.
To this one as well. We're still waiting for the bands here. On Layer Cake, as you two mentioned, it's one of those maps where the usual 10 brawlers that are very strong, the current meta, could show up once again. Juju is very strong, Carl, Hank, as you mentioned, and some of these have been left open. I only see the Hank ban here, and then triple tank ban actually from STMN ready.
I'm seeing 3 brawlers that would be pretty good against Carl, and so maybe they decide to go that direction. It keeps things a bit more open.
Shade. Ooh, they chose Shade. Well, not STMN chose Shade, and I don't know why.
Just the hazard is like, okay, if BC Gaming decide to lead with a Brock or something, then Shade kind of doesn't have any ball assist inside of them.
Shade's a really popular one, and your mind went to Carl, which I think makes a lot of sense.
You should have stuck with Willow, because I have Demon Colette and that works too.
Especially that Jackie.
But let me actually just make sure that I have I switch to Demon emote. Lewis went offline. Tyler's gonna want to kick out Lewis. Well, we can't get ready because he's offline. Tyler, oh, there we go.
It seems like that's probably what they were intending to go, and maybe counting on him to be banned by the left-hand side is a little extra likely.
Okay.
Yep, they're about to go into a match. They chose Ollie, good choice. Actually, no, they're still drafting. We got like a minute. We got a minute.
One, but that was because he just wasn't.
We got a
getting the
minute.
support. Like individually on the stats, Ollie was doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Like Ollie and Doug were both doing their thing. It was just moves.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I accidentally turned off my iPad, so I'm gonna have to reset everything up. Let me just.
Because you have that CC, you're able to pull them out of position, stuff like that. You can keep it safe.
Alright. Who is STMN choosing? Ash?
And also keeps it relatively safe against throwers. Unless
They're choosing some interesting brawlers for this mode and map.
It's an aggressive strategy.
Who knows? I could do really good.
Because often we see things like a Kit go with Daryl or all.
I have no idea though.
That option opened in North America is definitely
All is a really good counter for Ashes.
I like this aspect though in general. I think it's an underrated option here on their kick, especially to these other teams.
Yeah, that's true. They're both tanks. Although that means that I'm just saying we because that's the team that I rooted for. Oh, they got that. Pogo is meta, so. Hopefully the other, I forgot who the other person's name. Hopefully Diego chooses a good counter or like just a good brawler for this map.
Right now, which is B, because BC Gaming don't have any walls.
I swear, every single time they've been banning Lumi.
So this is going to be a tricky one for BC Gaming. How do we do something that counters that Poco and also
Mortis?
Like enables the Gene?
Oh!
The route that they have decided to take. Okay. So the way that the Mortis is going to operate here is pretty much target that Poco, go towards the back.
Really good counter for
It's
every
going to be
single
difficult for him
assassin
to face against Shade because Shade can
every
really
single
sit
brawler you
inside
can
the
actually
wall.
bully, but
I guess they decided that this is their most effective option here.
Not really a lot.
It seems like that is the route that they have decided to take. I'm actually interested to see how this goes.
Making it so that STMN has to play offense first.
I think that was a tricky spot to be in, to be honest with you, because STMN's strategy is, while obvious, not easy to deal with. And you brought up a great point. Even if they want to go something like a B, maybe, well, they've got spawners that Ash has on the map. It's good into Poco, but, you know, if Shade runs through the walls, what are you really going to do? You're going to have less angles. Really curious to see how this one goes down, because Mortis, on paper at least, obviously, it's not the easiest brawler in the world to pop off with. Does make sense to some of these brawlers.
That's true. Like what that announcer just said is straight facts.
Evex was thinking about it. Diego Gamer kind of left.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Okay, they are winning by a little bit, but hopefully the Ollie can get into the Poco. Good.
Do better than go all out to try to get that kill.
But I will say that Poco is an interesting choice for this mode.
Really well played by Patchy.
Responsible for a blue star.
Yeah, especially with the tuning fork gadget.
Off on the other end, but it doesn't leave them with any kills. Instead, it's Steel getting a nice tag there, paying forced away. The hit goes through though. Patchy smells blood in the water and he's gonna go for it. Oh, but he
Yeah. Okay, well the super for Ash just kicked in.
He's playing a brawler that came out after he retired from competitive Brawl Stars. It just follows that you might make a mistake like that, where you're unable to attack during your super, and you're not able to tank all three of those shots from Pain. But it was a darn close matchup. Here comes Tacos taking down Evex, especially with the assistance of Steel.
Dang it. I saw that they had a high win rate and was expecting them to like do pretty good.
Some greatness from BC Gaming, but it just wasn't enough. I think that STMN drafted them into a corner.
I agree. I think that was a really hard spot. I mean, to see Mortis be that 6th pick, it has to have perfect matchups. That's just the way it goes. We're going to have to either see some adjustments for BC Gaming or maybe a little less careless with these stars. Effects diving in. Going to grab that blue star.
Okay, the Gene doing pretty good.
Favorite in terms of the speed, the dash. They're able to get that, but he's the aggressive brawler, so giving him that blue star, it's nice at least for the beginning, but you have to hold it throughout the whole game.
FX needs as much help as he can get here. He was deep in the back line.
Oh, yeah, he could have used some help.
We're getting pummeled.
Yeah, the Shade is really putting pressure on everybody.
Yeah. Just more util. Excellent.
Mortis is. They did come back. It looks like the Ollie could have gotten. He was close to getting the Poco.
And we'll see Pain continue to kind of spank them on the bottom left. Nothing that they can really do against this guy who's trapped inside of the wall.
Oh, and he's rapidly firing away. Look at all these supers he's cycling. Pain's moving a million miles.
Oh, wow.
He'll miss it. They're going to
Dude.
A minute and 6 left, and they hit 20.
The fact that that speed stacks is just hilarious. He was rewarded very, very handsomely for his efforts over there, keeping the enemies on the back lines. And once again, he got to see...
You know, BC Gaming still has a chance. This happened yesterday with the South American team, so
has the ability to hypnotize you.
hopefully this happens again.
Cancel it all out. That is why Poco is such a focus, and he's a brawler in the forefront of the current meta.
How did ST-Men prepare for today? I want some what they're having, honestly. They looked phenomenal. And it looks like they need to catch a train or something. That was one of the quickest bounty sets we've seen all weekend. Mine was last weekend too. That Shade first pick worked out perfectly. And on the other side, yes, Kenny, you mentioned Mortis needs good matchups. But it was the last pick. So you'd think that they thought Mortis had good matchups here.
It may have just been the best of what is left. I think this is really difficult to draft into, and when you see the bans, they picked that Shade first overall pick, again, very intentionally. They removed 3 brawlers that they felt like were going to be a pain for him to deal with, and also, another underrated part of this combo, Poco into the Ollie for the Hypnosis. That gadget interaction was really clever. We talk about Poco with the Lulu oftentimes as being a direct answer. That was a really nice play thing that not only enabled their composition, but also dealt with the enemy side.
I still got a lot of popcorn
BC
left.
Gaming are playing with the substitute, sure. You can make excuses a little bit if you want. Totally fair.
Alright.
These last 2 sets
Oh shoot, they're about to draft.
no way around it.
Oh, they're gonna draft?
It says 12 seconds.
Even in the first one, Pedal Punch, you could have argued
yeah.
that ST-Men had the better.
I think we'll just have to like wait out this one.
BC Gaming was just
Yeah.
mechanically still
This
a
one
bit
was a
more
quick
advanced, it
one.
seems.
That was very quick.
Sorry, I was just laughing because you were saying
We got a gem grab on this map.
been a pain for pain on that Shade.
Hopefully,
Okay, I'm turning into an uncle already.
fingers crossed.
Did you drop 30 today too, or?
It's
BC
kind of my
Gaming
job
won
to
this
make
one.
the horribly cheesy jokes here. You know what? We all get to have our gimmick here, except for Kenny, of course. That's kind of an OG one, by the way. Going back
Honest
to
of us, though?
going back to 2022.
No follow-up questions at this time.
Yeah, let's talk about draft. How about that? We got 3 bands that we're waiting for. One that I would not be surprised to see is, of course, the Lumi. But Sonny, I know that you've been like hoping and praying that we see it go unbanned once again.
I really do. So far, a 0% win rate for Lumi. She's been banned out 99.999% over all of the regions. Let's see if she's going to be left open. I would bet a lot on saying no to that. And she's banned out, so I win that bet. Yay. We're heading into draft now. Buzz and Janet are also banned out here. Janet has been showing up as one of the most picked rollers on Gem Grab because she's just a phenomenal gem carry, can get out of harm's way pretty easily. And then Stu, Lou, and Max banned out on the other side. We still have some long-ranged options here in the mix.
I'm just gonna wait until the
Buzz
next
has
round.
been a pretty good gem carry in the previous meta. I don't know if he's still picked up.
Chester? Oh, I like that choice. I like that choice.
Very standard. Makes a lot of sense. Gives you some anti-tank. Gives you a nice hypercharge. It's one of the better ones in the game, I think, right now, especially at a professional level. A couple other standard early picks, I would say, that are still open. Perhaps Carl on the team.
Alright.
Buster
Sounds good.
out there. And Ollie as well in this region in particular, I would say shows up a little bit more. I don't know if that's necessarily the early pick for STMN here, especially when they're facing down at Chester, but just a few of the common ones I would say we see here ready.
Okay, 2 and 3. Lots of options that you just listed that are completely viable.
Juju. Very interesting choice for STMN.
As we saw in the last one, with Shade being the first overall pick. We'll see Juju now. Juju has an interesting one here because, as with pretty much any brawler in the game, can be really good or really bad. We've actually gotten to see a bit of both, especially last month where she was picked in just about every set where she was left unbanned. The thing is here, she does have extended range when she's sitting in that grass, and would you believe it, there's a lot of that grass on Hard Rock Line. But in terms of her other utility, she's kind of lacking on the range when she makes any meaningful shots in terms of dealing damage to the enemy team. With this bow coming out, though, it seems like this team is quite set on what their mid selection is going to be. They've left themselves open to a last pick as far as maybe a tanky or aggressive counter pick would go.
Really interesting right-hand side because we started so standard, and then we go Juju and Bo, which are good brawlers right now, don't get me wrong, but especially for a 2-3 turn, not necessarily what I was expecting. I was
Gray! Ooh!
Reaching Gray much more normal. Curious if PC Gaming go with a common strategy that I think we've seen this match.
I'll see you. Hopefully we have a good pick for the third brawler.
Easy access to the mid, getting your aggressive brawler forward, and just allowing you to cut the time it would take for you to just walk up naturally. Now you can do a little more sneak attack there, get the big play, whether that's a walk.
Diego has got to choose someone good.
Like I said, your Jackies of the world, which I think maybe where BC Gaming are going here to try and pair that with the Gray so you can make some explosive plays.
I think another
Jack
here is like, hey, let's put Patchy on something that he's comfortable playing. Which honestly, Patchy's.
I don't. This is gonna be weird.
Or, but I don't know if y'all remember.
I feel like they'll probably do good
Gray first came out, but this is
with the Chester and the Gray.
Now, at that time,
But Jackie.
the teleport was instant. Like, you could stand on top of him and just get teleported forward. So Gray, Jackie was basically everywhere. But Gray's still going to be a good comfort.
Diego, just choose. So, the team for us,
he's also going to be able to get
BC Gaming is got Chester, Gray, and Jackie.
Show up there with the respawn shield as well. You can sit on top of a teleport that's supposed to.
I'm nervous for that because like STMN has Paint, has Juju, Bo, and Surge.
It's going to come down to that early game execution in terms of.
We'll have to see how this goes.
Surge is the answer into that Jackie. That's going to be what they're looking for. So if Surge can get the kills early.
I mean, I feel like the Chester and the Gray will be good, but Jackie.
Once you get to that tier 2, heck, tier 3, tier 4, hypercharge level, he's a real problem to deal with. So we're seeing the back for these pick band stickies. A really good job by all of our teams so far today. Haven't felt like, I mean, STMN taking off the last couple drafts here, but again, credit to these teams just for doing the research, doing their homework, making good selections, but great mechanics there from Patchy. He's the substitute. He's the one nailing the walking king early.
2 shots on a steal. He's well on his way to getting that teleport, which is going to be crucial for his success. Tacos, meanwhile, on the left side is just waiting for the opportunity. Once Evex decides to actually get aggro, that means a free super for Tacos, who is now looking to earn it himself. It's forcing Evex to reposition, which he's quite comfortable with by the looks of it. Baiting out some of these shots from Juju there on the right side as well. BC Gaming actually being forced out of their position. Patchy gets one teleport in. He's well on his way also to getting that hypercharge. This is sort of a halfway point.
They triggered a couple of those mines. Now they're backtracking for one more. Patchy hovering over that teleport will allow Diego Gamer to take it quickly. A diving from Tacos. They trade. Nicely done. Now it's going to be a numbers advantage for STMN. Patchy brings one down. It's going to be successful here. BC on the back foot for now. Diego Gamer has to clean up. Tacos will get away. So for now, STMN with a large gym count.
8 gems and counting. Evex trying to pressure him out, going for the kill. The TP in from Patchy.
Yo, that was a comeback. No.
With the green and snaps
Get the Juju.
What a defense and excellent timing on the use of that super. We'll see also Taco snag that kill on the Patchy. It keeps BC Gaming out of mid for just a moment longer, but now that the teleport is set up,
no,
to get this countdown for STM.
It's not looking good for BC.
To be concerned about this TP in from Evex, who has the hyper ready.
Now that's diving in, steal and trouble. 10 gems deleted. Taco swoops in to the rescue though. A real hero in that moment. Patchy with the super available. They have the
Thought they would have at least been able to make a good comeback.
They've got the bow mines on the ground. Avex going to be trying this once again, and he's stepping directly on every single one of those. A walking cane missed. Stamina top right-hand side corner. Tacos with the takedown, and STMN are now a match point.
I know that Pioneers are a punch in the air right now. They are hoping that STMN is the end of BC Gaming in the quarterfinals, and then from that point forward, Pioneers would be the controllers of their own destiny. It would dictate that they have to win a monthly final, which would make really 2 unlikely things have to happen in one day. First of all, BC Gaming lose a quarterfinal, and second of all, Tribe Gaming lose a grand final. But at least it would be possible. Their fate is in STMN's hands right now. Just 1 game separates STMN as well from a semifinals advancement.
Steal for now, holding 2 of the gems. Mine's already on the ground. Patchy will trigger the first. Diego Gamer in the mid, trying to deter STMN from getting any closer. They've got the range from Pain, who will rotate to this right-hand side, long up the extra range shots because of that grass. Vex just getting right on in there. Taco is just able to respond rather quickly. That seemed rather aggressive.
seem to be so. Oh, here comes Diego Gamer, but shut down by Pain in close range. The Gree tanked all the damage for Juju. What a noble spawnable. But here comes Avex. Nothing. Just feeding the enemy at this point. BC Gaming are scrambling to find some semblance of control, but I feel like defeat is already starting to set in because they're using the odd strategy of filing in one by one. They're taking a moment to recoup. They need Diego Gamer to come back and start getting care of this right side because Pain is becoming a huge issue.
Tacos able to clean up there. Now a dive in once again. Ready for Diego Gamer, but it's a fail. Tacos goes down. Pain now has to run forward. Activates a gadget to try and stay up a little bit. Of Vex with the pull available too. This all of a sudden just got real interesting ready.
This has gotten pretty interesting.
The super just in the nick of time, but he couldn't get it onto FX and get the elimination. FX down very low HP, but he's got those gems. Nice attempt at a long pull there from Patchy. It kept him stunned.
They may actually make a comeback.
Help finish off that kill. This is a hypercharged super available to Patchy. He's still got plenty of defensive abilities over here. Goes over to the left. Now moves over to the right to body block so that Tacos can't get the takedown.
Let's go. That was good.
Match point and continue this set.
Hopefully with this match point,
I feel like coming this year,
BC can win.
I feel like they haven't necessarily had the pressure of what it's like to be a top-tier team in this region. The expectation has just been, well, Tribe will take it. In the preseason, it was all the historical teams, the SSGs, the KCPs of the world that were expected to be here. And now, with Brawl Cup on the line, substitute in, and you're facing a 2-1 deficit on now a second match point. Will they answer? This is a big moment for this roster.
Well, let's see if they can get off to a good beginning. Patchy gets the double tap on Steel. That's exactly what he needed. Avex, of course, going to fall. He's just there to create that pressure. Once Patchy gets that first teleport, that's when BC Gaming can really get this ball rolling. But the pressure is now starting to come down upon Tacos. Thankfully, Diego Gamer was able to heal for him for a little bit longer. Also, Pain's position is revealed. Diego Gamer and Patchy are able to both try and get some hits in on him. Patchy's got to be a couple shots away. No, just one, and he's got the TP now. This is perfect for Jackie, who now gets to start applying that pressure to Steel.
Bo's got the mines down, covering up the teleport, so if Vex wants to go through, he better be quick with it. Tacos holding on to this right-hand side against the Vex. The direct counter into Jackie is the one properly laid there, as Patchy is just kind of in and out right now. They're looking for an opportunity to move forward, and Vex triggering all those mines, goes to the pool. Pain in trouble, Gree receiving heavy fire as well, and Diego Gamer in great position. Tacos still holds his ground in the mid, though, so they will hold those gems for now.
What?
Gotta give credit to Patchy because he is hitting these shots reliably. When it comes to the hooks, he's got great accuracy. Oh, but he's gonna get stunned.
No!
Seal taking full advantage. Avex with hypercharge out. That's perfect timing. It almost peeled long enough for Patchy to get right back into mid, but he's not gonna be able to do so.
It literally had a higher win rate.
He's primed it for Avex. They're both gonna take it at the same time. Here they go. Another TP from Patchy. The hook on a Steel. Avex can't go through there. He's got to bait those mines, but can't get them all done. Tacos and Steel now taken down. Diego Gamer body block.
Yo!
Avex dodges the last shot from Juju.
Yo!
Way home.
Right hand side.
That was a crazy comeback.
Slowed down. Tacos jumping forward. BC Gaming.
What?
A heroic effort.
5, 4, 3, 2. Yes! That was a crazy comeback. What a they clutched up. What? Let's go. That was crazy. Wow. Holy. Wow.
Because
what a match.
I'm sure the disappointment in this moment is immeasurable. It's not over yet, but to know that your dream was that far away has got to hurt.
Alex can't believe it. Neither can I, honestly. What just happened in those last seconds? Pain was absolutely rolling over them with his shade.
Wow, that was great. Wow. Wow.
Living the dream for BC Gaming. They were so close to losing that World Cup slot to Pioneers potentially. And Pioneers must be so upset at this point. As you meant, they have to move on into a set number 5, even though they already have to count down here in Gen Grab, Kenny.
I mean, it was so close. I think if you're KCP, obviously, you're disappointed. Steven not out of it yet. That's how close it was, though. BC Gaming had to face down 2 match points. And I can't say can't stress it enough. They're playing with the substitute. They've been the second place team in the past. But now here we are, month number 3, World Cup on the line, and Patchy's hanging in there. The retired guy, hanging in there. Good work, and now to set 5. Highest pressure of the day. You can see the relief on their faces, and now the sudden stress coming out of Payne and his teammates.
I just want to mention it briefly again.
Wow, that was crazy.
35 sets in a 7-match monthly final. Do you think we're going to beat that record today?
I mean, look, I'm a sucker for more Brawl Stars, but that was an absolute gauntlet. I was shocked that I was, still breathing on the other end of it. But hey, you know what? That's the price that we pay for some good Brawl Stars.
BC has got to choose some good brawlers for this.
I'll probably choose this one numerous times, just because the story is so incredible here. The stakes at hand are really that Pioneers could go to Brawl Cup. BC Gaming, they're missing one of their members. A retired member, a legend in North American Brawl Stars, has returned to fill the spot of Vegeta. There's too much at play here. I'm glad that we made it all the way to set 5.
I just got a message from social media. Don't you wish that? Well, we'll see if we're going to go all the way once again. Best of 5 that is played all the way to the last map here. Whoever wins the first 3 sets is going to move on. For PC Gaming, it would mean going into Brawl Cup, going to Dallas, and participate on the global stage. And for STMN, it would just mean playing
Angelo?
sports and still enable Pioneers to do just that.
Well, to see if that could do good for STMN. What? BC has got to choose a good first pick.
I mean, we might. Some wild stuff's happened this weekend. The fact that 32 of 35 sets happened yesterday, the only reason I'm so quick to say no is just because that's unheard of in the BSC. That's just hyper competitive. In North America, certainly delivering that so far. This is only quarterfinal number 3, and we've still got some storylines to go throughout the day. No Kit in the equation. Daryl alongside him. Oftentimes they are a dynamic duo.
Meeple
out of the picture, and
Hank
shown up here. Meeple, a brawler that's shown up quite a bit in other regions. I was curious how North America were going to adapt to it, and this is the map where they're going to bring out Hank too. I mean, Hank's entered the band stage, hasn't necessarily been played.
But if it's an open map, right?
Today, so this is 2 very different compositions. We have stereotypical.
Oh no!
On the right-hand side.
This may be bad for BC Gaming.
And I feel like Gray's got to be part of this conversation as well. He works very well with both of these. A lot of times you'll see the mansions of Meeple come up, and Gray hits the hook, blah, 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 blah. Okay, GG go next. We know that BC Gaming are capable of playing that Gray as the
inspirational guy, okay.
Keeping this in their minds, probably thinking of how they're going to deal with the tanks and how they're going to...
Yeah, I shouldn't be too bothered by the whole Hank thing, because we still got another brawler that they can choose.
That's a target that you can never, ever teleport onto, because he's going to split top half from bottom half, become 2 Jackies, one-shot you, and get a free kill there. So that's cool. That's one method of dealing with this. They also have to make sure that they don't overstep their bounds. I think RT was probably the safest pick they could have gone for here.
Pearl?
For a second to decide what they're going to go for.
Has Pearl even been used during the entire championship?
This would just be Bell, honestly.
I can see it. I think they just need some range. There's kind of computing there about range, what's still available, what's left. And if I'm doing that, I mean, these guys are sort of having a conversation about it. I think some people might be surprised to see the Pearl here on out in the open. I think it can make a lot of sense for the vision, for the constant damage, for opening up a wall if you need to on your side. We saw SK Gaming pull this off in the EMEA region last week, so I don't mind the selection.
Apache.
Squeak! They're going to go into this Pearl Squeak.
That could be good.
Squeak is going to be good for getting some long-range damage. That gadget is quite effective. Can compete at
and he can deal damage to multiple enemies at a time, which can be even better.
Just the fact that Squeak is going to have that area control.
Phoenix, let's just
Squeak
hope
should
that
be
BC
able to shut down
Gaming
that
doesn't
Pearl
suffer
quite
the same
effectively, hold that
consequence
lane
as
as well.
their other counterpart down in South America.
Going to work out. But what I expect is that, at least from our perspective, they're going to try and swing out wide.
But didn't they make it to the semifinals and then they lost that?
Yeah, it was semi-final, not grand final. I'm just stupid.
Brawl Cup in the balance. Tacos in the mid. And Stamina trying to play spoiler and get a little bit of revenge for themselves. Tacos now making another good couple tags. Patchy down to 100. Avex gets a kill though. Despite all the damage incoming, they're the ones with the hot start.
Angelo goes down by the Meeple.
Wow.
Let's go.
The Pain.
Now we just gotta get
like flies,
the pearl.
was it would be Pearl to be the last one alive. But her main responsibility here is to not die, and it's a little bit difficult. To
No. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good.
But when you're the last one standing, you're just fodder to feed the enemy.
After this is all one more one more round.
But they managed to catch the enemy in a great position. Didn't trap Tacos necessarily in the mansions, but they did get him there on the right side. See Patchy now with the
Alright, people got the pearl.
Down what? A preemptive super down before he even got the gadget.
How often do you see that? Maybe that was just a little trickery? I don't even know. It's not often that you see super...
They just gotta get RT.
Super combination. Perfectly played from Patchy.
Yes!
Goes down.
Alright.
BC Gaming all of a sudden with a match point.
BC has gotta win one more round.
To see the wall-piercing super come out and then the gadget, it's like making a sandwich, except you like put the bread on last. It's just the wrong order. It was, yeah, pretty much. Like, why? But you know what? I suppose it worked. Hey, maybe Pearl was not expecting that gadget to come down. She was really trying to flee for her life. STMN have been walked all over in that first game. Now they're going to try and establish some consistency. I would say at the first play, 100% of the time, which was only 2 rounds.
Yeah, they gotta like, if STMN wants to come back, they gotta think of some kind of new strategy.
I'll throw it out there too.
Well, this new
Could have just been
strategy
a
that
beautiful
they
mistake. You
proposed,
never know.
or
Would love to know from Patchy
doing
later on
right
if that
now
was the
is
intention
really
or
good.
not.
But
And Meeple will be in a
even
long
if they
range
get
affair
close
on
to
this
the
right-hand side.
thing,
The sharpshooter Angelo just has the distance. Is one of the better, if not the best sharpshooters in the game right now.
Yeah.
For a while, STMN have a little pressure built up. They've got their feet in the middle of the map. They're occupying a lot of space. They're spacing the floor on top of that. BC are going to have to break through somehow.
Gadget down once again. No one trapped in there. They've managed to isolate Pain on the right side. Just a couple more shots would do it. Evek's going to try and get up.
Pull through!
Helped him get that bubble sooner.
Alright, the pearl is so close. No!
Actually gets a takedown, but Patchy's homing shut.
Yes! 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 Come on, get the inspirational guy! Yes! Okay.
To survive, but only if he heals it.
Alright, one more round. One more round.
BC game to take it on.
That's the first time where BC had to contend for a round, and it just found a way. Pain was pushed back all the way.
This happened the exact same thing yesterday with their South American counterpart for the quarterfinals.
Right-hand side. He's electing to go for the gadget that provides a cutoff point.
But hey,
playing more of the control
they're not
features
touching
and
the
squeaking
same
Pain.
thing
Just
yet.
can't touch this water because a
Yeah.
slingshot just perfectly covers it.
So far, they're winning.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the quarter. This is the quarterfinals. This isn't the semifinals.
Patchy sort of brought to his knees, though.
But still.
I know there's still probably a lot more to go.
He's gonna wear
There's
off.
still probably a lot more to go for the
But
for
BC
this.
Gaming have been forced out of position. They do have utility. They have 3
I feel like
supers at their
STMN
disposal.
is
The
no way,
survivability for Evex,
No.
it's a little bit of area control for
No,
Diego.
this round they're
For
doing.
Patchy, it's the ability to shoot through a wall and easily take down someone that he catches in that gadget. But it's not going to be anyone for now. There's a gadget as well for Diego, denying that left side, helping just against Steel.
But yeah, still one more round.
A little bit longer this time. That's big damage on Steel. The poison's closing in. BC Gaming.
Yo, okay.
Health left on each one of Patchy, the last
Yup.
standing.
Yup.
There's one, but he can't get 2 or 3.
Oh boy.
Come on, BC, pull through.
Still a match point for BC Gaming. A round 3 victory here would carry them over into the semifinals. Patchy building a mansion here.
Pull through.
On the map, covering up some of that grass. It's going to make it a little bit easier to get some vision on Tacos and his teammates. Still hitting on the left-hand side, just trying to charge up. Pearl is the perfect passive-aggressive brawler. You're going to take that time to make sure you can do enough damage at the enemy side, and then you're just going to pepper him down.
This sort of slow approach from STMN was quite successful
STMN, I
in the
think,
last
is
round.
winning this.
STMN
round
also
two.
have the room
And try to
to
go
back up now, thanks to some of that
Yeah.
break that we saw come out of Steel. It was a price that he paid in terms of oven heat, and it's been giving a pretty big advantage to Tacos
Match
and
point for
allows
STMN
not
right
just
here.
Angela
Yeah.
now to effectively
They're
back
winning.
up. It's another
They're winning
matchup
this entire
that
thing.
hasn't been successful. He went 2
I
for
don't think
2
they're winning this entire
in
thing,
game number 1.
but
Has
at least
not
they're
been
winning a
successful just yet.
tiebreaker.
In this 3rd round. Here we go. Pain falling. Evek still alive. It's only Steel and Tacos. To
Yo,
Looks
no.
like they'll be able to do it. Evek's with only 2K health
Yeah.
in his name.
Okay, but you know there's still one more round that needs to be played.
Double match point.
Here we go. It's just a common theme this week, and Ratty, we are really going through the ringer here. And so are these players. It's just been incredible performances all around. even, no matter how you spin it. Good drafts a lot of the time for both these teams. The mechanics coming through. And I think most notably, those lethal gadgets were the difference maker in that game number 1. We need to see Patchy get some trapping if you're a BC Gaming fan. If you're on the other end, you want to see Pain keep tapping away at the other side.
Biggest difference is whether Patchy can get this gadget. He's trying to force Pain into a position. Needs one more shot. Just short. But all that pressure was now taken off of Diego and Evex. It allowed them to get into these bushes over here. Someone's trapped. It's time for your meeting with the bubble. Evex decided not to go for it, though. In fact, whoa, he got peppered down by that Pearl gadget, and the next to fall is...
No! No, come on!
Position has now become a
this is your last chance.
Nightmare for BC.
Yeah, just a blown opportunity by BC. The missed bubble made a huge difference because either they were going to connect with 2 enemy brawlers and have some serious damage dealt, or on that left-hand side, they could have been looking at what could have been a free kill. Instead, it's BC Gaming now needing 2 straight rounds to guarantee themselves a Brawl Cup. There's so much to play for here.
Patchy needs to hit this gadget. Couldn't get that one on the left. Tacos was just forced out of position for a moment longer. They apply a little bit more pressure. That's all they really get out.
Alright.
Dodging these shots. Very tough business. Patchy felt the brunt of a couple of attacks there. Evex also getting dealt a ton of damage. Now has to back up.
Which I really don't want to happen.
Pick early on. Patchy needs to not get hit twice. He's dodged quite a few shots. Whoa, he's in the Matrix. He can't be hit. And now we see Angelo totally trapped. Patchy gonna go for that killing blow. There's one.
Yo!
It's just a trade. It's Tacos versus Evex and Diego Gamer. We know how this one's gonna go. It just comes down to whether Diego can actually get a
yes!
for the next round. Unsuccessful.
This is their last chance.
One round. Decide their match. To decide what BC Gaming. Here and now goes to Brawl Cup.
Super available for Evex as well, but Pain can match with a hypercharge. Tacos can drop the static at a moment's notice. Still gonna hold on to this left-hand side and charge up that shot. Cooking in the oven. It's a total SCMN takeover in the middle once again.
Come on, get him. Yo! Okay, he got him held down a little bit.
Charge in from Pain. Evex opts to block. Patchy's taking quite a bit of damage, but thankfully it wasn't a high damage shot there from Pain. Down goes Steel. Oh no, it's a 3v2. Pain down to low health. Same goes for RT. Tacos just trying to stay alive. There's one. Tacos goes.
Yes!
Gaming. They get the final win.
Yes! Let's go!
Has risen here in North America.
Let's go!
First ever land. What are we looking at, Patchy?
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! That was amazing! Alright, let me just redeem those credits. Oh my god, that was an intense game.
A marquee victory, and honestly, this one's got to mean more than any of getting to the grand finals that these guys.
There's only one more for the quarterfinals, and then we're gonna get to the semifinals. AKA Tribe Gaming versus Space Station Gaming, and then BC Gaming versus Pioneers. I am hoping that Pioneers wins the quarterfinals so that they can get into the semifinals.
Another double match point from those two. Honestly, you got to feel for SCMN there too. They would have had the chance to finally move into a semi-final.
I should be getting my 100 Pro Pass XP.
2 match points to try and close it out here already.
This is a difficult one for not just SCMN, but also the other team that had a prospective place in the Brawl Cup. Pioneers were watching this one super closely. There's no
that was intense. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go get myself some more juice.
From SCMN, I mean, heck, they took it to the last round of that final game. Pain really took the hard this time. BC Gaming, I think really Patchy deserves this one. We saw good stuff out of Diego, out of Evex, but Patchy did something like unthinkable. Like as a squad, yes, but as an individual player to come out of retirement, to put up the numbers like he did on such a crucial brawler in Meeple in the final round has just been fantastic. Come back to comp, Patchy, please.
BC Gaming is now the first team to win a match whilst playing with a sub, and North America has its Brawl Cup fighters. Tribe Gaming and BC Gaming head to Dallas to face against 6 teams that are waiting there already, Ken.
That's an exciting looking 8 teams right there. I don't know about y'all. I'd start getting those tickets, throw in a merch box if you will. I mean, it's insane. We have Tribe Gaming, who, to be honest with you, preseason, expected that. But Berlin City Club showing up this year. They signed these spunky upstarts who have been around in the BSC for a little bit, but this is the year that they have popped off, and once again, for the 3rd straight month in a row, they're going to be making a semifinals.
I love it here for BC. The consistency, I think, has now been exemplified. But the fact that they only have 2/3 of their typical roster here, I think that this is going to be an interesting one to see at LAN. You know what? It's a first LAN for everyone. There is the conversation of like, okay, well, are they going to get nervous at LAN? Dude, they've been having like a LAN in edX's bedroom every single month. They've been playing from the same room. They even have spectators, like people who are not even involved in it, just there for what? Moral support to get their faces on cam. I'm not bragging school. They have the experience, I think.
Patchy turned out to be the perfect choice for them. Again, they're the first ones to ever win with a sub. So, Patchy, congrats to you. You've also had some success this year, even though you only played in one monthly final. It's actually crazy. And now the next match, Kenny, it's Pioneers versus Elevate. And you've got to feel here for not only STMN, but also Pioneers, because they still had hopes. They could have still made it into World Cup if only STMN closed it out earlier.
Pioneers with plenty to play for, though, and honestly, an interesting matchup we've got coming up too. It's going to be a little reunion between his Livy and his previous teammates
I'm back.
in the past year as well.
If we look at the back bracket, we just got Elevate versus Pioneers.
This is one of those matches that could be another 3-2, folks, and I think the storylines there.
For this one, I predicted Pioneers.
A couple points of each other. That is a huge difference on our leaderboard.
My Pro Pass XP is not showing up.
For me, honestly, on the side of STMN, it was Shade, it was the unknown, it was all
Yeah, I mean, like,
in the hands of Pain.
I did predict the right one.
We have Diego Gamer taking it, the people voted for him. He did a phenomenal job already.
Diego Gamer, just like his development as a player over last year, has been shocking. I think Diego Gamer went from a player whose name was synonymous with like Maturino Merchant to now being one of the most mechanically skilled in the region. I mean, that play alone blew me away, and that was only set number 1. I think keeping cool under pressure, and also like the way that he is rocketed from being like maybe barely top 8 to being a definite top 2 has just been one of the.
It's 4 minutes. So I don't know if we'll have enough time. We probably have enough time to at least play one match.
We're heading into a pretty
Unless if you kind of just want to watch the World Championship. Championship. Same. Honestly, it's cool that we're just like basically having a watch party almost. Even though it's only 2 people, but hopefully Shilly can come back at least when they start the semifinals or the grand finals, and we'll update him on what's going on. Cause man, okay, so who's that brawler? I can tell by the picture that that's Meeple. I could tell by the silhouette that was Meeple. Oh, that's Lumi. That's Lumi. That is Lumi.
Mythic Brawler, blonde hair, damage dealer. I don't know. I have no idea. Lumi. Okay.
Yeah, I could just tell by silhouette. Oh, I can tell by silhouette that is Gray.
I don't know.
Gray is a support.
Yeah, Gray's a support.
No.
B. All of these you can tell by their silhouettes. So yeah, that's B.
Yeah, but they can't tell because
They don't see it.
yeah, they don't see the shadow.
B. Oh.
Poco. Poco.
Loco. Loco.
Who did you vote for this one? Pioneers or Elevate?
All regions from across the globe are
Same.
their best champions to prove to us.
So I feel like we chose like almost all the same ones because you chose. Did you choose Code OG? You chose Tribe Gaming for the first one, and then you chose BC, and then we ended up. I'm not getting my Pro Pass XP.
So wait, so basically, yeah, I picked Pioneers and then Tribe Gaming.
Your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions.
I'm not getting my Pro Pass XP.
23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
It's April.
I mean, I'm on my main account. That's the one that I predicted right.
Regions we're covering also has its 2 representatives for the Brawl Cup Uber. Are you happy with those 2? PC Gaming, Tribe Gaming, have been looking strong all season, right?
Yes, I'm
So
pleased with them because
weird.
they represent much the same thing that we're seeing in South America is that these young, hungry players are coming up and now being given an opportunity.
So it looks like the next month, the next finals are in June.
The first time we saw that team Havoc, we had
That in fact has to be. That's in fact the month of my birthday.
didn't know what to expect from them. They came and showed that they can hang, and it's great to see
June
them
4th.
gaining-
So it's at the begin. So my birthday's at the beginning of the month.
Still got it. The old heads here, there are a lot of them in NA. I'm just putting it out there. Playing catch.
So I want to check the
It
leaderboards.
really is a very top-heavy region. Those 2 teams have just been...
Man, like the bro, but like BC at the end. Wow, they had such a big comeback.
To Brawl Cup. Well earned, I feel.
So that's
We still
like
have
a
a
month
couple
away,
of upsets
basically.
today. We had 2 best
Yeah.
that went all the way already.
Oh wait, well the first part of the World Championship for June is June 13th, and South America is June 21st, and North America is June 22nd. So it's happening a little bit earlier because for this month it happened like at the very end of the month. Compared to like I'm pretty sure on Thursday it's actually May. My finals is on the week of the 18th, so this is the exact same for Tyler since he is a junior. So it's only the seniors that are there earlier. Last day is on the 23rd, so we get out at the 23rd.
They had to make sure that the STMN
May.
PC, then they would have to beat Elevate, then STMN, and then Tribe. A very tough path, and it got interrupted quite early on.
Yeah,
That's my birthday!
basically.
Yeah, that's my birthday. That's your birthday.
You
So
know,
I can
PC
hang
Gaming
out
in
with
the
you all
suburb will
night.
take STMN
Or
down,
after school.
even though Dan wants to, try to see.
Okay, well, that's awesome. That works kind of fine because I do probably have a lot of stuff. Like for the last birthday, I went to a softball game and I had a pretty eventful night. And I'm planning on asking to get the Deadpool Wolverine Blu-ray because I don't know if you were able to tell from my webcam, but I am a big movie collector. Like all of this stuff on my shelf is Blu-rays. So.
Neither of those 2 have.
Alright, it looks like we're starting the first match for them.
For their full roster already.
Yeah.
I keep forget. I don't know why, but I keep forgetting that Mexico is in North America.
I just want to point that out real quickly. But Elevate had a bit of a difficult
Some
entry into
people
this
call
month.
it
They're the lower
Mesoamerica
bracket
or
team
Central
in this
Yeah.
matchup. In fact, they got swept.
Some people think
3-0
that
by
Mexico's
SSTM in the qualifiers, which
is
not
in
really most
Mesoamerica.
comfortably
Mesoamerica's
in the top
literally Central America.
Yeah. Dude, like, in math, because I'm in algebra, this is a random thing, but in math, I'm in algebra.
They are to play against each other today.
It is so hard, man.
Elevate, obviously.
Alright, looks like someone from Pioneers is talking.
We were there playing. We used to play together. We played for like 2 years. We did a lot of great things. So all I can say is.
Go Pioneers!
That is, in fact, who I am rooting for.
Team, and I play them round 1 this month. So hopefully everything goes my way, selfishly. But I love those guys, so I'll always be rooting for them if I'm not in the running still.
So much love in North America. That's beautiful to see. With the game mode win rates for you, everybody that loves some stats, here we go, Uber.
Yeah, look, I think a couple of things worth looking at is Pioneer's win rate on those bounty games. That's definitely been a bit of a pain point for them, and I wouldn't worry.
I never got my Pro Pass XP.
Elevate, like we kind of seen
That's
maybe
crazy.
a little bit less from them in terms of just overall games here, but
You'll get it
obviously,
soon.
another team
Yeah, but usually it happens like right after the match ends,
heading in the bounty.
and I still haven't gotten
Your
it.
fortunes, your
Wait, let me check if I
on
actually
those
can ask
map
one.
modes also
Okay.
depend on whether the
That's
brawlers
so
that are the
weird.
current
What the
meta picks
frick?
are ones that you're comfortable with.
View rewards?
So far from every single team.
I mean, it says here that I did get them, but it doesn't show in game.
Terror, Cudelius, Melody making it back into the region.
Oh, high traffic may cause delays in rewards appearing in game. Okay, so although there might just be a lot of people on. Just fine.
Oh, so yeah, I do get out June 4th.
Okay, that's all right. It looks Pioneers is a pretty good team, so I'm hoping that they're...
Yeah, it's like sort of the polar opposites here, right? They come into this super confident, elevate, just about the opposite, and now you're...
Oh, and yeah, they have a big win rate, so this should be pretty good for them. Should be pretty good for Pioneers. Or at least for Hot Zone. Not sure about the other modes.
Pioneers doesn't mess it up.
Let's talk about these players in particular as well, and
Yeah.
just like what modes they're good on. I think that for a good while, you know, what used to be the Tribe roster,
We're in the draft.
now the Pioneers roster, found a lot of their comfort in their specialty playing these control modes. Okay, now this is a more aggro meta, but when you look at Open Zone, this is precisely what it is. It is about area control, not just in the mode, but also the map itself.
A lot of respect between all teammates and a lot of love. We're heading into our draft number 1 here, match number 4, quarterfinal number 4.
Interesting first choice.
Here for the side of Pioneers, and he's been showing up here quite a bit. Uber, I feel like Bro is the perfect.
Banning Melody, but banning, and I feel like all of them ban Lumi.
Serviceable mid on maps that obviously require there to be a role. And
I mean, Lumi is like really meta right now.
Powerful. Zar there, of course, you know, previously on that STM roster last year, Elevate really became a bit of a collection of the players left behind by a lot of the other top teams in this.
I need to find a paper towel because I spilled some orange juice on my computer.
As well. So an Ember pick here.
Don't want it to get sticky.
Maybe a couple calls here. Obviously, you do know the Lawler is open. Ember amazing, obviously, at punishing tanks that want to walk at you. You take the Lawler alongside of it here. You still have very powerful damage dealers that can really punish Pioneers trying to stand up on the point.
Plenty of options to go with. When we've seen this Amber before, it's typically been paired with the Byron, which was aptly banned out by Pioneers since it's such a powerful combo. But Elevate has still gotten a couple of strong things on their side. The Amber always does like raise a question mark for me because usually it requires that Byron to actually keep it online. And it makes me just a little bit concerned. Yeah, and just Carl is like kind of the better Amber right now because her super is now just a cooldown for him in the form of that gadget. So it's you know a worthy conversation. That plus he's very good into Lola. So I think
Carl?
pretty smart.
I feel like Carl is being used a lot, but I feel like that is a pretty decent choice.
We get pretty excited around here about the damage that he can put out. Like you mentioned. Super good for controlling that in the middle part of the map. And what's so brutal about it is you keep burning for so long. You know, you take one tick
Stu?
and you like burning for the next 3 seconds. So not only does it
They got a team. Cole and Stu, those are some pretty good teams. I mean, good brawlers, so they got a good team going on.
So Elevate haven't really tipped their hand too much here. I do think that there is a brawler that needs to be the glue for this comp to come in here. It could just be yet another duelist, another brawler who like operates pretty well at mid to long range.
Yeah.
By punishing. You could look at a facilitator for either of these. Yeah.
It looks like Elevate is getting prawn ready.
To round things out.
Once more though, Hank is one of those brawlers that needs to be
There's one.
in many ways.
I don't want to just go off of the brawlers because it's much more than that. Like, it really comes down to skill and everything, especially the fact that these are some top level players in the world.
They did want to end up getting that Hank, so you're going to have a bunch of health to work with. That plus a tank trait means that you're going to be getting super for free. So that is the idea of getting the bodies on the point, fulfill the objective, and win the game. That's the question mark for now. I think that Amber is going to struggle just a little bit because I'm not seeing stuff that it's actually...
Yeah, because this is an open map, so I don't know if Hank would really be that good of an option.
And there's just not
I also got Amber, so, you know, you never know. Wait, he's using the skin that I use! For Stu, the Halloween one. I got like the superstar one, but
there it is. Bubble burst there for Fade. Brutal stuff. Good stuff for Elevate.
True Gold Juan Carlos?
Going to find himself pushed out of the map quite often here.
I forgot.
Even though we feel like Carl maybe in many ways the better Amber, Zara has been shooting pretty nicely.
Oh yeah. That guy. Oh wow.
Now with Zealand popping the hypercharge. Juan Carlos brought to his knees and then he's right back up and healthy using that super. The way that he holds this bubble and snaps it quickly, it seems to catch Pioneers off guard just a little bit because he's been getting one kill after the next with it. We'll see him burn down. Thankfully, an opportunity for Pioneers to, I don't know, maybe sit and collect their thoughts for a moment because there was no chance of them bringing back that point. That's one of the more dominant hot zone games that we've seen in kind of a while.
This doesn't really play out the way you expect it to. We know the Hank to be a real problem, but flanked, I think, by that Amber and Zara popping off so much, it seemed like Elevate did barely break a sweat.
Another worthy conversation.
Oh, dang it. So,
is that the Amber,
we still got another round. So we still, I'm not going to lose hope yet, 'cause this is only the first match out of 5.
I want you not to
Or if it goes to 5.
But Zard's still very skilled at this brawler, and Pioneers are really feeling the heat so much so that they've actually opted to switch the lanes. Tyrant now on the right side, and Zulon placed on the left. Zulon is getting some damage on Zara at long, and this is the only semblance of control that we've really seen from Pioneers so far this set. So it's already an improvement just from the rollout of those lanes.
Zara really got pushed back there. Zulan just imposing his will on him, I suppose. Nice little mine coverage there. Those hypercharged mines are going to be a bit of a nuisance to try and clear, and Juan Carlos has no reason to be...
I'm going to check to see if my Pro Pass XP has appeared.
And this is looking to be a very different round than what we just saw. Zara very much
Okay. It's going to come to me. They said that traffic might cause it to get delayed.
But Zulan now is going to go to work on his Livy, who's also very, very low. One more explosive arrow connection and he'll be good. But Zara gets what he wants coming back and punishes the Carl instantly.
His Livy flew a little bit too close to the sun there versus Zulon. He wanted to bait out that ammunition, but it was only operating with one tap of health left. Fade, securing the kill on the right side, and now repositioning back to mid for even more damage onto Juan Carlos. He's using that shield, but now it's worn off. Tyrant going in for the big damage, trying to keep the distance from Juan Carlos. Pretty successful. He was only hit by one torpedo.
Actually, it makes sense that they aren't doing the World Championship next month, because that's when the Cup is going to happen.
Now that he'll have the opportunity to heal up, this is looking like a successful retake for Elevate.
Great that they can also clear those hypercharged mines. Zulan had put them down. That would have been a problem. This is where Elevate can start to make a comeback into the game. Zulan no longer gets to bully.
I can barely hear you.
Lane. Tyrant now has to do that. It's not been fun for him so
Speak.
far, and now that oil field is definitely going to cause him some concern. This is a beautiful comeback. Elevate now are within striking distance of Pioneers total and look to get even further ahead of them. Zulan might need to...
Oh, whoa.
But as Livy's long-range poke is definitely a little bit worrying for him. Juan Carlos pushes up. Nice little connection there off the torpedoes. I saw that. He gets topped back up. And now Elevate have a solid lead. A beautiful comeback. A composition that's worked to perfection for them.
Not just that, but they played it so successfully. Hats off to Zar, specifically, for his Amber gameplay there. I think we saw basically both sides of what Elevate were coming at that battle with. Not just how effectively they can hold a point, but also that they can retake the point successfully. Which I had my doubts.
Alright, so that's 1 point for Elevate.
Successfully get that hold in the early game.
Hopefully Pioneers will win. Because, yeah, as I've said for the BC Gaming and all the other ones, like, I need the Pioneers to win.
Even in North America, everything can happen. This is a perfect example for an outdraft, in my opinion. We have Ember, we have Hank, Lola, very huge damage dealers. Not really a lot of range. That was what I was kind of scared for. Bo and Carl just completely outranged them. Just hiding behind that wall, standing in mid with that tanky Hank, and then pushing everybody else back with the damage output that Ember and Lola offer. They played it really, really well already.
I think another thing that
I always feel like
that
there has to be a way that Pioneers should find get their footing back.
If we were just to focus on him, also like the bow mines, they were pretty easily dealt with by the enemy side. I think that he was given sort of a tough position where this is a strong brawler, you gotta take it, you can't leave it open to the enemy, and was given some quite difficult matchups.
It was a pretty interesting one anyway. When he has received his hypercharge, he was the only one of that six hypercharge batch that we have received in the game that wasn't really played. He was not picked up whatsoever. The other 5 that have gotten their hypercharge back then immediately...
Is it a pretty interesting map?
I feel like it's because...
I feel like Pioneers need to choose brawlers that are good. I feel like mostly like just think about. I feel like Max might could do pretty well. Kits. I mean, I feel like if anyone uses Kit, it would be Juan Carlos.
I think the hypercharge has definitely made it more relevant, more mind, more area control, makes him a good option because you have the area control and the long range.
I guess Bow could also be an option on this map. For me, every time I read this name, Super Beach, B pops into my mind immediately. Also Max, probably the two best mids, together with the Meeple, and now a bit of a newer addition to that list of the brawlers that I would pick here. I expect some Stu, I expect Ollie again. I want to see Hank, since he's not been out here, and he's super good, especially against throwers. And if you're the only
Okay, well, Stu. That's an interesting pick from Juan.
It's usually a free win.
I'm looking.
Yo, Chester. Ooh, that's a good first pick. Now we just gotta see who. That's Tyrant's pick. Wow.
Run down as well, and by the fact that Tyrant is picking Chester
Yes,
here, I think that's
that is very true.
the fact that
You're speaking
they're
facts.
not really going to rely on a thrower, or at least they're going to provide themselves that flexibility whether they decide to go with one or not. Because they had that last pick. It's the most powerful position to pick a thrower and counter the enemy team. But the stuff that Stu is like usually good into is not even really a question in the draft. Like Lou has been banned.
Juju?
Out, for example. Juju now with the thrower.
That could be good.
For the thrower, even in the face of the Stu, they have the ability to break down walls. And to be fair, Juju still gets good damage even without the walls. But I'm not going to say that she's better without them.
We'll have to see how this goes. We'll have to see how Juju can do in here. I don't know if Juju can do very good though. We'll just have to see what happens. Carl? Yeah, there's a lot of Carls.
Dynamite in SA on one occasion, right? Obviously, it's something that gets horrendously outraged by what we have on the Pioneers side. But Carl, Hank, and a thrower, they're the three brawlers that I'm thinking of right now. And we'll see where Elevate go after snapping the expected Carl up here.
Okay, and something to accent it, especially something that can play mid if it's not going to be that Stu. Keep in mind, you have the ability to get pretty much free damage at mid just because of the way that your opponents are going to spawn. El Primo. Now,
Oh!
Pioneers playbook. It's a strong brawler that's like
That's gonna be crazy.
Enemy tank. So
alright, now Pioneers needs to choose a good last brawler. We need to have a good last pick.
To continue to hammer down the anti-tank, that could also be a pretty valid route as well. But I think also they need to be considering, like, what on earth are we going to go at mid? I'm seeing two strong lanes here, but nothing that can actually lock down things at long range and deal with that.
The fun guy.
It seems. Cordelius will shut down that El Primo, but we also saw this as a response earlier.
Absolutely, yeah, we saw Kodo.
And I'm looking forward to this. Because this guy should be a pretty good match.
And look, it went down to the wire. We were able to see just why or how, rather, it works so well.
I was like, they're choosing their builds.
I think at that point, Pioneers were probably hoping to take a strong mid. And when they see the El Primo, they've gone, well, we can't really do that anymore. Now we need to find something that can answer this. So I like the El Primo inclusion here for Elevate. We didn't really discuss it much, but it's a problem for Hank in a big way because of his mobility and his ability to disrupt Hank.
Oh, the bear skin. Yeah, that's a weird skin. I feel like a lot of pros use those kind of skins because, like, I also see a lot of people using that, like, weird Jackie skin. And like Rocket Brown, the Brock skin, like. Although I do have Fangirl Coney, which is a Colette skin, but I don't use it more than like Inspector or Demon or even Paulette.
He's able to move the most problematic brawler out of the way now. He's going to focus on Juan Carlos. That's fine. As long as he communicates the position of Juan to his teammates. He's going to be emerging from the Shadow Realm in just a moment here. Tyrant is keeping his distance, and so is Faith. Juan now continues to apply that pressure to Tyrant on the top left. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, Zar has been given quite a bit of trouble.
I do like that Cordy skin.
He's going to be on decently low health. Once again, on the top left, Zulon with a bit of a disjointed offense, leveraging the fact that there's only one obstacle to get a bit.
I can see the resemblance. Although it's weird how he has different voice lines. Because, like, it doesn't really change. It's just like a 2D version, like, but they like change a lot. I think that was in the same update that the Carmen Lou came out.
Super and couldn't actually bring down the El Primo. Great movement from Juan Carlos. Great dodging. We're going to try to get through Zar. Would have hoped to have passed to his teammate. That's now not really an option. As Livy needs to sort of pick up the pieces now.
That was Startoons 2, right?
And trying to slip instantly onto Wood's face.
That was in fact the first season that I bought a Brawl Pass. And that was also the season right after the Angels and Demons. I don't know why I didn't just buy it during Angels and Demons, because I could have gotten Angel Larry. Or even SpongeBob.
They need a forward super. If Zulon can get it, he can put one in the Shadow Realm. There it is. Tyrant is safe and sound. A little lift of the pass to the top right, but Fade clears out that
yes.
goal for Tyrant to
Alright, it looks like
KCP
has officially got one.
Folks, it only takes one in order to get a goal. And also without the obstacles.
Alright, so they got it. So they're tying at the moment. But I don't. It's probably gonna go into overtime. But I mean, like, yeah, we gotta get the hypercharge going for Chester, because if we get the hypercharge going, then there could be a really big comeback.
Zara pops a super, but at the same moment, Juan Carlos passes the ball to him.
Yeah.
And obviously he can't take possession while he's pound spinning, so the ball just uselessly vanished to the right side of the map. Elevate lose a window where they could have come forward, could have claimed a bit more space. But at least they did.
Yeah, because like because obviously it just turns into a completely open map.
Big coverage on that one. Hypercharge from Zara, not enough to take Zulan out of the game though.
Yeah. Alright, looks like he has Hyper, which it has defeated the El Primo, so Cordy can get... Okay, he passes it to Juju. Come on. Scored! No, yeah, he passes it to Chester. Yes! Okay. That's just one round, though. There's still another.
Maybe they saw something that I didn't.
There's still another round. Oh god, I gotta plug in my phone. And my iPad as well.
Just a little bit worried, but Tyrant slotted in the end with actually some pretty impressive synergy from the squad. It was Zulon to place an enemy in the shadow.
I don't have enough outlets to plug in both my iPad and my phone. So my iPad is gonna have to charge over here, because the phone is really what I need to charge.
With the use of a big
There it is.
and then to give this one to Juan Carlos, and already, wow, okay, Elevate, they're really against the ropes here. They've already cornered the ball.
Yeah. But that's really everything we need to know about how much pressure that Elevate are feeling like they're being put under. And that cornering the ball doesn't really help them to the end, because KCP has map control. Fade moves up, spamming some of those shots onto Juan Carlos here.
Frick, okay. Sorry, it's just my monitor turned off. Turn back on monitor. Okay. Okay, I can't plug my phone in here. And even when I fully plugged in my monitor, it's not. Okay, there we go. Yo, welcome back. So, BC Gaming won the last one. BC Gaming are the team that we predicted. I'm trying to find a place to plug in my computer. I guess I can unplug my Xbox, move my charger, move my computer charger here. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Still, I'd say for the fact that Pioneers had an 86% vote from the public, 14% only for Elevate, they made it kind of close.
I thought that it showed the percentage of their win rate. I didn't know that it showed how many people voted for one versus the other.
And it's also crazy to me. We have such a...
So I guess most people voted Pioneers.
Only 1 point apart in the leaderboard. 94 points so far for Pioneers, 93 for Elevate. Where does this Elevate hate come from?
Damage per second.
Look, who knows? I think like this Pioneers core are so popular, right? That old Pride gaming team and Fade is also really loved. So that's right. To correct myself. Cordelius as a counter to the Primo really works.
That's crazy.
Initially, right, Zulak gets run over by Edgley pretty badly at the start of this game. It's like, oh, Cordelius can have problems, but we can see.
But they did end up using the fun guy.
As a counter to the Primo in many cases. I also think the star power choice on Juju is amazing, as we sort of discussed. But to take an extra player out of the game, to remove like.
Well, they use like Bell's Rock is the next map. Ooh. That is a very interesting map.
Ready, what can we expect here now coming into set number 3? It's going to be Bell's Rock. You feel like Elevate is going to double down now, or will Pioneers just continue in their stride, take the momentum into the set as well?
I think we're moving a bit more into the comfort zone that Pioneers.
I really have to use the bathroom.
I think that there are brawlers that even like Fade. More of like the
You guys catch me up once I come. Actually, I can probably just watch. I can probably just watch it in the bathroom.
I'm looking at the Fade belt.
Alright.
I want to see the Fade belt. For Elevate, I mean, you ask about like, the Elevate hate. You know, why don't we see that percentage come out to support for them? And I think the reason
You're back, guys.
we sort of discussed before we even started the match, which is that these are sort of like the remnants of other teams. I think that mentality sort of echoes throughout the region where they're presented with like the nice little package of Pioneers. Like they're a known quantity. We know what they are capable of. They make it to LCQ. Elevate, you know, some question marks here.
I guess it's also just a name that people still remember. Pioneers has been a name within Brawl Stars for a while now, Uber. Now on Bell's Rock, we've seen this map before as well. What do you expect? Which brawler comes to your mind here?
I mean, again, this is the kind of map where in the past I've seen it as they did play throwers and look really good. That's kind of something that he used to bring to the Tribe team as a pinch hitter. They come in and will pick like a sprout on some maps and look really, really good. But we know that Rico's quite effective here. Ollie has been picked often on this map. Tons of options, and of course you want to involve some sharpshooters where you possibly can. We took with the Rico having, you know, good ability to bounce a lot of shots off there. The Bell, definitely a go-to. And these bands here, not too surprising. Blue and RT, definitely. We often see RT just like picked up first on this map, as it doesn't really give too much away, and he's just very solid in both phases of the game, regulation time, and that gas enclosure overtime.
I'm looking at the bands here and ready, your wish could be granted. A Bell is left open. I'm kind of just waiting for that Jean Brock comp. We can open up the map. Jean is going to do a phenomenal job. And yes, Ollie has been picked up before by Mountain Menefe. Now he's left open and of course picked up first here.
Okay, 2-3 for Pioneers. Maybe something that they're comfortable with. But they got to operate within the confines of pretty much dealing with Ollie. We saw how effective it could be earlier to run the Poco into this. That was, of course, on Layer Cake, not here on Bell's Rock, but just something to keep in the back of your head. You know, they had that last pick. Here's the Gene that you, I guess, rubbed a lamp and wished for, and combined with the Brock that can be pretty strong, eliminating some of the usual strongholds around which Ollie likes to lurk, while also providing Pioneers the flexibility of dealing with something like a thrower. The only drawback, though, is that they would be quite weak to something quite aggressive. They've already thought ahead and banned out Kit, so that's not going to be a possibility. But some of the other things that could get pretty aggressive are still on the table for them.
Pearl here, okay. Oh, it used to be ubiquitous on these kind of maps, these knockout maps, because she plays so well into longer rounds. Definitely seen her fall off as of late, but she can be pretty devastating. A gadget that basically makes first contact with her really inadvisable. A super that can destroy terrain and punish anybody who's trying to close the gap on you, like, I don't know, Ollie. Amazed that she's a great option, and the durability when she's at full heat to basically shrug off a lot of the damage coming her way. She's the ultimate long game brawler. Will Pioneers be able to get that value out of her by making things stretch out a little bit more? Because we now see a Squeak Elevate opt for a real control brawler here.
And remember what happened in our last match when we saw Sweet play into that Pearl? It was pretty effective. And it even gets better once the lanes are more locked down like this. These are very defined 3 different lanes. And Squeak, it's as if Squeak's shot and the reload speed are timed to perfectly hold a single area for an indefinite period of time. Tick making it quite a late arrival in this pick phase. And completely counterable for Pioneers. I mean, they have that gene. But it's not something that Elevate could really afford to be playing into either. I'm seeing some viable options. I think we talked about as Livy as like having some specific combos that we look at. As Livy is pretty good at playing throwers. We love to combine his names with things like Squeak Livy as well. So we'll get to see some individual greatness mechanically. But as far as draft, there is one question left to be answered. Pioneers, what do you do to react against the tick? You go for the double pull.
Yeah, this is obviously very powerful. Gray and Jean both on the same side. Both of them potentially going people out of formation, especially if Gray's going to tip backwards midway through the walk animation. Alternatively, you could just deliver a full heat, fully supercharged Pearl into the midst of the enemy ranks. And what's the
That was weird. My older sister was just arguing me right when I got out of the bed.
But it's a question of how much people are planning to think as this round. So that's obviously what you've got to be careful of. If Jean, you don't want to give him too much free damage. If you're laning against him, try and swing out sparingly.
I think in terms of also supers, it's just sort of a given that his Livy here on the tick is going to be getting one at some point. And he's going to be getting a hypercharge by like round 2 at latest. Ooh, near miss for Fade on that walking game. That was in your wall break.
I didn't get to see what
Stay alive.
I forgot to put on speaker.
Tyrant needs to walk all over that lane with the use of his gadget. It's a total.
Looks like our team got a Gray, a Pearl, and
But so far, Elevate have done a good job of just holding
Jean.
control right here and now. Because Livy already has his super, which will assist if they get pushed a little bit too hard. He's well on his way also to earning a hypercharge, which can pretty much win an entire round for them once the smoke closes in.
Zard's going in. Zulan, okay, at risk of getting hit with a hypnotism, but he pulls up a little bit short. And that is enough to punish you massively against Elevate. Now you're in a 2 versus
That's crazy.
double pull competition. I don't get it. Really looked like he forced that, ready, set, desperately, where Elevate trying to start off the fight. And somehow, they're still positioned relatively well. Stuck in the gas, Tyrant now, obviously full heat, 1v2 him. That is filth! Pioneers do secure the first round after the first player advantage.
I think some of the urgency now can be understood. Why exactly Zard felt that he needed to go in and make the first play, even though it was entirely suboptimal. Because you can have the 2v1 as everything closes in, as Livy can have his super, and Tyrant doesn't even care. He's fully heated up, he has his gadget, he has everything at his disposal. But would make for it a much better Tyrant lane over here, is a Fade can hit a hook. I don't think Elevator are too keen on giving that to him. Oh, Zara's getting in position, maybe fishing a little bit, trying to get Fade to play aggro, lure him into some of his Livy's shots, which is probably also just enabling Zar to work in his position for now. But so far, just farming that late game utility. And just
You're not watching the championship?
Tyrant's getting pretty confident.
Tyler, you aren't watching the championship?
Dulan's in danger again, though. Here comes Zar, forcing the issue. This time,
You should watch the
to his credit,
championship. It's crazy.
no trade opportunity. One
It's
shot
been
on
crazy.
The job done. Juan Carlos going to be the recipient of the damage anyway. Can Fade make a play here with the dimensional door? In a 1v2, it's probably too much to ask, and he knows he's cooked once that last squeak bomb got stuck.
Hypercharge now available for Fade, but likewise for
And she is.
So Fade
Don't know why someone put her up
territory
above
with
Fang in a
Punish,
tier
as
list.
he's ready with the punish. We can also just drop down the old-fashioned.
She
pick
is.
super if necessary.
I know. I literally said I don't know. I understand what you mean.
Once again, this is like a game
I don't know why
strategy.
someone would put her
A little
so
bit less so
above
now that some of
Fang.
these walls on the diagonal have been broken open and are thus missing. But something that Pioneers are going to have to play around and obey. If they can bake that ability.
I thought you meant
then
that
big
Shelly
above
in
that.
general
That
was
Fade is
bad.
keeping at the back of his head right now, so that they get rid of that before the poison actually starts.
So do you mean like the brawler or the player that's playing her? So do you mean the brawler is bad or the person who is playing her is bad?
Those minds at all, and he couldn't go to the help of his teammate. So this sets up the 2 versus 2 now. Tyrant at full heat at least, and Zulan with a hypercharge. Not that that's really something you write home about as a G. But Zara and his Lydia looking to make another play in the direction of Zulan. He is ready, takes the raw stat boost now as Zara goes in. Oh, catches actually causes him to
Let's go Pioneers, come on!
He's gonna be stuck in the corner. Zulan needs more shots in his time to reload.
Let's go!
The dust settles. It's Tyrant's Pearl. Last one standing.
If you need any guarantees in Brawl Stars, it's that Pearl is going to be the last one to die in any knockout round. Win or lose that round, she is not gonna die, okay? She doesn't have a limited health, but there's almost no point in even attacking her since she absorbs all of your shots. But the thing is, if there's one player that you want to be the last standing, it's gotta be Tyrant. He is, I think, really the mechanical wizard of this team here on Pioneers. Once again, he's going to be occupying this right side. It is a priority for Fade to break open some of these walls. He was quite successful in doing so in the last round. So he's hoping to
Walk in, Pioneers.
determined to prevent that from happening.
Fade.
By instead of
Fade.
near that destructible obstacle, now near the
But there was also Tyrant.
So I hopped around a little bit there. Fade using the walking cane sometimes as a precursor to his engagements, like we saw in that previous round. Very deep dive for the Drake. Ended up causing a massive brawl as a result. And again, we want to keep an eye on other charges like those of his Libby. Those are really effective. We're going to track those over the course of these matches. Tyrant then went for the burning cookies. Zar's having a struggle with that damage though. Of course, healthy as he is. Faye wants to drift across to the right now. Gap is starting to close, and there it is. Libby going down. No draw pressure available. Now you can play behind the walls as much as you'd like if you're Pioneers. Zar looking for a stun. Tyrant caught by the Juan Carlos. Yep, all on his lonesome. A very clean 3-0.
You see that Ollie super towards Tyrant while he's fully heated up, while he has the gadget ready to go, and you just know that Zar wanted to do anything but that. Because you know just how it's going to go. Whoa, what a pull, Zar, with a jump. And Fade actually predicted it, but he was just a moment too early. Could not actually get Zar in that position. But really well played. That was some crazy synergy.
Everyone's locked in now at this point in the series. We're approaching the halfway point. The Pioneers, though, winning this round means that they will take the set. And we've got so much to work with here. The exception of Zulan's Magic Hand, you're in a pretty favourable position. As Libby might just be trying to save this head first for the hypercharge. He's developed that now. Likely to use it more reactively. Tyrant start to open up the map. This is looking scary, ready.
You almost never see a Pearl do that, by the way, but it was so crucial.
Guess who I just subscribed to?
Teammates are able to succeed.
Lex.
Particularly Zulan for winning this next round beats that pull. Here comes.
I don't know why I just now subscribed to. I've been subscribed to Kairos. I've been subscribed to Spen LC.
But he was forced to use it. Fade now in for the kill on Juan Carlos. Could not secure it. It's 3v2. Zulan and Tyrant barely hanging on. But Tyrant, as usual, the last man standing is looking
yes!
to intermit and can.
That was intense. Wow.
Oh, God. He's got 2,000 HP. The tick is full health, and it just doesn't matter. Because he's sat in the middle of the map. Tyrant is not affected by the dash. An interesting
Oof, sucks.
Oh,
wow.
What I was hoping to generate there with the guy forward on Gray, after already drawing that hypercharge super out of the tick, feel like maybe the chance to regroup. He went for it, credit to him. Fortunately, the rest of his team had his back, and it was an astoundingly good set for Pirates.
Now,
Your
will
phone?
Pioneers make it a second 3-1 today, or will we
might wanna
in
plug
fact
it in.
see 34 of 35 possible sets today? We'll see. If Elevate can prolong this one, I feel like it was pretty obvious that the lack of DPS with Tick and Squeak didn't really work out against the comp from Pioneers here. Every single brawler on their side, Bray, Pearl, and the Jean, have above 7,000 HP ready.
That's a good read as well. Yeah, they can take those hits from Tick, and they're both able to independently defend against the Tick super. Jean probably has the toughest time, but Tyrant's always going to be on the case. Look at this guy. He's reliably the last one to survive on the field, and this happened like 3 separate times throughout this entire set. Here it comes once again. Zar went for the hypnosis. Yeah, okay, you managed to hypnotize Tyrant. It only cost you, what, 6,000 HP. Once again, Tyrant. Tyrant's like a forever chemical. You know the stuff that like gets put out in the environment and never biodegrades? Yeah, there you go. Like, you know, he is a big garbage patch right there, but like in the nicest sense of the phrase.
That is beautifully put by the two of you. I'm sure he feels very flattered to hear that. We're heading into set 4 now. Pioneers could close it all out here. Not going to World Cup, but still get ahead of Elevate in the leaderboard. As of now, they're only 1 point ahead of them with 94 points versus 93. So I'm sure they want this win just to move up the leaderboard ladder a bit more.
Yeah. And hopefully, like, coming to this one, Pioneers are ready to close it out. Tyrant, instead of researching where microplastics are commonly found in the human body, is just trying to... He's about how he can elevate, if you excuse the pun, this composition for Pioneers now. We're going to give it a shooting star, so it is that kind of open match where Pioneers want to be every single sharpshooter in existence, but Sunny, they can't ban them all.
You unfortunately can't. We have a lot of long range out of the way on the side of Pioneers here. We still have a lot of them open though. Byron could still be an option here, as well as Salu. We have seen him on this map before. RT, always a fan favorite, Gene as well. Let's see what is going to be the first pick here for Pioneers.
RT! Inspirational guy!
We've seen before from Code RT work.
That's a good pick.
Finally, Carl's still open to snatch away that blue star from under the...
There are some popcorn kernels that aren't popped.
On Shooting Star, I feel like in the conversation it has to be like something.
Wait, RT? Oh, Gene,
I'm
yeah.
a little bit surprised that it wasn't selected here, given that it wasn't him. Maybe it's fallen off a little bit. Maybe Pioneers are rather.
There's just a
like
kernel.
Shell shocked as well from not being able to make much use of that tick with the lacking DPS. But they are geared up for some of this stuff, as you referenced, Sonny. That Carl is going to be making an appearance here. In many circumstances these days, he will be still grabbing that blue star thanks to the health that he possesses, but not sacrificing the super strong gadget for the one that gets you better position. Still possible, of course. Pioneers ought to go for something that's a little bit squishier. And here comes the gray for Pioneers. Gray often combined with something like Hank as well.
Another gray situation, wow.
But elevate themselves through long range, I think, for that to be that safe of an option.
Nice.
I wonder, I think there's, we've seen obviously Gray used to, start fights often, like
Yeah.
Gus, but also two reasonable options here. Okay, the case
Nani?
say we want a sharpshooter and we don't really want to risk them getting counted out, so they're bringing Nani in. Also, you'll notice there's basically hardly anything. So fair enough. Okay, so you have some long-range presence now. You have a peak. You also have like this RT who's a pretty darn good sharpshooter as well. It's a super long-range combat. It's very classic Pioneers to me, honestly. And there's the Gus that I mentioned. Very good in case there is an all-in, and also allows you to be just a little more aggressive on some of those fine-landing games.
Low-key, I kind of thought...
On the fun guy?
Direction here.
Way more... On Squeak?
Is able to teleport in. Maybe it's just...
How many do you have?
For Tyrant's capability of dodging shots or earning that teleport.
How many do you have?
To deny it to him. But I saw some
Yeah.
potential for something like
861.
here as well.
Why did I think that you said 461? I don't know how I heard 4 instead of 8. Alright, this match is starting.
You got good options in long range, and with a lot of the sharpshooters banned out, it's now actually difficult for... It's more difficult than it would have been already for Elevate to find something that can go toe-to-toe with this name.
Let's get busy first. On the Shooting Star we go. Pioneers take this and they would advance through the semi-finals. Now, of course, with no chance of them...
What, you're playing knockout?
They're here for the circuit points.
Then why did you say it's just you?
And cash. Fade was currently in advance, but it does turn into a decent bit of map control.
It's a little funny to see Zealand use a return to sender on his Libby's gadget, just getting every single scrap of damage that he is capable of. Here comes. It's going to break up the stronghold in the back right, which is actually quite advantageous for Zealand. Dropping into just 1k.
Crazy.
Now putting for the hypercharge. Fade. Look for the synergy with the knockback that Zealand super offered, but it's not able to secure that. It was just out of Gray's range, but they still have opportunities. They couldn't connect that Walking Cane either. Pioneers are being defended quite well here.
Oh, looking to come in. Flying hook used. Zealand, of course, in peak form and is brought down. A little vulnerable, and that's an opening the elevator been able to exploit. Fade tries to go in and fix the mess that's been caused. He also will fall. Dangerous now. 23 seconds left of the round. Pioneers behind the ball in a big way. Faye comes forward. Walking Cane connected. There's a Gus shield ready to keep Juan Carlos fighting fit.
That was a lot of popcorn.
Very few opportunities remain here for KCP to even up this game. Faye's going to try one more time. But try as he might, everybody just seems too resilient.
Elevate.
One super going to make its way on the back right. Zar tanks it with just 230 HP, and neither of those shots from Tyrant find their mark. Wouldn't have been a game changer, but would have at least kept Pioneers on some sort of streak of momentum. But nothing. They got 0 starred right there. That was 7 and a blue star to nothing. Totally shut out.
I love the big heads up of getting forward with the flying hook. It's not only good for taking the blue star, but you punish Zulan when he's in that peak form, and nobody from KCP was able to react quickly enough to stop the Carl. You've at least got to find a trade in positions like that. I know that Pioneers are going to be pretty bad. Definitely frustrating for
This trophy looks we are not doing so
further opportunities for a little bit of a bounce back. Here we go. Zulan on the diagonal once more. Well, Cesar tucked in a position. Yeah, Zilla might even want to switch lanes, by the way, so if he does, Cesar can't catch it.
I think there's like also some frustration from Pioneers right now because they keep tapping the enemies, but is Livia staying close by with the magic pups? So all of that damage they're actually doing is being negated over time. There is a certain urgency that now matters in getting these kills, and they're not playing brawlers that deal really a whole lot of damage. Like Zulon is able to get quite a lot.
I don't know, man.
It's all 3, but
Alright, this is... It looks like Elevate is still winning this.
That is his strength.
Alright, this could potentially lead to a similar situation to the last one with BC Gaming. Yep, it definitely could. In that case, Pioneers has to come back. I can't remember, was it Gem Grab next? I can't remember what it was next. Oh wait, it's Bounty and then Knockout. Okay.
That was a point-blank peak, but it still sees Elevate ahead in the lead. Fady gets taken there by one Carlos, and
Wow.
you can only look on. Are we just here to play maximum Brawl Stars today, folks? It seems like we are. This one is on a collision course with a 5th map, unless Pioneers can put this to bed now.
Final test. Tyrant now moving in from the side. There's a 1-star differential as Livy has to fall. Zulan's got to make this super count. Going in for the maximum value target. They need 4 stars to make this work. Zara has to fall, and so does Juan Carlos, or one of them.
Dang it!
Straight by just a 1-star lead into the set 5.
Oh man, okay, just as expected. Another very close game. Another game that is bound to go the distance. And based on your predictions,
I got a little Hercules reference.
You did not think this would be remotely close. It was like a 95 to something, or 5, I guess if I can do math properly, in predictions. This match, though, Sonny, has turned out to be anything but one-sided.
It was 86 to 14, but yeah, close enough. I'm just laughing ever since it looked like Elevate is winning that one. I've been calling it all day, and everybody's mad at me for doing that. That we could see 34 sets out of 35 possible ones. Just a little reminder here. Yesterday in South America, we had 5 matches that were decided in set number 5. 3 double match points. We had Cinderella runs and the reverse sweep in the grand finals. We thought that the region was close. Now NA is shaping up to be even closer.
Continuing on, Pioneers, they actually gave a pretty good effort here. Well, okay, effort is out of the question. Of course you want to win. But in terms of the performance, Zulon in particular actually really impressed me. He got so much damage. Did you notice on the stat line there, 440 DPS? That was like twice what his teammates were capable of there. And at some point, he even switched lanes to hopefully deal damage to someone who wasn't constantly being boosted by the gene. And no, okay, that's like an easy little lane swap.
Oh, it is? Oh, wow, yeah. I'll have to see how that goes.
Damage wasn't getting kills. That was the weakness of the comp. They played a control comp, but they didn't have control to begin with, so there was nothing to control.
Oh, man. I mean, I honestly look pretty close, but I do think it's an issue with Pioneers not being able to come back from those deficits. It's something they put out of their minds now, and we go to Gem 4, buddy.
I have no idea how much longer these matches could last.
Don't otherwise see. Kara, though,
so basically, right now, this is the last play.
That is super interesting. We talked about Tara not being...
So that means that we'll get the semifinals soon. Yeah, this is the last match, and then there'll be the semifinals.
Yes. We don't have 2 games till then. So it will take half as long as the quarterfinals.
So that means it's gonna take like 2 hours. And then possibly an extra hour after that. So that means that this will probably go on for like 3 more hours.
That and it's a Fate special. He is very good at Buster. I've gotten to speak with him at length about
Yeah, because we've been.
Buster, and
I've been streaming for 4
where
hours.
when the brawler came out, he instantly knew that it was going to be one of like.
Oh, it looks like Elevate is getting caught ready, but we got Buster. I hope that I actually get my Pro Pass XP this time. If we end up winning. Because Tyler, I didn't end up getting my Pro Pass XP.
Doesn't really care that you have a shield out in front
For
of
the last one.
He's still going to be able to get that damage. The Pioneers knew that.
Never mind, I got it.
So there's a contingency plan that they have with their 4-5. We're just going to have to wait to see what exactly that is and how.
I finally got my Pro Pass XP.
It limits a lot of other options, like a
Hello? Alright, so yeah, so that's good. I'm happy about that.
are very good at controlling that space. Like,
Hopefully, this next guy, Zolan, hopefully Zolan can get some good. I think he's the one that's picking right now. Hopefully, he can get a good choice for a brawler.
he can charge his super by just playing with teammates, and he has crowd control on his gadget. So, still reasonable, still powerful.
B, ooh.
The fact that B is survived so deep into the draft for me is that much more surprising.
Wow.
It's
Oh, it's Tyrant. So now it's Zolan. Now Zolan is chosen.
But they lead through one of the best tank counters in the game.
These brawlers, like the Pokos, the Bees, really, they're not even a variety. It's really just these two brawlers that have such a unique interaction in the game right now. Are always in the conversation. If you don't see them drafted, they're still influencing how things are going. And it seems that after that, everything else has just been kind of automatic, basically. And another one that is notably left open, keep in mind, is that loop, which in many ways, having the Poco on your side can enable. A lot of times, Stu is a way that you
I swear, Lumi has been banned like every single match.
Between himself and enemy tanks, so that's going to be quite vital. I don't understand
I
what
got
the
text.
approach to those bushes is going to be, because they don't have any good way of getting vision inside of them on the side lanes, and I think that could be a good attack vector for Elevate. Looks like they have the exact idea. Poco double tank here, and has for many years been one of the strongest approaches in the game, and also the fact that you have these long bushes on the sides is going to be the
I'll probably have to not react on camera to one of the matches because I have no idea when I'm gonna have dinner. Because that means that it could probably end at 8 o'clock.
Against like a double tank top that's going to run you down, and Zeus definitely feels like the best option on this gem grab match for a brawler that can quickly get in, pick up gems, fire a shot, get on out. Much safer than other brawlers. And, I do think B is also a reasonable mid option, but if you have these tanks that move up and take space and the map isn't opened up enough, it could be hard for her to actually get these shots and to get back into the map.
Come on.
Classic stuff in Brawl Stars. This is, it's a little abstract, but it's stuff that's been in the game for a very long time. B plus wall break equals win. B counters the Poco. Poco counters the Lu because of his gadget, and especially now that it is spammable, since you can use those protective tunes every 15 seconds, and it also lasts for several seconds. So the cooldown effectively is not very long. Look at the start from Pioneers, though. They immediately got that wall break out from Fire. You got a couple of those. Keep in mind that's going to be recharged, so there's almost...
Who do you guys think is the best controller?
Meanwhile, Zulon and Fate have prioritized that right side. They opted to actually back away. Zulon's got to be cautious, trying to leverage the information.
I would want to say Sandy.
But he's sort of given up hope of detecting his position. Thankfully for him, Zarya's revealed his position, and it's going to pressure Fate and Zulon quite a bit.
The worst one might actually be Willow.
Which is one of the big weaknesses of Buster, is that you can on 3 shots.
It's something where, but best. I saw Spen LC say that it's Meeple.
Coming from one Carlos, though it's scary. Fade's trying to get away, but that is going to be tough.
Yeah.
What?
No, like I saw Spen say that the best controller is Meeple. I honestly would probably say Sandy. I don't know who else it would be then.
No purchase there for Elevate. They are caught out in the open, and Fate steps back up. Note that he is the gem carrier right now. A little bit awkward. The Tyrant had to give up the gems earlier on, and that is a big one. Zulon catching his living out. Elevate fall to pieces. With all the healing of this double tank Poco composition, they cannot keep it together. And our Pioneers can walk away with a confident gem lead that really...
Charlie is good.
1 second left, and Elevate have only almost backed them up into a corner. Very well.
I am kind of biased,
Pioneers.
but yeah, I
They
do
got
think that
pretty
shit's
much
good.
the perfect start, by the way. I don't think they could have asked for a better one. Tyrant hit his shot on the very first attack. He got his super, broke open a wall, and then he did it again once his gadget recharged once again. They broke open that bottom left breakable wall, which is one of the best positions that Elevate actually possess here. They're going to place Juan Carlos over here to try and stave away Tyrant, who this time was not able to get that super right off the beginning, and that is going to hurt just a little bit. Thankfully for them, though, Pioneers have actually managed to isolate that Poco.
Zara's trying to push up. Fade does have a good shot shape in order to clip Zara as he tries to hide in that corner. Tyrant, respectful of Juan Carlos, the leverage he can put out, also the sustain provided by the fish torpedoes, will continue just to chunk him with damage whenever he has the opportunity. Juan Carlos is trying to hide the trajectory of the bubble as much as possible, but Fade knew. He knew it was meant for him. He's the one carrying the gems right now. Finally, Juan Carlos' reign of terror is brought to an end. Tyrant with the breakthrough gadget will further open the map.
What about Griff?
To set Zulan up for success.
A missed slow there onto Zar. He was just on the edge of that range. Now Zar is looking to close in from the bottom side. The hypercharge pot by Zulan on the right side. Zar eliminated after an attempt at pushing, and his Livy is also forced back. KCP, they're pretty comfortable in this position. And look at this. Tyrant's even found some time to break open a key position for Juan Carlos. The spaces for Elevate to safely remain are diminishing. In fact, Pioneers are taking it to Elevate's home front, even trying to target as Livy.
Juan Carlos lost that map control. Brick by brick, they have to try and build into the game again, Elevate, but things look dire. One more gem separates Pioneers from the final countdown of this series, and Fade is going to quite easily have it.
Oh, I haven't even been paying attention. Shoot.
Speed and durability.
Oh god. Okay, well we are
With a hypercharge himself, hold them up, get in the face of his Lydian Zara. Zara definitely tries to run them down with his Jackie, but he pulls up short.
Yo, let's go. They officially won that. Hopefully it doesn't take as long to actually get my Pro Pass XP.
This weekend that seems cursed to have every match go the distance. The Pioneers have earned their spot in such a tricky draft as well, where they're forced to deal with some of these picks that you are forced to pick. The B, the Poco. I think that this was well executed. That Buster, that was their first selection, wound up being one of the more valuable selections.
And that is it for the quarterfinals.
The most votes wins it. It was a close one though. We had to go all the way to the very last set once again. I'm loving how close these matches are today. Honestly, every single game feels like it could swing either way. North America is really delivering so far, and the level of competition is off the charts. Zolan takes
It's not letting me view my predictions.
A lot of gems despite playing Beaker. Huge surprise to me that actually Tyrant.
I think I chose Tribe Gaming and then Pioneers.
Yeah, Tyrant was doing his job. Like, Stu, a lot of times, is a valuable gem carrier, but I think Tyrant's bigger responsibility was breaking open these walls.
Bro, that was actually crazy, though.
Elevate started to crumble. I mean,
That was actually crazy.
Inseparable from that top right corner.
These have been some intense matches. These have been some very intense matches.
And they're basically free as Stu. And this
Time to see if my Pro Pass XP has actually come through.
For drafting their way out of a difficult
It already came through.
Still kind of an
Now I just need, hopefully, I have predicted one of these semi-final matches right. Because then, if I do that, then I'll be able to get a legendary star drop.
Is gonna follow as our last team, and they have to face up against BC Gaming. What's gonna be our first match, though?
Alright, now it's Tribe Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. I predicted Tribe. I'm pretty sure Tribe will win. What? I predicted Tribe. So, I feel like we almost did. I feel like me, you, and Tyler have like all basically done the exact same predictions.
Pioneers to get that grand finals berth if they can't, put it together over on the side of BC Gaming. But that top matchup is good. Bobby and Co have said, like, if we kind of have to do crazy stuff today, we really need to win out. It's really important to us. Again, it's been a long time since he's been able to win a monthly final.
Okay, so guys, I'm gonna get my dinner soon because my dad said that we still have like $50 There's been a lot going on in
And
the
yeah,
past
it is a
4
team that
hours.
effort, and every member of Pioneers did pull his weight, otherwise they would not be the ones to beat Elevate today. It was a close one, yes,
Yeah,
again.
we'll have to see what I want from Wingstop because I haven't had Wingstop in a while. But obviously, I'm gonna get bone-in wings. I am obviously gonna get bone-in wings. Wait, do you go bone-in or boneless?
I go boneless.
I go boneless.
Boneless?
Chester.
Oh, Chester. Let me.
I don't know. Janet?
Ducky.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Guess my tier with this week.
182 or 882.
Charlie, maybe? No, that looks like Amber.
Tier?
That looks like Amber.
Okay.
No, Janet. No, that's Janet. That's Janet. That's Janet.
What? It's tier 45.
There we
No,
go.
I mean
Okay.
82 trophies.
Sorry, I'm just looking.
Did you?
Is your squeak 82
Wait.
trophies?
I think so.
I don't know.
There's no way I perfectly guessed that.
Oh,
I'm gonna
that's
check
kinda
after this
bad.
game
That's kinda
if
bad.
this guy can lock in.
So you're gonna have to mine after.
Angela.
Alright, let's check. 883.
I was one off.
Yo creo que nuestro punto más fuerte es que podemos jugar
I
cualquier
did tier 45. Oh my god.
Nos pueden poner un meta de tanque,
I'm editing my video right now, so I'm gonna mention you in one of my videos.
Can you mention me too?
Yeah, I'm gonna mention you too. So you're
Okay.
Or in the video, don't worry.
Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I mean, I'm still gonna be on the call, but I was just saying that's my stream because I gotta.
las cosas más importantes. Y el punto más débil de nuestro equipo, aún no lo sé. No hay ningún equipo que nos haya dicho decir como este es nuestro punto débil por ahora, quién sabe para la tercera mensual. Pero por ahora no encuentro ningún punto débil en nuestro equipo. Yo creo que por el trabajo duro. Siento que somos el único o de los pocos equipos que está todos los días jugando y siento que cada uno hace como su parte. Obviamente se puede mejorar más, siempre se puede mejorar, pero siento que estamos número uno porque nadie trabaja más que nosotros. Bueno, en Twitter hay una tabla que dice las skills que hacemos y creo que somos el único equipo en el mundo que tiene más de 2000 skills, algo que no me acuerdo muy bien, pero sí, somos el equipo que más trabaja en el mundo.
North America has delivered so far, and you're tuned in back again with the April monthly finals for that region. We got Kenny back as well. Did you expect another 3-2? Are you hoping for some more, Kenny?
I did expect a 3-2. So far, so good in terms of the score lines. Yesterday in South America, we took some heavy falls in terms of the predictions, but we bounced back today in North America.
It really looked like we are gonna be prediction kings and queens after all. Well, we have a bunch of teams that are now ready to go to Dallas. If you ever always wanted to meet Safe Division, SK Gaming, Humble, Tribe Gaming, BC Gaming, Toxic Lotus, and Revenant, X-Spark, you have to get your tickets now. They all will be in Dallas, and if you get a ticket for DreamHack, you also get a little Brawl add-on. If you want that, you can get some socks, a sticker pack, and Kenny, you just want that pop socket. I know it.
Pop socket, gotta have it, must have. Coach Uber said to use it on the plane, gotta do it.
It does, and so does our first semi-final. It's gonna be Tribe Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. Those two don't really have too much history, at least amongst the monthly finals. They've never faced off against each other, Uber.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think that. Maybe it's Space Station's difficulty sometimes getting out of that first round, but either way, I mean, they are definitely quite a match on their hands because this Tribe Gaming team looks pretty clean. We talked about it coming into this month, saying, oh, look, it's been really close. A lot of teams really playing it, quite tough. Tribe Gaming only dropped that one set to Mountain Men, and honestly, I was even surprised to see that. These guys look clean as a whistle. I really do think they're going to be tough to stop this month.
The player that we've just seen on camera, we wanted to point him out a little more, talk about details about Luffy. 8 times match MVP in the previous monthly finals, Kenny.
That's a lot of times, a lot of former teams, and just a long go at it here in Brawl Esports. In the last couple of years especially, him and this roster have been nothing short of special, and I think they have a real opportunity to do something special here today. If they win this, they would be in a 3rd grand finals in the year. Having a 3-peat is unheard of across the world, but especially in North America. It's something that has not happened a ton in history.
Luffy in the spotlight. Now we're shifting that to Space Station Gaming. Their opponents that had a pretty tough run in today's quarterfinal, Uber.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're pretty warmed up, though. Space Station went up against Code OG, and it was about as close as a Brawl Stars game can really be, up until we got to Dueling Beetles, and they managed to figure it out. They played a double tank healer style, technically, with the Barley. Sands looked fantastic over the course of that series, though, and the Space Station Gaming team are looking to have their best month yet.
We had the chance to have a little chat with Bobby. Let's hear what he has to say about Tribe. They are going to World Cup. They're the top 1 spot in the leaderboard.
Tribe Gaming. They've been the best team in NA so far. I think every single team in North America, besides us, has had the chance to beat them. And I'm not saying we're going to beat them, but if we can beat OG, I'm happy that we have the opportunity to try and be the ones to take them down. I think if anyone has a shot, it's us.
If anyone can beat Tribe Gaming, it's us. Those are huge words, Kenny. You feel like it's going to be possible for them?
It's definitely in the cards. I mean, they're definitely looking better than I think they have in past month. The competition in North America has certainly heated up, but I do think Tribe are favorites. For me, coming into today, no signs of stopping. Qualifiers look good. Scrims look fine. I just feel like I'm not going to really bet against Tribe unless I'm convicted to do so otherwise, or somebody proves me wrong. Love the mentality, though. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you have to have in competition.
You didn't want to predict against Tribe, neither did we. We all said Tribe would take this one. I wouldn't be too surprised if the predictions from the website says the same. The viewers were able to vote, and this has to be the most one-sided vote we've seen yet, Uber.
They're definitely too one-sided, I think, based on the actually win probability of these two teams. There's something I want you guys to look at it for as we get into Hot Zone, is this raw aggression from Tribe. If you are not ready for this pace that they want to play with, suddenly you're going to get bowled over. Space Station will hopefully have the composure to deal with this, but, I mean, these guys are going to walk up on SSG. They're going to make them throw down, and Space Station have to force Tribe to respect them.
You have to pull a lot of weight, pull their socks up here to win it for the side of Space Station Gaming. Tribe has actually been the only team today that has been able to close out a game 3-1, Kenny. Lou is going to be the first pick here, makes a lot of sense of Hot Zone, probably his best mode, pretty certainly so. And I'm just super sad. We had Lola, and she has been popping off every single time she has been coming into the draft on Hot Zone. Now she's double banned.
Lola's been pretty instrumental in the North America meta for this map, and also I think largely due to Meg showing up a good bit too. So we see Bo right off the rip here for Tribe Gaming. Even last month, Tribe Gaming were a team that were unafraid to draft this brawler, and so I think now that the rest of the world has kind of confirmed their suspicions, it's showing up more and more. One of the top brawlers on this map, and largely due to the multiple sets of mines they've dropped down. The Hypercharge has a 5 stack, and then a 3 stack for the regular super as well. So there's just so much control you can get out of it.
I mean, I really think that this brawler is just, we're going to keep seeing more of him. Something touched on it, the hypercharge sometimes is enough to get some brawlers back into the spotlight, and that definitely was the case with Bo, because not a whole lot else about him changed. He doesn't have the most exciting gadgets necessarily, and I think that, what he offers in terms of his map control is just very good, but it's because it combines with being a very potent mid-range poke style brawler as well. So not many brawlers offer you that together. A good example is like Blue offers you good control, but on his shots, he's really only good for disrupting tanks in terms of like that raw damage output. He's just not really there. So, Bo does give you a little bit more, bite attached to your bark for that value. And here comes Sphinx now for Space Station Gaming. We saw this a little bit in SA, Kenny. Use of that super to make it easy to dodge incoming projectiles, especially against the slower moving bow arrows, can be quite helpful.
Yeah, Feast is kind of where my mind went, at least after the ban stage. I don't think it's...
I'm just gonna watch the draft while you're doing that, because this is taking way too long.
Feast has been tested quite a bit.
Of course,
Bow and Chester specifically,
I'm
I see
not
that
new
Chester
to here. Thanks to my. And now I'm just having to look at the Grubhub app to figure out what I want.
Throwing down that AoE super.
What's going on? There's a Ruffs.
Trying to deal with him, but not enough DPS, especially into an
Raising Canes?
Sans TP. Well, back in time to get that frag. Luffy, though, with the hypercharge. He's trying to close it, and he does. Gino's going to be forced away. A mini lose super, and he meets him with his own.
Gino, actually dies to the poison. That hypercharge is so powerful for Luffy. Even if you don't get hit by the bomb in the middle, you're gonna invariably fall to the poison ticking damage after 86% and counting. This is brutal stuff. Space Station have never really been in this game, and it feels like the Gale pick was
I'm
just
probably gonna
what
get
the
Razor
doctor
Canes.
wanted. Against the tank crawler that doesn't have any additional
If
mobility.
they're not so expensive.
Just a clean set out of Tribe Gaming. Bo, Chester, and who would have thought? Gale 1 for 1. And as Gale's biggest fan, I have to throw this out there. Gale has a 100% win rate. Lumi has a 0. Facts are facts, folks.
That is just beautiful, honestly. Gale, therefore, the better brawler than Lumi, even though it never really banned out, never really
Facts are
picked up.
facts.
He has to be the better brawler. It's just true. And yeah, Tribe win with it. They have been winning ever since they lost that one single set against Mountain Men. And now they just take that momentum also into the next set. Over 7 kills on both Luffy and RBM. Now that's a statement.
Yeah, and I mean, what a devastating betrayal to the entire tank class for RBM to switch to one of their natural predators, but it worked perfectly. Space Station kept at arm's length the entire time in this game. That was a dirty, hyper super there from RBM. Sands obviously tucked into the corner of the map. But their little combo, honestly, of, slowing down Bobby so that everybody could just take turns slapping a kick me sign on the back of him and go to town. It's very, very difficult for the Draco to get any space, any room to breathe there. God forbid he has a chance to touch the point. That's not going to happen.
We are heading over to Pinhole Punt now. It's going to be an interesting one. Brawl Ball sets, those are usually the ones that really can go either way. It comes down more to just surprises, to quick plays. We have seen a lot of Melody on the side of Tribe for that case. Let's see if she's going to be brought back in, Kenny.
Melody's a good shout. I mean, in North America in particular, it seems like this is a brawler teams are prioritizing, and Tribe have been very good about it in the past. One thing Tribe have been really good at just in general, some of those surprise gadgets, they're not afraid to go with the alternative to the shield, which is something we saw last month on this map as well. Hank, Carl, Buster, Chester, all some of those top brawlers on my mind.
Absolutely. I think that Carl and Melody are pretty similar, almost analogous to each other, in that, teams are trying to use them in the same way. Dive on in, keep the back line, have extra durability, either from protected pirouette or of course from that gadget that Melody makes use of extensively. But we know that, in general, the Tribe just prefer that Melody specifically. All the regular suspects, Sunny, taken off the table already with the B, the Hank, the Lumi being looked at, also, Buster and Lou taken off.
I wouldn't say all the regular suspects. We still have Chester, for example, left open here. We still have some tankiness open with the Ash, for example, with the Primo that we've seen before. And of course, Gale, the best brawler in the entire meta right now, is open as well. And Carl, we completely overlooked that. Of course, always an option. If you don't really know what to go with, there are a couple of those brawlers that you can't ever go wrong with. Carl is one of them, Kenny.
And up next, I'm thinking Chester could be a part of this decision here for Space Station Gaming on the 2-3 turn. Buster would have been in that mix. B, of course, banned. Lou, not necessarily as much. So, yeah, I think naturally just one of the better brawlers in the game has a hypercharge. One of the most picked brawlers this weekend, even leading up to this. North America has certainly continued that trend.
Primo, which the Space Station go for it on Brawl Ball maps before. Pretty decent if you're expecting to have to answer a problematic tank, but Hank has been banned, so that one might be able to get kicked down the road a little bit more now as Meeple will form the sort of 2-3 rotation here. Again, fairly powerful, but this doesn't exactly form the backbone of a hyper-durable composition. Space Station are going to leave their pivotal pick for their last one, so all eyes will be on that red side pick 3. Tribe, though, now have to finalize their composition immediately. They're thinking about a thrower, and they're hoping for one that can't be easily countered. Pinhole Punt does have a lot of shrubbery, so, the Juju is a reasonable option. You want to try and secure the long-range option. And we've seen Meg's hypercharge cause a lot of problems, especially on maps with these closer, packed areas where it's an easy super swing.
Meg isn't showing up everywhere in Brawl Ball, but for whatever reason, Pinhole Punt seems to be the fit
Guys, I'll be gone for a little bit. Sorry that took so long to stream, but we are back for like 10 minutes, then I'll be going back downstairs, and then we'll be going back to upstairs.
You're just an expert with people.
I realize this whole time that you guys have not been able to hear what these people are saying, and I'm sorry about that.
Much of the player cams and cross-reference it with the draft. So let's talk about this Buster, by the way, and how this is going to work. I think this is quite intelligent because, first of all, this is just a good brawler overall, but also it's one of Pioneer's like key brawlers now.
They're already picking up my girl. Squeak! Ooh! That's an interesting pick.
So they're gonna have to have something else up their sleeve in order to properly do it.
Squeak's not bad. Squeak's been in and out a little bit in terms of results category. It's shown up a smidge over our last couple weekends. I really like the spot that he's in. I think in Knockout you have a little more of a debate about which gadget you can choose, but just the potential for damage with Squeak is so high right now due to the 14-second cool-up on wind-up. Because if you make a connection with Squeak, the next shot that Squeak hits, it'll immediately blow up the previous shot. So you just can cycle so many just easy tags, honestly. Sometimes you can just gun people down with the auto-aim, hit your gadget, and blow them up for close to 8,000-ish HP.
It's pretty insane, and it gets easier when you're in close range. It's going to make him quite viable if things get close, push comes to shove there towards the end of the game. Also, valuable hypercharge. It is part of the discussion.
But Gray is also a good. But how many times have they used Carl? They've used Carl so much. It's insane.
It's going to be one that makes it difficult.
Wait, what is this video that you're working on, Ducky?
Right on top of him. But Diego Gamer is going to be playing this at long range anyway. It's just you're sort of forced to take part early on to keep yourself safe. And I anticipate Zorn would be happy to carry that mantle because typically he does pick up some of the more difficult, like less advantageous balls.
One of the most tried and tested, you call them a king of North America. And this
Order on way. Oh my god.
Who joined them last year. I've been around for
okay, I gotta go get my food soon. I gotta get my food soon.
Been the consistent force in North America. They have a fill-in. Patchy is joining the party here in our North America semifinals. With
now it's gonna arrive in like
of the year, and it would be pretty huge for them.
5 minutes. It's gonna arrive in like 5 minutes. That was so fast.
He was hit by that gadget from Patchy. Now all that Pioneers really get to do is farm up their hypercharges, which is quite valuable for Tyrant. He can get a hook out here and maybe pull someone out of position. BC Gaming likewise are dedicated to getting some supers of their own. Evex especially, since he charges that hypercharge simply by staying next to his
I'll give you your
teammates.
credit
And
card.
knowing also that Pioneers are not going to get a real effort at pushing them.
Or if you're able to find it, woohoo!
For free for the next round. They're going to win this round. It's quite unlikely they would lose a 3v2. This is a great start to the round for BC.
Especially with the Buster Super, now they can just
alright, BC. Ooh. Well, obviously there's like 5 games, so it could very well be what happened during the quarterfinals.
The cherry on top of their preparation here is to get Diego Gamer a super. Besides that, they have Evex with the hypercharge. He's also lurking on the right side. A bit of effort checking his right side. They didn't see Evex, so they needed to check that area on the right. Evex is going to go for it. Punished by Zulon! He had a winning position.
Oh, whoa, okay, they do have a good strategy going on right now.
And get some value for the next round. But I'm not sure why BC did that.
Wait, are you watching the championships now, Tyler?
A little too much for me. I mean, Buster can do good damage, but even if he lands a pull and then a couple consecutive
oh, yes! Okay. Pioneers just hit that. Let's go.
Well, Evex is still going to get this super for free.
Your courier is arriving soon. I have like this thing where like it shows in real time. Because
the risk of trying to sneak up on someone in the bush is when you don't have
wait, what?
The other folks in the bush.
No! I feel so bad for you. I actually feel so bad for you. Who uses Bonnie that much? That's so stupid.
They don't really have the materials to get it on their
wait, I just realized Angelo only has like 2 skins. Unless if it's like a Doug thing where he has another skin but you can't, but you had to buy it. But it was like a pass skin or something.
With lots of supers, it's a full house. Every single player has a super available. Especially when this fog starts to move in, you're going to see a lot of buttons clicked at a very rapid pace.
Mistook there for Tyrant.
Oh, man.
Will recharge his
This is a
Tyrant
very
for
interesting
poison. He gets
occasion.
everything very close in. He's going to have to stay alive for a few more seconds.
I'm so glad that
Out with the hypercharge.
Tribe won that last game.
Right
Ooh! Ooh!
Still alive. Looking for the kill on Patchy Zulon.
Ooh! Whoa, that was a good win!
To secure game 1 for Pioneers.
Alright, my food is here, so
Like
I'll
it should have been one for BC.
so I'm gonna go eat, but I can still be on the
Opening round was nice. The round number 2, I think just a mistake. The second you see a 3v2 in the early game of a round, it really is quite difficult for a team to come back from that. At a professional level, it's just when the mechanics are this high, you can't afford mistakes. Really difficult to just make it happen. And Pioneers in round 3, I think, won a pretty clean one. I mean, that was one where either side could have taken it, so I'm sure BC Gaming are kicking themselves a little bit for dropping that game.
It hurts quite a lot. BC Gaming managed to catch Zulon by surprise in that last one, using the Carl gadget to eliminate him. And he's not going to fall for the same trick twice. This time, BC need to find out how they're going to actually use this Buster Super in order to get in position. This time also, note where the Pioneers have gotten their supers online quite early on. Tyrant, especially. That teleport is going to be very instrumental when the action happens. But BC Gaming are determined to not let that happen too soon. They are just enforcing the stalemate because they know that they're going to exercise their prowess in close range.
Everybody just trying to charge up those supers. Diego Gamer dropping one of his own. Zulon trying to navigate all this. A teleport from Tyrant. He's diving in. Doesn't land enough tags, though. 3v2 situation. Vex misses the gadget. Diego Gamer looking to knock an arrow, and it's just a lone fade. Not going to be able to deal with all the health points of the other end, and will fall to the fog. It's going to be a BC Gaming round here. So similar start to what we saw in that round number 1 of the previous game, but this time round 2, very different. A sneaky start here for KCP. Zulon on this left-hand side. They've seen Tyrant, they've seen Squeak, and now Zulon will finally pop out. So BC Gaming just make a safe rotate to the right-hand side.
Zulon was stealthily coming up that left side. I think he was hoping to find Evex off guard, like Evex allowed to happen on that right lane last time. Usually you see this played east versus west. Now it's west versus east. BC Gaming taking a similar position as they did on the west side of the map in the last round. Patchy trying to catch someone off guard, but taking a decent amount of damage along the way. Note that Tyrant has earned his hypercharge, by the way. It's a huge play waiting to happen towards the end of the round. Even better if he can save it for the next one and just get a good old-fashioned teleport to win this one.
The stat boost is honestly, I think, the biggest part of Buster's hypercharge, and I think a lot of casual fans may not realize that it's just so powerful for these tankier brawlers to get the extra stat boost. Diego Gamer getting a stat boost of his own from his hypercharge, and Vex moving in as well, 2750, and he goes down. Patchy swooping in, it's a trade, 2v2 situation, trying to swipe through. Tyrant lands the final blow, and KCP will once again tie up the game.
3 hypercharges and 0 rounds won. As a result, that one's got to hurt for BC. They use all of their late game utility. You see them scouting out some of those bushes as well. After game number 1, can't blame them for very thoroughly scouring these bushes for any pesky busters or RTs that may be lurking there, but the positions are all obvious now. And the same sort of dynamic now ensues. BC Gaming quite disinterested in taking this early game aggression. Just gonna let Diego do his thing. Maybe Patchy like hits a gadget, but aside from that, they're going to exercise this Buster Super in the late game.
That was a nice gadget coming out of Fade. Forces Diego Gamer to use a gadget of his own, and now it gives a little extra ground for KCP. Patchy, preemptive pop once again, misses. Gives him a little bit of zoning, but not quite enough to be very effective. Another tag coming in from Fade, down to 350 HP. Diego Gamer nearly fell. Meanwhile, up top, it's Tyrant taking on Buster. Vex does have a hypercharge available as the fog closes in. All the action gonna go down. A couple purple buttons being clicked. Vex moving forward. Zulon teleports, downed. Now KCP are falling like flies. BC Gaming come through and tie up the set.
This is the BC Gaming that we expected. Not necessarily dominant like they usually appear to be, but still formidable. They managed to take down a pretty scrappy STMN in that quarterfinal. Now here in the semifinals, they are here. But this is a much different playstyle. They're playing pretty passively, and they're also throwing, well, maybe it's actually Pioneers throwing caution to the wind. They're trying to take the same side as BC, pressing them out of here. It's a rotation from Diego Gamer over to the right side. Looks like BC Gaming, more than anything, just want to play passive towards the end of the game. Pioneers recognize that as their win condition and are applying much more pressure than they did in previous games as a result.
Vex traveling with a teammate to charge up his super, but his buddy Patchy has fallen down. That is an early blunder coming out of BC Gaming. And now Fade, Zulon, and Tyrant have a huge advantage. Down to a 3v1. Diego Gamer just one tap away from going down, and Pioneers execute them in a quick fashion.
In terms of strategy, this is an arms race. It's about locating where you faltered in the previous round and then correcting on it immediately. Pioneers knew that they just had to go aggressive. Now BC Gaming, they have to go aggressive in response. They're missing a key condition here. Now, since Buster is eliminated, Squeak proved to be a pretty large issue as well. On terms of the matchup, this actually looks quite even between BC Gaming and Pioneers, but that's a super that they no longer have. That's the late game condition that Buster had in that shield.
Down to mechanics at this point. Whoever can land the most shots or maybe find an earlier frag is going to be the one that takes this round. For Pioneers, if they win this, they would take a 1-0 lead on our second seed in the region. Zulon with the super in his back pocket. And Diego Gamer, of course, can drop one as well. A nice tap from Zulon. Diego Gamer will rotate to the right-hand side. Now he's tagged up both of these enemy sides. And Patchy, without a super, can't close the gap quickly enough. They've got a gray walking cane. Zulon with the static, so a little extra utility, certainly on KCP's side.
Diego gonna pop this super. Not really getting anything. Wants to hit Zulon or Tyrant, and he gets Zulon. That's excellent. Bit of a whiff there from Patchy, but he zoned Tyrant into the bottom right while Diego took down Zulon on the top side. That's Tyrant eliminated. Whole set is on the line. Just one more round to go. Pioneers and BC Gaming carefully weighing their options. Which lane are we going to play? It's back to the round one tactic. Spam that left lane. We see the super in already. That was pretty preemptive from Fade. That's lost utility. Now in with the windup on the right side, trying to zone in BC Gaming. But BC have really rocked with the pressure a little too well for Pioneers to be able to get accustomed to. Now, BC Gaming are in a strong position.
Especially now with the supers available, Avex ready to move the Piper.
And Fade's definitely going to regret using that super. I mean,
I'm back, guys.
It's just so much easier to land when you see all your enemies, they're closer together, especially in those...
Alright, come on, BC Gaming. I mean, no, Pioneers. Come on, Pioneers. I also got a Coke for myself.
It's just KCP raining down on BC and left to the fancy footwork of BC to make sure they don't take too much damage before this in-game.
KCP are prepared. Zulon has his super. Tyrant has that and more with the Piper. Just up to this poison to force everyone to move in. Avex with the speed, with the shield now moving in. Tyrant looking for an opportunity, has to pop that Hyper, needs a TP in, he's in the smoke, has to go to the bottom left. Avex still alive, and the last kill coming in for Patchy. BC Gaming now taking set number one, and Patchy, I don't think he can really believe it. He's basically just living in the moment now. But the thought that he gets to sub in for
okay. Unfortunately, the first one
finals is definitely got to be a bit of a mind-boggling.
Just wait, let me in.
BC Gaming had the double start twice. Round number 1 and 2, it was taken once by BC, once by KC.
Dang it! No. Okay, they're losing.
Pioneers had a beautiful start, but then they haven't been able to close it out. In your opinion, Kenny?
Yep. Of course, they put a tweet from SpenLC on the YouTube.
And I think it wasn't from a lack of trying. I really felt like KCP were trying to get in closer to the enemy side. Maybe you saw Zulon trying to navigate that grass on multiple occasions, but just a couple of triples there. I think if they'd managed to maybe make that not an in-game battle with things like the Buster Shield or Tailspins from Carl, where it does really well up close, they may have had a better chance. Fade also dropping that super there, and while it is highlighted in purple, did kind of mess up, I would say, on that super in the final game of the last round. So I think there were certainly opportunities. Again, just a lot of buzzer beaters going off together. This time, the coin toss wins BC Game's way.
And I just have to wonder, like, what exactly went wrong for Pioneers? You gave your version of why that happened was maybe not finding that aggression in some of those key moments. And I have to agree. I think BC Gaming, when they did end up feeling too much pressure, was because Pioneers got aggro early on, like as soon as possible. They were not winning that matchup into Angelo, where he's just poking them at long range. They can't really safely approach that Carl because they know they'll get burned down. Same goes for the Buster, you could get sucked in. This is a tough one to approach. I think BC Gaming knew that they just need to play a passive game here, and they played it successfully.
That guy spoke facts. The guy without the glasses. Alright. A hot zone next.
Heading over to Dueling Beatles now, a map where I would expect to see some more of those tanky options here, Kenny. Hank could be an option, Jackie, Draco, Frank. We've seen it all today.
Yeah, I'll throw an honorable mention for North America in that mix, too. Look out for a possible shade. We've seen it a little bit in practices. It's just one of those unique ones that I write down in my notes just to see if it comes into fruition at all, but I think a lot of those are good names, especially when you associate it with something like a Gray who enables them a little more.
Yeah, I would say.
But yeah, Shade has definitely been a fan favorite and a player favorite over there. We have Barley Vandals. Barley has been the pick before from Space Station Gaming here in this map, and they won. Let's see if that's gonna hurt them later. They have the first pick here. There's still other throwers that are open. I would love to see a Juju. Could still be very strong and Larry as well. Probably first pick there.
We'll have to see what the first choice is. Oh, Chester. Ooh, good choice. That is a good choice. Yep.
Nothing really special here. Break the walls, get damage, nothing much else. We saw how powerful that hypercharge can be. It's like we've seen it throughout the day, but especially in our last match that we just had, where someone got eliminated just by the candy.
I haven't had a chat in like 3 hours. I haven't had someone chat in like 2.5 hours.
To be eliminated by a Chester hypercharge by the poison alone is quite something. Here comes the Poco. This is enabled by that.
He's currently uploading his video, I'm assuming.
By the way, just really any sort of status effect now can be cancelled out by that Poco, including that poison from Chester. I don't think that's what's dictating this pick. It's more complicated than that. Pioneers have to find a way to actually deal with this Poco, which is going to be a bit of a tall order, but they willingly left this one open. Okay, they knew that Poco was unbanned, and they decided to go for the Chester instead, so they have a plan.
It looks like the North Americans are really the only people who are choosing Pearl.
I don't see Pearl a ton here on dueling beetles, but it's clear that North America are evaluating Pearl a little bit more than other regions, and they found this to be a solution to some of the problems maybe they're dealing with in this meta. So they go with Poco, who's already just generally good on the map. You would kind of assume that they might be looking for something more tanky towards the end here, but when you see Chester on the other
Just
side,
like how I just said it. Barry? 2 brawlers on the Candyland trio. Could they choose Mandy? I don't think they're going to choose Mandy.
But Barry, of course, is going to be one of those that's right there in that mix, too. It's a support character, also can play over those walls, and now, without a doubt, you got to think they're going with something aggressive, and there it is. It's going to be Buster, a staple again.
So,
Buster.
The way this is going to work out, Buster is going to have trouble into anything that has a little bit too much health. Something like a Jackie would be pretty good at dealing with that Buster. He also doesn't want to gadget.
Because he busts.
But it's also going to be a challenge for Patchy to play this role over here.
That's weird.
Since the Barry is here on the field, that means that BC Gaming is going to churn out damage. That's not something that Pearl is good at. What she's good at is waiting for the proper time to strike, charging up her damage until that exact moment. So BC have decided to go with the Draco. It's going to drain the enemy ammunition. He has like some okay damage, like not good burst damage, but he has crazy good survivability, and that will be excellent for dealing with that Buster.
Two very interesting drafts. The Pearl, the most notable one to me. I think you could have told me any of the other 5 brawlers that are shown on this map, no surprise, but the Pearl specifically. That burn down damage from the gadget too does interact very interestingly into the heals coming out of the batteries, so it will kind of counteract that a little bit. Obviously, you can't just spam pop that gadget or anything, but just a worthy note. Another thing on the paper to kind of keep our eyes on. Here we go. BC Gaming squeezed by in set number 1.
Alright.
On KCP.
So this is set 2.
Draco, right hand, and this KCP cluster together to make sure Fade can get that super with relative ease. Tyrant and Zulon now out. Oh, and Zulon with a little bit of a whiff there. Right
Alright. It looks like BC is starting it again.
The Tyrant has gone right to the source of the team. Patchy now taken down, Edex to follow, and Diego Gamer now forced back into this corner. He's trying to get some damage out here, but he's not going to be turning out the damage that, say, Edex or really maybe even Patchy will be capable of, because he has to charge up that heat. He seems to be ready with that shield.
I'm interested to see this video.
In a row, but with the wall broken open, Fade Stomp's gotten a little bit harder. Same goes for Zulon, who's now deciding to act as an assassin. He's not facing that much DPS on the enemy side. That's the supreme weakness of BC Gaming. They have healing, they have permanence in Pearl, but they do not have the damage that is required to chew through this enemy healing.
Yo, they have made a comeback for this round at least.
He's gotten now, I believe this is what, his second hypercharge charged up. He's dealing damage, he's getting heals. A good berry goes such a long ways. It's one of the better brawlers if you can make it work, and Zulon is thriving right now. They've climbed up to 95%, and I think BC Gaming know that this game is over. They're going to have to make some serious halftime adjustments in this set if they want a chance.
After seeing the Pearl, I don't have issues with the execution, the way that Diego Gamer played it. It really just comes down to the brawler overall. It's an outdraft for Pioneers. They have better healing, and there's not enough DPS coming out of BC Gaming over here. Maybe like a solid hold on mid could change my mind here. But that initial interaction...
I need to get my Pro Pass XP, because the tribe won. I gotta get my Pro Pass XP.
To punch through, that is Pioneers, and they're gonna do it again. With everyone staying so close together, Fade is getting these shields on rapid fire. Suck him in, Zulon picks up the kill, go next.
If I had gotten my Pro Pass XP...
coming out of Fade, and it still led to a BC Gaming victory. Now that they've gotten this team wipe, this is really the first time that we see them with map control, and Diego Gamer is going to be popping that wall break, which I'm sure is part of the inspiration probably for this Pearl pick. I think they want to open this up. That's a very intentional decision. They haven't done it on their spawn side. They elect to do it on the KCP side, maybe to expose them and make it a little more difficult for something like Zulon or Buster, who operate better in these close quarters or with these walls.
Zulon looking for his second kill over here. Fade's gonna dish that last bit.
I hope that Pioneers win, because for some reason it didn't even register my predictions for the first semi-finals.
BC Gaming pretty much trapped in their spawn. The fact that they're facing a thrower doesn't help either. Now Tyrant also in with that hypercharge. Just locking this down. Diego's going to go for it now, especially aided by that hypercharge from Patchy. Looking for the full retake. Diego does fall. We'll also see the same happen for Tyrant. Zulon's still alive, has that hypercharge. And he's deep in enemy territory. Low-key.
Okay, come on. Barry has like... Oh!
There it is. That hypercharge and the healing is enough to keep Pioneers safe and sound inside this radius.
Golly, Zulon is doing such a good job of just making his teammates' lives easier. There's so much damage potential with Chester, keeping him afloat, and if they can just constantly cycle in these supers to reflect shots, a beautifully played set will lead us to things of being all drawn up. It's now going to be a tie here, and KCP have evened the score.
They knew what to do here with the Barry. Barry was the answer to all of this, pretty much. Having a healer on their side instead of trying to address the Poco. Instead, they say, okay, how about basically everything else, right? That all collapses when Poco's teammates that he's healing are not actually winning the objective.
BC started with map control twice and that one again, but as soon as they got pushed out of the mid once, they completely lost mid.
That was good. That was good. I forgot what the next map. I forgot what the next map and mode was.
All three members on the side of Pioneers, Barry, Chester,
9 kills is crazy.
Ready, supercharged up by the time.
But 538 damage per second is actually crazy too.
Like numbers.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right-hand side with you, Reddy, and it's just numbers are not looking pretty for that side on the left. It's 5, 6, and 9, and just plenty of highlights to back it up.
Check this out. Let's see what Tyrant was capable of, especially with this hypercharge over here. Didn't even need to use it in that specific circumstance. Kept the enemies back quite reliably. Really, I think the star of the show, we pointed it out during the game, has been Zulon throughout both of the games in this series, which went by lightning fast, by the way. There was a moment over here where he was trapped deep in enemy territory and still found his way out because he was kind of a low priority target. And also he had a hypercharge in his super. The mobility, the healing, got him back to the enemy side. Just a supreme draft, really, from Pioneers.
Very good draft from both sides, I feel. Even in this one, dueling Beatles, it looked like BC Gaming had a clear game plan. It just didn't really work out for once. We now have an even out scoreboard.
Triple dribble.
What?
Pioneers has got to choose some good brawlers for this one, but they got to choose good brawlers for all of them.
Map I feel we haven't seen so far today.
It's a fun one, though. Do like triple dribble. Thrower is certainly a possibility here. Some of those tanky brawlers as well. We've seen kind of a lot of different stuff from across the world here, so curious to see how these two teams will kind of adjust, see what the other regions have done, what they've done in their own practices, and how it'll interact here in our third set.
Once again, a map where you could pick a thrower, not something you want to pick up as first pick though, especially not on Brawl Ball. Otherwise, you can still go with a lot of tanks, or again, there's neutral picks to start out the draft. Something like a Stu Chester, maybe, but there's a whole banged out already.
Some of the obvious first picks have actually been eliminated by the team with the first pick. This could maybe lead to some of that funny business that we see with the Lu, the Poco, the B being in play. It's a bit of a curious one, and they're certainly taking their time on selecting their first brawler. Patchy on the
It looks like BC Gaming is getting prawn ready.
Is the highest priority.
But who will Zulon choose? We'll see who Zulon chooses.
Totally fair game here. You wouldn't want to pick them as like a 2-3 that Pioneers do have the option of doing. It's a delicate dance between BC Gaming and Pioneers here, with those brawlers influencing the draft, but likely not going to be picked.
It really is just interesting to see with the band stage what direction these two teams are going
to
go.
Ooh.
I feel like the
That's...
unnatural ones from
that wasn't Zulon who chose it, it was Fade.
Some tougher choices, because if you go Hank, well, now the other side's going to go B. Kind of curious if this is a spot where they want to pair it with a wall break option. I mean, we haven't really seen anything like a Griff too much. I can't imagine a Brock shows up here, but I feel like it's kind of more natural given some of the bans we've seen. There's a lot of different directions that are still possible. I mean, Thrower is in the mix. I think B's just going to benefit from the extra wall break, especially into something like a Hank who likes to press up against those walls, put some pressure on you, move you back. Instead, they're going to go with Ollie. I don't mind that either. I just think the Hypnosis could be a really good way to deal with Ollie, or excuse me, with Hank.
This is true, and I think, you know, there are like a couple of ways of dealing with Hank, pretty much. Something that Hank does boast that Ollie doesn't is the ability to attack over these walls, which is going to be a key fixture of the interaction here. I think Ollie also...
I wasn't paying attention, but Ollie is a pretty good choice. I mean, he's a tanky brawler.
A little bit ill-advised.
But also a little bit of control. With his super, it kind of controls too, so...
They cannot do it with Stu, though.
But Poco, interesting choice. But honestly, I'm not too worried because that isn't the team I rooted for. So yeah, we'll just have to see.
I think it also mandates Pioneers to.
I just realized I didn't think that I would be able to watch the full tournament, but I think I might actually be able to.
Options at their disposal. It's just a matter of like how efficiently can they get those walls broken.
Yeah, this is a puzzling one for sure. I just feel like there's definitely potential for either of these sides to win. Shade was just on my mind for the fact that if they don't go wall break, I feel like now there's...
Alright, now we just gotta see... I forgot the other name for the other team member. But that guy has gotta choose someone good.
If Pioneers want to go a thrower, it's going to be hard. You can punish Shade early on. You can make it harder for him to pass leak that super. Once he's running away, once he's in and out, and we saw it earlier, you can stack that speed at an unbelievable rate. Well, at that point, then the Squishy Brawler's going to have hard time.
Dog?
Kind of go back and forth on that. Oh, okay. So we're just... Okay. So, it's kind of janky. In fairness, it's kind of... It shoots through the walls, and it has HP.
This is incredible.
Not ruling it out.
I think we're watching...
I've never seen that! That's surprising! Wow!
I mean, that is the glizzy of revitalization that this guy is operating with over here. So, the idea here is that Doug has so much HP that it's going to be difficult for Shade to get rid of him. It's going to be a...
Because they have Doug, I'm a little bit worried that BC Gaming is going to win this.
Central issue. He's already now pressuring down that left side. Really going to hand that one more to Tyrant than anyone else on locking down that left side against Hank. But Zulon is here as a deterrent, and he can hit through these walls, so EVX is not as much of an issue.
Option 1 is Hank. Option 2 is Jackie. Will option 3 for the Hank, or for the Shade, be Doug? Time will tell. The Immortal Hot Dog will continue to march his way down the map.
Immortal Hot Dog.
Gonna move up.
This is gonna be an interesting game.
Bubble, catch somebody off guard. EVX off to the races here. Does have the super and can go through those walls. Fade now moving forward. Diego Gamer pops the super to preserve his life. EVX once again going crazy. Left hand side. He's got a shield up. Has to get through Fade first though. And now Tyrant backing up to try and assist him.
I mean, they've also got B and Ollie, so that could be good.
And he just used
but
he has that hypercharge at
Doug.
as well. needs to get the next heal so it can be a really impactful one. Diego Gamer in close range, pops that hypercharge. He's almost got a kill on Zulon, waiting for that to expire, but did it a little too early. Trigger happy, but still managed to cycle some hypercharge out there. Actually, high IQ play. Thankfully,
that was good.
In place at the proper time. But I do think that we actually saw a decent play there from Diego Gamer in cycling his hypercharge again.
Yeah, well played just all around both of these teams right now. Tyrant's hypercharge really goes to show why B can be so lethal in this current meta. Zulon diving on in there.
One of the teammates for Pioneers chose Doug.
Just have to play it patient. Now Fade striking goes right at Vex. They have him stunned.
Yup, Tyrants from Pioneers chose Doug.
In KCP are going to wait for Doug to kind of back themselves here. Make it a 3v3 situation, but this time it's going to be KCP occupying the mid.
Because of what I just told you. Wait, no, what was it? No, it wasn't Tyrant. It was Zola. Zowlon. It was Zowlon that chose Doug.
Meanwhile, on the left lane, Fade has the
it's up to you, but
Evex blocks the pass. Now he's trying to run this one all the way down the field. There's one hit on Tyrant who has the slow right at the last second. Thankfully for
no, I knew that Doug was a bad choice.
With only 10 seconds to go, it's an impossibility for Pioneers to extend this one and get a goal in the last second.
We'll have to see who was a little bit. I had to hesitate there for a second, but just not enough time to punch that one through. It's going to be a BC Gaming. Look, this is an interesting spot because once they see the shade again at a pro level, it's typically Hank, Jackie. And this Doug pick, I don't know if this is something they had in the back pocket. I don't know if pros just understand that this is kind of the next guy up when dealing with this. Or if KCP just on the fly listed all the reasons I did for Jackie and Hank and said, oh, Doug kind of fits this, except he heals a little bit. Hard to say. Obviously it didn't work out in game number 1, but I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, I think it's still a possibility.
Choosing Doug is crazy.
Right now, the Vex running right towards that ball. Pass up to Patchy. Fade gets the hypnosis off. Patchy healing. Now it's going to take Zulon and the entire team just to try and...
Choosing Doug is crazy, though.
Also suicide there by Patchy as well, as he was running towards. He just knew from his...
You guys are just gatekeeping all over me. You guys are gatekeeping all over me.
Whoa, Evex tried to rush that one in. He also got that assistance from Patchy.
Yeah, but like, you guys always talk to each other, and like, sometimes I don't even know.
Kill on Zulon. Going to need a bit of assistance in getting this one going. Evex has the help, but Fade has that close range hypnosis if he needs it. Zulon also...
I'm gonna record a video.
Zulon gonna pop a super, and he's a dead man walking. Now he's gonna pop right back up. Diego Gamer, left-hand side, playing alongside Patchy. Vex through the wall. Tyrant trying to operate with whatever space he can. B is a mid to long-range brawler, so all these walls make it rather difficult. Heals going through from Zulon. Patchy making his move now to dive forward. Oh no! He dove right through the ball, and the teammates got the kills. Perfect play coming out of BC Gaming.
And now, Evex passes it back to the left side, and it has an odd exchange where it now actually moves over to the right side. We'll see a little respawn here from Zulon, now in hot pursuit of Patchy, despite being hypercharged, has been dropped to low health. No issue, a team wipe, a wide open goal for BC to secure, and the set heads their way.
It was certainly an interesting one. I don't mind the creativity. The idea kind of made sense. I just don't know if Doug is high enough up the tier list to pull it off. But I do think credit to BC Gaming, who kind of trapped the other end. I mean, with Jackie banned and Hank on their side, I think they kind of knew that Shade may have been an option later
down the line that KCP just didn't have an answer to, and I think that's exactly what happened.
North America, the region of mutual respect and unconventional thought. First we had a game today, and now we have a dog. I think it was to address the Shade specifically, but Evex was still just unstoppable regardless of that dog on the field. What's going to be next, Kenny? Do we see a Bonnie? We certainly haven't seen her in a minute.
No, don't choose Bonnie!
Unfortunately, Doug, I didn't see coming either. Gale, I had a little tip of the hat from Tribe. They did.
You know, they were just talking about Bonnie, and to me, I say do not choose Bonnie. I was kind of fine with Doug, but Bonnie, if Pioneers choose Bonnie, I quit.
honestly, I was a bit of a believer in that deck. At its moments, I think BC Gaming were just a little bit too good at dealing with it. Also,
It's
let's
just
not
like,
forget
why
what
would
we
they
saw in the
choose
stats.
Doug?
We saw Tyrant leading the lobby in terms of damage and kills on that beat. There is a reason that the draft works this way, but it didn't seem like they were necessarily adequately prepared for the scenario in which BC Gaming actually don't care that the biggest Poco counter in the game is being played. They're still going to run it because they know it works that effectively.
To your point, Kenny, I love me some creativity, especially in draft, and it seems like NA has it all for us today. Multiple.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm super excited to see us stop now. The one brawler that I
Why
expect
would
to
he
be unsure
choose
is gonna
that
be
brawler?
the most picked up brawler on this map, together with 8-bit maybe, a wish from Ready every now and then when we are getting thrown into this map.
Yeah, I know.
I love 8-bit here. Just 8-bit in general. On Gym Grab. Now, I'm biased. This is not even like a competitive thing. It's just like, I like that brawler. He's quite fun to play. Now, on this map in particular, first of all, yes, he's quite strong, but also, unlike some other Gym Grab maps, it is incredibly easy to get to the enemy side. That is why it is a priority to defend the bush that is led into by that enemy's jump pad. So you'll see some of the close range brawlers being run over there. That's where like the Chesters of the world start to as well. And there's the first pick as well from BC Gaming. Yeah.
I'm worried that BC Gaming is gonna win, and like the fact that most people voted Pioneers means that most people won't be getting that credits if they do end up winning.
Otis and Squeak, the more unique ones, but yeah, I do think Chester is the natural first pickup here. Sunny mentioned Carl as a choice as well. I think Carl has potential to show up.
Guap.
This is one of the Gym Grab maps that I'm maybe not as keen on.
What, did you have like Chipotle or
I don't think it's
something?
a must pick by any means, but I do think it definitely has potential. Janet,
Clock. Janet, ooh, that's a good pick. But Lola as well?
Lola, okay. This is interesting. I mean, definitely not used to seeing Lola necessarily as a standalone. A lot of the times it's aimed to mag or a direct response to something, but it's not bad for the map. It has shown up a good bit in North America. It just seems to be one of those brawlers that NA is keen on.
Well, another thing is it's usually picked in the absence of Carl, which is a totally viable lane over here for BC to pick up for themselves. It's entirely counterable, by the way, so maybe something that players are keeping in the back of their heads, but it's also not like it's an unwinnable match.
What are you?
As well. So a Bell now for BC Gaming. That's a more like direct call out of that Lola, like a more direct counter. I think it also would be quite strong to Pioneers like 8-bit or something like that. Did I mention 8-bit? By the way, I won't shut up. But also like with Bell having pretty much infinite gadgets now, you can get a lot of nest eggs down in the field. That helps in scenarios where like let's say Janet decides to land near you and try and heist all.
I have a badge for acing 25 quizzes on YouTube. Of course, Carl again. Like, everyone has been choosing Carl. That just shows how meta he is.
I don't really mind it so far because, again, we see that Lola spawner, so there's some reason that people would like Bell for a little outrange for that bounce shot. Carl can kind of deal with the same. It pierces through. However, an answer to the Bell is going to be this Piper. This is really interesting.
Piper? Okay, they are too. I feel like Pioneers is just troll. Pioneers is just trolling at this point.
More of that traditional safe mid. Carl can be kind of a hybrid of both. So no tanks really coming out here. No Taras. No big play brawlers, I would say.
Interesting. Yeah, and I think some of that also is because Pioneers decided that what they wanted to use their last pick on was their mid brawler, which is quite untraditional in Gym Grab. Usually your last pick is an opportunity to pick the big thing that's going to counter the enemy team. Instead, Pioneers decided to pick up some brawlers that they found would be more important to have on the lanes, and then save their mid for last. And honestly, like, maybe they could have put Tyrant on mid, like, it would have been complicated, but they did need a brawler that would be portable playing.
Okay, it looks, but like, choosing Piper on this kind of...
But it looks like she brought home a
No! Lola! Oh wow, it looks like he has the exact same skin that I have for her.
Patchy just made it a problem and carried over to Zulon, who traditionally Piper, a great matchup into Bell with a little outrange, a little extra damage, and a little extra distance. Patchy, once again, moving down the map, the substitute for BC Gaming, looking like a hero here in set 4.
So much pressure. Now, exercised by
I
BC
don't want the dude, BC Gaming, you need to win! You need to win!
Oh, did he know that the nest egg was in that specific position? What? He was piloting around that so effectively, and he also managed to chime in to help Fade win that lane on the right. This is absolutely key for Pioneers. This is the beginning of the comeback. They just have to keep the pressure up and maintain BC Gaming's position in the soundtrack. He likes to do his best on the right side, but he falters no matter. BC Gaming got that one last gem that they needed. They're retreating back from the back left, a bit of a hazardous position for them, especially with the Hypercharge up here on the right side. Tyrant ready with the super.
Zulan could activate it. There's a hypercharge, and they're in that corner. They do get the reset. Tyrant circling around him like a vulture. Patchy with a gadget. Tyrant has to hit this launch pad quickly. Oh, and Diego Gamer responds just in time. The long-range shots, though. Zulan, perfect precision. And now it's 10-7. This is a much closer call all of a sudden.
Okay, and not enough time for Pioneers, really, unless they're seriously executing the math right now. Not enough time to tie this one up. They gotta get in close range. Upset Patchy, just one kill is what it would take. Fade, he's marked up Zulan with the homemade recipe. Misses its mark. Patchy, safe and sound in the back right. And a match point coming in for BC.
An instrumental part of the success here for KCP if they want to win this set has to be a win on that left-hand lane. Assuming it's identical to what we saw last time. Janet just lost early, popped up with a tailspin, got Janet, and then as a result, it carried over directly into Piper. And Piper up close isn't going to be able to hang with Patchy. It's just part of the problem. There were a couple early lane victories for Patchy, and as a result, it got them a nice win. I love this decision here from KCP. Early on, they saw it was an issue last time, so they're going to send a few Zulan shots that way, make Patchy's life a little more difficult.
Wait, you just played friendlies for the last little bit of that video?
On that right-hand side, Zulan now forced away, and Tyrant just hasn't really found a way to work around these walls. Patchy is lurking.
I would say it was also an improvement, though, that Tyrant was able to stay alive on this left side, because last time he died quite early on and led to Zulan's early demise. On the left side, he just doesn't have any CC to deal with Patchy. Whoa! But Zulan, the marksman, has it gotten down on the left side. He has had to forfeit this position versus Evex.
Oh wait, so like I didn't even, so I wasn't on the video for most of this. So I wasn't even there for most of the video.
Excellent positioning from Diego and Evex.
Nicely done, and lots of kills going down. KCP doing their best.
That kind of sucks. So at least asked me to come back.
All 9 in this pocket. 2 nest eggs down, so even if they want those gyms, they're going to have to triple these 9s. Maybe does it. Now a gadget. For Piper. Cycling through and out, and we'll start this count.
Fade looking for the position on the right side. It's tough when he's burning down into nothingness. And Tyrant trying to circle overhead. Diego Gamer now picking up gym number 10. That's actually nice for a BC Gaming to condense all of their gems onto just one player. Zulan's finding his mark. He's got to make this happen here and now. 7 seconds to go. They're looking for Diego Gamer. A kill onto Evex is going to start their
no, they won! No! No! I voted them!
Interruption. They've done it. Patchy looking for another thing on his phone to show the camera, but he's just a little bit too late.
I can't believe that they're... No! No, my mans! My mans! Ah, no! I can't believe it! No, my people!
Into this, yet still all of us predicted Pioneers to win that one. Oh well, they did it, even though they...
Most of the people do not get their XP. I need Tribe Gaming to win this last one, because then...
Once again, they're the only ones that are playing with the sub-season roles that actually managed to win a match, and now they're in the grand finals. Kenny, I feel like you've had a pretty good match up. The Curl against the Janet, Patchy against Tyrant. Janet really didn't have a good time.
Yeah, and especially considering how early on in the draft Jim went, it was just really hard to make work. It just seemed like an excellent response. And look, granted, Patchy, retirement obviously did not faze him whatsoever. He has joined in with his BC Gaming roster and taken on some of the tougher teams, I would say. KCP, high expectations from people at event.brawlstars.com, our entire casting desk, to win this one. And he found a way to be a pop-off player here in the set number 4 and now getting BC to their 3rd grand finals of the year.
Oh wait, no, wait, when did you record that video? So it must have been on Friday when I was at his house. Yeah, and I was at his house at that point, so...
We talked about some unlikelihoods at the top of the show today. One of them was BC Gaming falling to STN, and the other one was Tribe Gaming losing in the grand finals, because we were centering this discussion around, is it possible for Pioneers to actually get a Brawl Cup spot? But Brawl Cup is now just like a bygone conversation. We left that in the quarterfinals. It's now back to El Clasico, really, a new typical matchup that we're seeing in the grand final, and the possibility...
Alright, we're in the grand finals, guys. This is the final round. I feel like Tribe Gaming is going to win this one, but again, who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Like extended period of domination was maybe like 2022.
Who knows?
It's been like a full...
We'll have to see.
It's the El Clasico of NA, and both of those teams are actually going to the World Cup, so they can now already prove who's going to be the stronger one in LAN event, maybe. It's beautiful that we have another MVP vote incoming, and just the result of it is...
I gotta turn on my light, because it's getting dark. Oh my god. Okay, the match MVP was patchy, obviously.
It's patchy.
A little recency bias for me too there, but that Carl set from him was really good. I think especially in that game number 1, he was a big reason why they were able to go with it. And just being able to jump in here, be a support brawler like we saw in this second set, and really march their way back to victory. Just been impressed with the guy. I mean, he's always been a good player. He's had some close calls in international events, but one of the better ones in North America over the last few years. So the year he retired was definitely a bummer selfishly, but obviously do what you gotta do as a player. But I mean, he's jumped in. It hasn't looked like he's lost it at all.
I know you, but like,
make sure you get your snacks ready, your drinks. It's time for the grand final. But first, we're gonna head into our quick break.
I just want to see who the... And that's what you get.
I started this stream at like 1. I started this stream at like 1 p.m. and it's 7 p.m. right now. I mean, we're watching something that's going crazy. It's an interesting thumbnail. Just Squeak's face. Crazy.
Are you just gonna say?
Are you just gonna say that everyone is gay? Because if so, that's crazy.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Hay que cambiar los bans porque esta gente juega cosas raras y le funciona. Y cambiamos los bans y al final fue mucho mejor, y en la zona virtual pues ya teníamos cosas preparadas contra ellos y funcionó también. Y sí, creo que el equipo más difícil es DC Gaming, pero si no es DC Gaming, puede ser quizás el Debate. Creo que es el equipo que para mí también nos puede dar más pelea y puede ser complicado.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
50%! Crazy Raccoon! Have something short!
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at
Tyler,
Amazing Pro Pass rewards.
The Brawl Cup starts the day that on our last day of school. The Brawl Cup.
Enough time for you to get your snacks. For everyone just tuning in now, you're tuned in at the right time. We are ready for the grand final. The stage is set. But honestly, it's kind of freezing in here. If only I had some socks to cover me up, Uber.
Socks? But why are you covering your... Okay, yeah, there's socks in the add-on with DreamHack Brawl Stars. Yet, of course, guys, make sure, if you're going to be at DreamHack Dallas, purchase the add-on, come and join us at the event, and also... you can get yourself some exclusive merch. I am not capping when I say this. This is the very thing that Ready Set, a young Ready Set, started to become a caster for. This merch. And if he would do it, you should too.
It's actually like not a fact that I'm ashamed of. Yeah, I like started getting into Brawl Stars content because I recognized that only those people got merchandise for some reason. And like, look, I hit a new low. I even made my own merch. And yes, I will. And yes, it looked excellent, by the way. But you can get the real deal by adding it onto your game tag ticket, and I think that's pretty good.
You never had your grandma say, keep your feet warm, otherwise you're gonna catch a cold?
Yeah, but you're like, I'm cold, and then I'm like, where's my socks? I'm like, we're gonna wear them on your hand?
On your shoulders?
I'm not gonna hold my feet into the camera right now, sorry. So,
Fine, this is Connery, I get it. I know this is Connery, it's fine.
What are they yapping about? What are the people yapping about?
Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming. Third time in a row that they have both made it into the monthly finals. BC Gaming this time around with
BC Gaming versus Tribe Gaming. Come on, Tribe. You can do this.
I'm loving watching this guy today. I mean, what a treat to get to see him come back into the competitive scene and do the BC Gaming thing. Make it all the way to the grand finals once again. This level of consistency is just a little bit insane, honestly. But we see Tribe Gaming as well. They have taken grand final after grand final, and they could actually sentence Patchy to the same fate that he met numerous times throughout the last year, which is 3 second places, okay? Luminosity, he and Patchy made it numerous times to the grand final, but could never finalize it.
I mean, I genuinely feel like this is the kind of month where I would expect BC Gaming to have a respectable quarterfinal showing, right? Get a couple of sets, and then maybe just sort of bow out. Be like, okay, you know, and still probably make it to Brawl Cup because no one else can them. But these guys are looking incredible. I love the way they're actually making use of Patchy. They're not just putting on solo borders. He's like integrated. He's a part of this team. There's volumes about his ability to plug and play options for a team and make a monthly final. Considering that, honestly, Patchy had some rough months of his own with that Luminosity team. I guess these guys are just little crap.
let's see if this also means he's going to be back for the future of esports, or if this really is going to be his only tournament this year. That's what I said after the performance you showed us today.
What is this?
On the other side, they're the only ones that haven't seen a set number 5 today. Ready? You don't believe in them?
I didn't mean to so rudely interrupt you there, Sonny, but I step away for a moment, and Uber goes, ready, set, predicts BC Gaming. No! What? Sorry, Patchy, sorry, Diego.
Bro, like, the fact that the announcers are basically just yapping about random things.
That is so cool.
What? What? I gotta see this. Even though they're about to start the final 5 matches, I just gotta see what's going on. Yeah, I was expecting most people to vote for Tribe.
If you didn't do that yet, get a vote in. You can also answer some trivia questions if you still don't have.
Okay, it's not letting me spectate you because it says spectate already pending.
Because we're in region number 4, and we're heading into draft now for our finals of the North American region here. Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming. Uber.
I'm hyped about this one. BC Gaming have shown that they are the real deal. That win in the previous game, you know, with Patchy on board, getting an MVP performance no less was amazing.
Come on, Tribe. Come on, Tribe. We have got to see you win.
This team, as far as I'm concerned, can go and take it. You know what I mean? They had such a close game against STMN. I was a little worried. There was a little bit of shakiness, but they have definitely shaken those jitters loose. However, Tribe Gaming just put Space Station through the sword. It was not close. It was not pretty. It was brutally effective. So coming to this game, you expect this Tribe Gaming team, the number 1 team, to show us why they are.
Angelo.
Become one of those constants that we observe in Brawl Stars at this point. I mean, it's only the 3rd month, but gosh, they've taken such a gap over all of the other teams. Now we're looking at a BC Gaming where I guess the better doubts in month number 1. Things got confirmed.
Is it because he says that his candy is not in any way at all for kids?
With the normal squad. But today seems to be Patchy's day, really. And sometimes actually outshining the team members that have consistently made it to the 2nd place. The CBC Gaming already...
RT. Ooh, this is an interesting first... Oh, wait, no, that's right.
A lot of times that is not permitted. Tribe Gaming decide to prioritize some different things over here and have let this through. They have banned out the barrel. That's one of the main things that Kit is going to look to combine with. So they look to get rid of it by proxy, but not get rid of the Kit directly for some reason.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, Kit is still obviously the operative part of the composition. You can still work him as a very effective tank pick alongside that. Buster was banned by BC Gaming, in fairness.
Oh, it looks like Tribe is getting prawn ready.
The choice now for Tribe Gaming. Remember, Kit Super can.
But who will? I forgot that. Who will RBM choose?
Out in the open. It's small enough that Kit with the cardboard box can absolutely cross the gap and lock one of those brawlers down without too much trouble once that super's developed. Again, it's always going to be, is there enough follow-up to do this combo? It's base up for BC Gaming. It's very clear what they're trying to do. Try to have
Finks?
a base lead in eternity in draft terms.
That is a very interesting
I
choice.
think Finks will be pretty good at scouting this out. Finks' reload speed, is pretty decent. Can occupy a large area. Think about like Gale's attack as well. That's the level of breadth that we're looking at for Finks. So should be able to scout out some of those.
We'll see how this goes with Finks.
BC Gaming are going to decide pretty much
Ollie,
what strategy they're going to go with here. Ollie.
This could go bad because they have Ollie.
Hardware box going to be prioritized, and now they're going to be focusing on building up that Ollie for a key moment over here. Now, RBM, I think, is going to be an interesting one to watch. I anticipate he'll swap off of Finks and pick up the Hank instead. But Finks, as far as a way of dealing with some of the long-range brawlers, can be pretty strong. It would mean that Patchy does basically nothing when that super's up.
Yeah, great point. I mean, those shots are going to slow to a crawl when they're inside that Finks super, and he'll be able to move aside pretty comfortably. Really handy brawler. Kind of nice in, in these knockout games because right at the critical moment when you know your opponents are trying to take advantage of their range or looking to pressure you out, and you have that super up, you can turn the tables on them entirely. Angelo doesn't get through often. It's very rare we see this one come up, so look out for Zeus to hit very hard with these single taps. There goes Diego trying to lock Loopy down. At least it's a trade, so that's fine. It's worst case scenario, I think, for the kick dive in, I guess.
Okay, they're starting with Knockout, and it looks like both of them have one brawler that's out. But hopefully they're getting prawned. Hopefully they can get into that.
A lot of times you see the Finks actually used with the recall gadget, the one that returns you to the state you were just a few seconds ago. Instead, it was used to lock that Kit into position, and Kit just utilized, some good timing to jump up at the correct moment. BC Gaming are having a tough time also shipping through the health that RBM has to work with. They don't really have the damage to do so, and it's feeling like Tribe Gaming win right here. If anything, they want to deny that supercharge to Zeus, which has been kind of unsuccessful. RBM's going to clean up over here. I mean, Evax is going to give it his best shot, but won't be able to deal with Zeus by the looks of things. Just one more shot would do it. Zeus has gotten a hypercharge out of this extended encounter as well.
It's going to be so important. If there is any form of hard engage that comes down, Zeus, the fact that his little pool can move along with him, give him that healing and also dissuade any hard engage. The problem for MX especially, and I guess Diego Gamer doesn't want to tangle with that either. Actually took 2 shots back to back from Zeus towards the end of that last round. He sort of just stood still inside the bushes. Very easy for Zeus to pick him up. Now again, it's about dodging that early poke damage. Actually struggling with that. In this occasion again, but Diego Gamer's gotten close, shows himself, goes for
this is gonna be crazy. Oh my god. It looks like we're winning. Let's go.
RBM is actually ready to fire back. Both he and Zeus have their hypercharges ready. FX and Diego Gamer now backing up. They combined and they weren't ready to commit at all. Ideally, they could have softened up some of the enemies first, but didn't really look like it was in the books for them. Actually, on this hard, he's just not had the damage output that they viewed, despite the fact that he is reliably hitting these shots. RBM cornering everyone in. Diego Gamer going to be the second to last one to fall. Just before
Let's go. Let's go.
Clean up flawlessly.
Yeah, strong showing there in that.
Alright, now they just gotta get one more for that, then they win the first match of 5. Can't remember if they do more, because it's the finals.
And he himself can't do a whole lot. I think it was at that point that they sort of realized it was time to pack it in, and they're going to struggle from there on out. Good looks though, Tribe Gaming, cool, calm, collected. Zeus on the Angelo, definitely a force to be reckoned with.
He was aggressed very early on. Diego Gamer went for it right off the beginning of the game. Zeus hits him with one. RBM looking for another one. He's got that speed boost, star power, that gives him a bit of additional speed when he has that bubble fully charged, and it almost let him close the gap versus Diego Gamer. For now, though, PC Gaming has found a chance to retreat into the confines of their home base, but they don't have any more room to retreat. It's time for them to actually combine. Evex.
Alright, the kit is gone.
On the right side, and he's basically a dead man.
They're no longer kitted, but can they... Okay, RT is gone, but could they get the Ollie?
He's also keeping himself on low health to minimize the charge that Tribe Gaming is able to get out of him.
Good little note to pick up there. It looks like his Pix gadget forcibly separates the kit from the Ollie. So that's why Diego Gamer actually ends up going down first there while the Ollie gets locked in place. That seems like a backbreaker. That's the last thing that Diego wants, because the whole point of him joining up with MX is to shield his relatively low health pool.
It's really interesting because BC Gaming obviously were not expecting this, given the way
on.
they played into this.
Oh shoot! Okay, the Angelo. Zeus.
And a rapid one at that. Maybe some of it, Zeus. The fact that Luffy was not actually it's got to be off cooldown now. And BC Gaming have also realized that, okay, this is what's happening. We gotta make sure that we don't combine.
You could have clutched up.
The kid super able to freeze RBM. It's 2v2.
Alright, now they just gotta get Patchy.
It's Patchy versus the world.
Let's go.
There's just not enough burst damage there with the RT, unless he maybe drops legs to actually punish that. So like you said, I agree. I think an outdraft there for Tribe Gaming. D'Angelo is very powerful on this map because, of course, he gets off the mark so fast that he can shoot the enemy team while they're still on like a straight corridor that leads out into the open and get a lot of...
I've been trying to spectate, but it won't actually let me spectate because it always says spectating is pending.
Just a little reminder here, again, those two teams have been back-to-back standing in the monthly finals in this region. Both times it was a 3-1 for Tribe Gaming. Just to put on a little bit more pressure for BC. We still believe in you guys, though. Just maybe get a little bit of a better cost. You really weren't a fan of it over Kit and Ollie. It just seems like Kit has better synergy with other brawlers.
I mean, Diego Gamer, I don't even know necessarily if you want to be jumping to a teammate all that often, especially because you got completely countered by the Finks gadget. As soon as Diego realized that, wait a minute, why am I dying first? Even though I'm still attached, I'm not. I've been forcibly split apart. I think at that point you really have to change your game plan. And yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna try to see if I can spectate on my phone because my iPad just will not let me spectate.
12,000 health, though, ideally. In that situation, RBM was low, right, in this replay. RBM was able to clean things up, so it will also...
Okay, it's not actually letting me spectate you.
Around, but, you know, maybe there's other options you want to dive on if you can get the answer. It does seem...
Why are you... I thought you hated Bonnie!
Great set for BC Gaming. Solid draft for Tribe Gaming. It's really hard to see too many of these.
No, don't do the... You don't have to do this to yourself. Like, he's like Juju or something.
Even if BC Gaming wins, they can't actually get first.
Who's Juju?
They are more than 15 points apart.
I hope BC Gaming had time to scrim the finals maps, even with their sub, because it's a map that Tribe Gaming has already played in their quarterfinal. It could be an advantage now for BC if they have been paying attention and looked at what Tribe was playing there, and they can ban it out or pick it up themselves.
Why has it gotten to this point? Why has it gotten to this point? Why? Why would you... Wow. Can you please explain why?
Talk also about like draft preparation here. You said just a moment ago, like, oh, when if they have time to score the final match? And yeah, I've exchanged a few messages.
Wait, you actually like using her?
30 seconds ago, and he's informed me that they have no prep whatsoever, and they had no time between the sets or matches to do anything. They don't even have data on these last sets. Yeah, that's so true. I mean, this is the real-time communication as well. I think those messages actually will reach them, which is a very sweet thing, because they are,
Tribe Gaming won.
But this is rough for BC Gaming. To repeat, they just don't have preparation for this, while the opposite has to be true for Tribe Gaming, because they have the finals in their sights.
Heading into draft now, folks. Ring of Fire, our second Tribe Gaming so far in a one-set lead.
Yeah, he's actually using Bonnie because it has gone to this point, but he's not explaining why. There's no reason why. Oh, thank God, okay. Ham! Not a little better, but still not good. Okay, it looks like Luffy is using Luffy is using B. That's a pretty decent choice, but I don't know if it would work. I think they've banned Lumi every single time.
I think the sort of the picks you called out
Every single
shout,
time.
all of them excellent on this kind of map. Really, really potent. You may not feel like you have to play the Draco necessarily here. Obviously, there's no like, sort of Hank at large, so you don't have to sort of deal with that.
They got Stu.
Going to come in here. What kind of prep, if at all, can BC Gaming possibly put together? My guess is probably none. I mean, I don't really know how you're supposed to come into this kind of match already. Like, are you expecting to make it into a grand final with a substitute player? Perhaps you're focusing more on scrimming for the maps in the series that would at least guarantee that you'd make the dubs, right? That quarterfinal. Yeah, we just might be on the other side of tomorrow. These guys have no idea really what's happening. They're just, trying to see.
Carl? Again?
This isn't more preparation. This is just prioritization. They need to make it to LAN, and there's plenty to win at LAN besides stuff just for your region. Okay, that is the BC Gaming region. Besides, they're already at second place in the entire region, and they're basically facing the unkillable enemy in the grand finals repeatedly. They still can fall back to that intuition. That's something that we discussed earlier, is that they're still really good players, and they have this raw talent when it comes to the draft, when it comes to playing the brawlers individually. But they are...
Yo, we got Chester. Let's go.
Do this versus Tribe, who have been looking into the future to sort of scrying in terms of which brawlers are going to be most effective here. We saw that Finks be an excellent heads-up brawler in terms of separating the kit from whatever it is attached to. And I think we can also write that expectations that stuff like that is going to continue throughout.
You're going on Smash Brothers. You're going on Smash Brothers.
Draco would be the last in this league.
And they got Draco.
Perhaps if they'd have time, if they'd watched the Try games for Try Gaming, they would have known to expect this. But god darn, this comp is so well rounded. We know that Draco is an absolute nightmare. Hank is not available. Is there any brawler that can actually stand up and fight this Draco here?
I'm so surprised. If only they watched.
I mean, you just go get your socks. Alright.
Oh my goodness.
8-bit for them. Wow. That could go in a lot of different ways,
Okay, so hear me out here. I don't think it's better than B, really, but it is a way of dealing with the dude, we're all so pleased here, I think. It's
you're literally like, I'm so happy. And then you're like, we're all so happy right now. I'm like, no, just you.
What? I thought Sunny would be pleased with her predictions on the bans.
You really want to throw it out again? You want to take that risk?
Yeah.
I think you can. That's true. That's true. Last time you got kicked off the cast.
Wow. That's crazy. Here we go. Zeus in mid, of course, on the B. RBM will eventually want to step up and start to contest this as well. For the time being,
I'm just looking at something, but I'll look at the game in a second.
But already, Luffy's swinging across from right to left allows Zeus onto the point. There's an ejector drawn out of Diego Gamer, and RBM feels like it's good enough for him to go.
Zeus is pretty much straight lining the score. Patchy, though, is doing the thing on Stu. It's one of his most comfortable brawlers. It's one that he's actually really well known for. But it's not enough to completely circumvent this defense that Tribe Gaming has established over here. We'll see Evex actually get the super up as well. And who needs plugged in when you have Patchy that throws the turn down for you?
Yeah, it's kind of nice having a speed zone, and that means you can go for the boosted booster instead. Big fan of that. Patchy, though, does get flattened. Luffy on the Chester, it's just a little bit too strong of a pick, and he's able to wrap through now, and he inhabits the bushes. Patchy able to avoid most of the devastation from that bomb super. But then there's Zeus. Then there's RBM to step up. There's just layers and layers of final bosses here for BC Gaming to try and get through. And Tribe are looking pretty comfortable out there.
There are numerous challenges on the field. I have to name number one as being Zeus on this beat. He's such a mechanically skilled player. Maybe even stealing the show for the team. And then also placing him on that B, which has run the show so many times in a row, is a recipe for success. Nothing that really BC Gaming could do into that. There was a mentality there with... Okay,
alright, it looks like Tribe has won that first round. Now they just gotta win another round, and then they need... Hopefully they win this match, and then the next match, and then they're off to Dallas. I just really hope that Tribe Gaming actually wins like the cup.
And B eats those productions.
Oh wow, that's crazy. It's not. It's on your. It's on your main. Like you are on my club on your mini, but not on your main. Well, one of your minis. I'll say that.
Different approach this time. Diego Gamer taking that left lane, Patchy on the right. He's shut down by Luffy, who also swapped over to the right side.
That's actually crazy.
Left side, but Luffy's got his back. Now Patchy rushing in pretty much solo, and only needed one more shot to finally eliminate Zeus. FX with a quick heads up on the left side was able to rid those bushes of the pest, but Arbian is back to cause yet another infestation of these bushes. It's distracting BC Gaming from this huge thing at mid, where Zeus is finally encroaching on the territory once again. Slow down on FX, could not get the kill. Diego Gamer with a wide swing around the left side also got a kill, but Luffy has been instrumental in exploding things on the top right using a hypercharge to clear out any semblance of BC Gaming control.
Now the speed zone very quickly cleared. 69% and counting here. Patchy. Okay. I don't think RBM needed those extra couple salvos of fire to eliminate him, but he just wanted to make it clear. Maybe there's some acrimony in that exchange. Zeus backs up here, and Patchy slowed up by the Iron Hive. He could not even get the touch. Here's Tribe Gaming, 100 to 12%. Extremely one-sided set, and one of the quickest we've had all weekend.
It's falling apart right now. We didn't even see.
That's what happened to me. It might just be a bug, honestly.
Like, there were a few plays where it's like, oh cool, they got a kill, and it was immediately rectified by Tribe Gaming because they got the counter, or they got the trade, or something like that. And that's exactly what we observed in Knockout as well. It continues here, and it only becomes more dumb.
We kind of expected that, right? Already coming into draft, we're talking about how maybe they didn't really have time to get the prep in for the finals itself because they made certain to get the prep in for the other rounds. It goes on Luffy here to Wolf.
Alright, so Tribe Gaming did good yet again. Now they only wait, does that mean that they only have to win one more game? Let's go. Alright. That's gonna mean that we're gonna be able to end the live stream soon, but I don't know if I want to do that or if I want to play some games. I don't know what you guys want to do. Okay.
He cannot just sort of sit back, play around his damage booster. It's always been cleared. When you have side lanes that are winning so heavily, and an incredibly powerful mid that has a lot of self-heal, I'll call it, in terms of, like built-in slows, it's really hard to overcome. And I mean, yeah, the look on Diego Gamer's face is like, yeah, they got us. Honestly, they got us in the draft. There's really not much we can do about it.
Yeah, I think you figured it out here, Uber. We commented on Zeus's Wii before, and he just looked like a menace on this board, just tapping left and right. And as you mentioned, the two lanes just constantly winning. There was no chance for BC Gaming.
I can hear double audio because I'm listening to it from my computer, and I can hear your audio from it, Ducky. Come on, come on, Tribe. It's Brawl Ball. It's easy. I might go outside. I might actually go outside after this. There's like a park that's like 5 minutes. There's a park that's like 5 minutes away. Guys, I might actually go to the park. It's only like 5 minutes away from my house. Should I? Or do you think it'll get too dark?
We actually saw one of those scenarios earlier today where
Tyler.
the team just found themselves
Tyler.
simply off of the band.
Should I go to the park? I want to go to the park after the stream, but I don't know if I should.
BC Gaming getting rid of that B, of course, but Lou has been left wide open. That is,
and of course, you don't answer my question.
Also, the Poco is wide open. It's true. And a little cringe. You know?
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back, guys.
Maybe something a little more hard hitting. It's definitely been when available's been picked up more frequently, it's been off the table. Very powerful to be able to cycle supers and a hypercharge that will essentially lock you down for a long period of time. It's also really dirty against Hank because you can just pop his bubble by freezing him up. Look at that disgust on FX's face. He's thinking about picking Lou. I can see it. He's considering going to the dark side. Don't do it, brother. Stay in school. Stay in the right lane.
Lou? I would have hoped for a meeple here, honestly. Maybe Max for a mid. And throwers, yes, 2 of them are banned out from the side of Tribe Gaming, but we could still see a Larry. We could still see a Juju. They left the best 2 open, in my opinion, ready.
They've got some good options here. It's just a mystery of like, okay, there's the Max as well. You talk about Juju, I think that gets even stronger here because that that Stu is out of the question in terms of wall break. Jackie now going to be the strategy that BC Gaming go with. They know that they have to bring out the big guns in sort of the pre-packaged victories because they're sort of flying by the seat of their pants right now. Now, Tribe Gaming were prepared for something like this, no doubt, because...
Go to the park, so I won't.
Out every possible draft that they can think of and think of a way to solve that scenario. But they have started with something that is a pretty broad sort of canvas for them to build a company.
Yeah.
That's true, that's pretty insane. Killer, obviously, they are.
Whoa! Tribe chose Willow? Interesting choice, actually.
Alright, we gotta hold it up here. Obviously, this is a pick that we've seen often on Brawl Ball maps. Being able to take control of something and potentially score an own goal is really, really powerful, but there are some distinct drawbacks to using the Willow.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not operating with much damage, first of all. You're also susceptible to things getting close range. Now, you have a gadget that you
Tribe, the people who are like really into like making sure that they have good picks for brawlers.
Say from Patchy on this Jackie, which I anticipate he will be playing since he's a really good Jackie. And I think Willow will also.
But they also chose Trash. I mean, no, not Trash. Ash. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Getting some pretty crazy picks coming into Super Beach. I'm definitely here for it. That's a brawler that Diego Gamer can use to really threaten.
And Diego chose Shade. Very interesting pick to choose Shade.
Might indicate that BC Gaming want to be the aggressors here. Tribe, though, they like to play at that pace, right? They're an up-tempo team. That's why they tend to drop.
Come on, Tribe. Yes, he chose Willow, but we gotta make sure that we win. Because, like, honestly, I kind of just want this to be over. But also, I want to make sure that I get the Pro Pass XP. I don't think you get any more for the if you choose the right one for the final, though, right? Yeah, I wasn't really expecting Willow to be the best. But Chester? Not bad. Which super is that?
To encroach on Luffy's territory. Instead, they're trying to provide a foundation for Diego Gamer to
Bro, you guys are clearly ignoring me.
Getting close to RBM, where he actually does have a winning matchup. If
I was just saying, like,
super is available.
I think Chester was like the best choice here. I don't know how Willow and Ash are gonna do though.
FX now picking up the ball, or at least trying to get close to it. RBM with the rats of justice now laying down the hammer on FX, and it's looking like a slaughter.
That's true. That is true. Compared to like I mean Chester, like it's good because like its attack like starts out short, but then it can go wide as he attacks. And his hypercharge combines 3 of his supers, right? So, all right, and they just scored. So we gotta win 2 rounds. Although. Choosing Max is interesting for this kind of map, just because it's not really open.
They got plenty of firepower. FX with the super forward.
Oh, dang it. BC. And Patchy scored. Wow.
Despite that hypercharge from RBM, it was just not enough to fend off that offense. That is the power of having that high health Jackie running towards the enemy team. They have to obey your presence. With the Jackie out of the question, Zeus has another mind control. Gonna walk in.
Yo, okay. Good.
It is tough.
Alright, they just need 1 more round. Come on, guys. My boys. Well, technically, I don't know anyone at Tribe. I haven't even met Lex. But you guys need to win. We need to win. Like, I think I know why my Twitch stream isn't getting much traction. Because I don't even have a category for it.
He's at the ready. Diego Gamer's just going to make a beeline. He knows it. Zeus burns the gadget early. Diego's still probably able to take them down after the fact, and they do. An important fight there for Patchy to win, and the field is open. BC Gaming have the run of the place.
Oh, okay, Diego. That's not good. Oh, shoot.
He picked up 2 kills as Max, which is not usually a brawler that gets a whole lot of kills, but I digress. BC Gaming.
That's true.
gearing up for
You know,
another
yeah,
huge
that is
offense. Little pass
what
to
that announcer
FX
said is
doesn't
actually true.
exist anymore on the left side, and Diego Gamer narrowly wins the interaction on the right side. Goofy is able to break things open, or perhaps not. He was able to take down Patchy, so it's a good thing that FX respawned when he did. Otherwise, that would have been a goal for Tribe.
No, but Jackie.
What the heck was that?
No. Okay, they still got one. They still got one more round, and even if they lose this one, there's still 2 more. I mean, there's still like 2 more chances. So, yeah.
And there's life in their veins, yes.
Patchy holding up the number 1 there with his finger because they're not going to get swept. Congratulations. That's actually huge for them because they really did have a tough time just finding any sort of momentum here. And if it's going to be with the speed from Max combined with that of Jackie and her hypercharge, then so be it. They got to get a game win in here somewhere, and they got to have something to build a platform off of. Patchy with a little toss over to Diego. Zeus with the interception. Tribe Gaming now running it to the other side.
Yeah, RBM can walk it up here. Shay just doesn't quite have the deeps needed. And BC Gaming overextend just a little bit.
Come on. Okay, well, Max Patchy activated the super. So, what really needs to happen is, Chester has got to, like, make sure that he did activate that 1 super, which is good. So they just gotta get the other 2 supers. I mean, and then like get the hypercharge would be amazing right now. Oh god, come on. Ash is so close to the ball. RBM is so close to the ball.
Whittling at their numbers. They already took down FX. Now up next is Diego Gamer. Wall broken open on the left side. It's a wide open pass. FX, despite his best efforts, is still gonna get spun on. Spinning.
Yes!
With a 3-piece.
Let's go! Tribe! Let's go!
This is just a Sunday.
They're literally putting
Is that the Italian brain rot?
What the hell?
They are?
No.
I don't see that.
Straight away. Again,
Let's go! They won!
It's okay. It's okay that you don't know the name.
Refresh the championship. Rerun the website.
Showing something a 3-0. Just the fact that this region being so competitive.
It hasn't shown up yet. They might have just not
They were
updated.
like celebrating when the camp switched to them when they were celebrating.
This month or this weekend at least.
Wait, do you not get XP from the final?
3-0 win from Tribe Gaming. It hasn't been this not close the other 2 months.
You don't get XP from the final?
3-0 for them, and they write Brawl Esports history. That's their first ones this season to have won 3 monthly finals.
Don't get it from the final.
Incredible performance here from Tribe Gaming.
I was so close to Legendary Star Drop, and then I
One of
just.
his most characteristic.
Well, that was
The one
insane.
drafted for him, by the way, killer in the back end. Maybe
That
the
was-
second best Ash in all of North America. Tribe, there's just this wonderful cohesive squad, and they show up.
This
today.
has been a very crazy 6.5 hours.
Grand finals. They have crafted such a gap ahead the rest across this region. Now, this wasn't the strongest and most traditional showing.
Of course, someone said Chimpanzini Benanini. Tralalero, tralala. Like, Bombardo Crocodilo. Like,
This is a 3-time monthly champion. This is dominance in this region. We kind of saw from South America last year. And despite that, I still feel kind of like, BC Gaming is the second seed coming out of this region. I still didn't look great. This is a BC Gaming that isn't at full strength. This is a BC Gaming that is missing one of their star players. I mean, they all are, to be fair. The fact that Patrick can slot into this team and get them into a grand final is insane. It speaks of his experience and, of course, his personal.
oh my god, that was.
But I'm not too worried on BC Gaming.
Wow, those were some crazy games. I really want to go outside, but it's probably gonna get dark in like 2 minutes. So I don't want to risk going out there.
BC Gaming might also win a monthly final a bit later on. We still have 3 to go until LCQ and World Finals. The MVP, we kind of called it already here. Ready? Who do you think it's going to be?
I have a feeling it could be Zeus. Let's see. RBM.
RBM is the MVP. Ooh.
Well, they're all MVPs Because in my heart, they all have their own little specialty. I'm not even just saying that. This is a full team of goats. It's actually remarkable that we see all of them in the same place. But RBN, I really think that this team was looking crazy as Killer, Luffy, and Zeus last year. When RBN joined after last year's Space Station NA dissolved, it just leveled them up to this unstoppable force.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with this little Finks tech. I think that
tongue,
so
sword.
My bingo card coming into that game. The Willow throwback is great. There are definitely some conditions, I guess, where she can sort of thrive, and I'm gonna definitely have to ask her, like,
I don't know how, I know that it's tongue sword, but I didn't want to like make fun of that. Like I didn't want to seem like I was just copying their accent.
It seemed just right for that matchup.
I hope you get a chance to do just that, to ask him what exactly was all about that Willow pick. I said it before and I'm going to repeat myself here. NA is the region of mutual respect, Reddy proves that as well, and unconventional drafts. We have seen a game for the very first time all month. Not a single other...
Someone said NA is so boring when the same two teams always win, and someone else said Tribe Gaming should be banned. They are way too strong and it's not fair.
Win rate. Both of those bowlers therefore better than Lumi Ready.
Very interesting, right? We only got to see her play once.
Oh wait, I know why I didn't. It's because I messed up on one semifinal. That's why I didn't get a reward for the final.
And Willow was left open. It wound up being a good situation for her in a grand final, no less. It's just, you know, really, really cool from Tribe Gaming. It goes to show just how deep their knowledge of this game is. In terms of the draft, it reaches far beyond just what's meta right now and into what you can just use as a good tool.
Yeah, it's also very important to point out every single time, every single month so far, we've seen different metas across the different regions. Just looking at the different picks, we had Hank as the most picked up roller for both EMEA and SA, and then East Asia with the Bell as #1 pick. Is that because East Asia is just better with long-range bowlers than everybody else? Is it because they just have found her to be a better asset in scrims, and NA just feels like, maybe we just throw some curveballs at your opponents and we can win with them? Dog was picked up by Pioneers as well. Did not quite work out, but it was a great idea, Uber.
Yeah, I do think that Bell is such an inherently safe bowler that she seems like such an easy fallback for a lot of teams. And I honestly think a lot of teams maybe overreacted to the nerfs to the way that Hank's Hypercharge works, right? The fact that like those torpedoes used to fully home in on people, and now it's only like a mild degree of magnetism, or like, I guess like Meat was kind of like, so it doesn't really just lock on. And I think that while it makes him a little bit weaker, it doesn't really address the fact that he's still so strong in this map pool. And you've got maps like Layer Cake, or maps with like, you know, pretty heavy walls that are getting thrown up here, like the Brawl maps as well.
I'm just watching their the announcers like final thoughts and everything.
The super good durability from this gadget. He's a very clear option when you have situations when you take a map control.
We want to make sure that you can ask your question, Uber, about that Willow pick and many more. We have RBN for you, viewers, in an interview. Welcome to the show.
I bet it feels great for you, Tyler.
I'm good.
Why is he talking like? Why are you talking like that?
Tonight. It's the third month final win in a row. How are you guys managing to stay this dominant month of the month?
Yeah, we're set up real bad, so I think it just
again
always do our best, and everyone do his part, so it's part of the team.
Okay. Argument, how are you feeling about the level of competition here in North America? Because you and the team have stayed so far ahead of the rest of the crew, barring, you know, a few quarterfinals where things come a little bit close. Do you feel like that's adequately preparing you for international competition, especially with Brawl Cup coming up?
Well, I think it will be hard for World Cup, of course, so we can tell about that. So I think it will be harder than this region, of course, but I don't think our region is that bad, like people say. It's just more about the drafts, maybe.
While this is still going, I'm gonna spectate you guys.
You know, you guys today have shown us a couple of really interesting picks. We actually ended up getting to see a Gale on open zone, which is pretty rare, but also Willow in that last Brawl Ball game. When you're in the draft, what is it?
Nope, it isn't letting me spectate you guys.
Willow could be really strong here.
Yes, so we did test that on scrims like several times. So it wasn't like a new thing. We tried new things on screen, so it was the perfect moment to use it. So it was prepared.
Very humble from you guys. One last question here. What's the mindset going into Dallas now to Gold Cup?
The mindset is represent NA like the little we can.
Imagine they make a hypercharged Juju skin.
We'll try to get the spot on NA. Oh, the spot, yeah.
I'm very sure NA is proud to have you as their representatives. Thank you so much to be on the show tonight and celebrate well.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a night. Bye.
Saying a goodbye to RBN, but we get Kenny back, coming out of a little bit of a shorter break than the rest of the day. Kenny was a 3-0 final here. Let's have a look at the bracket and let's have one last look at just how many sets we got to see today.
Well, it wasn't quite the SA spectacular that we had yesterday, but it was pretty good in my books. Really interesting to see that those quarterfinals were actually by far the most interesting round, I think. And I think, you know, RBM talked about it. Reddy kind of pointed that interview question, and it made RBM kind of respond with an answer of, this region's better than people think it is. And obviously the drafts aren't perfect, but I think there's a lot of pride, and I think you're seeing that in Brawl Cup. These guys are humble. They're very chill. You can tell just based on that interview that they expected to be here. They expected to be Space Station Gaming, Mountain Men FA, and BC Gaming once again. This is just another day in the office.
We get one last look at the leaderboard as well. Just look at how dominant Tribe Gaming really is here.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, and look, I mean, they've cemented it at this point. They are the #1 team in NA by a healthy margin, and that's good. If you're an NA fan, you want to send a team into Dallas that looks extremely strong, ready to run people down. I think they're a fantastic team. They look really good, but last year they disappointed a little bit at Worlds against an international competition. This is when they earn back the reputation for NA.
We now also get the final groups for the Brawl Cup. Ready? Guide us through.
Group B,
How we have this finally fleshed out, so here's how it's going to go. Group A will be SK Gaming, Zeta Vision, BC Gaming, and Revenant X Spark. Group B will be populated by Humble, Tribe Gaming, Casa Brawl, and Toxic Lotus. Wait, that doesn't seem right. I thought it was supposed to be Loud. Okay, so a little correction there. It is Loud. They're here to make their names known in Group B. Big win for them yesterday, by the way, and they deserve to be in that group. As definitely going to be a tough one. Seeing the domination that Tribe has exercised over this region, that combined with Humble, although taking second place, still being such a fixture in their home region, is going to make that such an entertaining group to watch.
You're going to find the graphic later on our socials with Loud included. Now, let's go down the line one last time. Which region do you guys think is going to take it? Next up is Brawl Cup. Who's taking that extra regional world finals spot?
I feel like Tribe is going to win.
Not really, but I will. I think the safe bet would be EMEA. I think they've got two of the stronger
Actually, no, I feel like North America or EMEA. South America did pretty good yesterday.
Top 4 overall. I think Zeta, SK, Humble, and Tribe are going to be pretty contested amongst the fans. I think just depending on how people feel about the regions is the way the vote's going to go.
I think it's one of the best times for NA right now. I think Tribe do look really squeaky clean. I hope that the competition in NA is good enough that it sort of simulates what they can expect globally, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for NA. This one time, I reckon they can do it.
Me too, actually. I think
I feel like
Worlds last year
like North America is
going to victory because as much as I love our home region, I wasn't really sure how they'd fare. And seeing just how this team performed at Worlds last year, they're quite tried and tested, as well as the dominance that they've exercised in this home region, combined with the knowledge that we have of simply how hard that they work, I'm also going to put my hat in the ring for North America. I think that they can take it.
Interesting. I'm asking the North American casters, and they're saying 2 out of 3 North America. Well, Let's see. What the ride has been across all 4 regions though, and now North America has also locked in their Brawl Cup contenders. It's going to be Tri and BC Gaming. They're headed to Dallas to face 6 teams from all around the globe. You can still get your tickets to the DreamHack, and also the fan art contest. Voting is still open until Monday, 3 p.m. UTC. Thanks for spending your April monthly finals with us. Next up is the global stage. We'll see you at the Brawl Cup. The countdown to May 23rd starts now.
Alright, I just want to watch this last replay.
I should have said.
Sorry, Ducky. I think that's on you. I hate this game. Having fun, Ducky.
Alright, well that is it for the World Championship. That was an absolute blast. Oh man, that was a lot. Looks like Ducky is gone. Ducky muted his mic out there. Oh my god. Well, that was very fun.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, that was extremely fun, especially talking with you guys and just, you know.
Talking while we were watching the games, like that was intense as well. Like especially that round where it was the second part of the quarterfinals. It was Space Station versus Code OG. Like that was intense. Like the comeback that BC Gaming made, that was very intense. And
Just join us, Phoenix.
what?
Just join us.
Alright, I'm gonna stream for like at least like at most 20 minutes. So I'm gonna play like one game on stream and then I'm gonna end the stream. So let me just get Let's View up. I can actually close YouTube now because it's over. But wow, that was a lot. I just need to open up the software and then I'll... Okay, it's opened. Alright, I'm on. Oh, it's a friendly. Okay. I'll play one game with you guys on stream and then I'll just end the stream. If only I could access my volume mixer. I just want to go outside, bro, but it's getting too dark. Alright. Actually, I'll stream until we hit 7 hours. Sounds better.
So, how long is it?
Like 10 minutes. No, 15. 15.
Oh, okay.
We're doing a power match? Oh! I was not expecting that.
Power match?
It's basically like what it's like the format that they have in Mythic when, like in Mythic and Ranked and Beyond. Okay, he keeps switching between events when we're literally just gonna get a different event each time.
Yeah, chili. Freaking rats.
Are we gonna get a different mode than what we got? Because it's usually randomized?
No, it spins like you do, but like you don't.
Oh. Ba-dim-ch. Looks like you're banning people first. Who do I want to pre-pick?
Exactly, I'm banning.
Who do I want to pre-pick? Oh, I can ban a brawler. Oh, this is about to get Tyler real upset. If I can freaking find him. I couldn't find him, so I just banned a random brawler. Okay.
You missed that, boy. Bye.
That was a good charge.
How did I mess up? I messed up. No. Yes, you can't. Good. You talk still.
Alright, I need to figure out... Okay, so in my sight, star power, cookie crumbs, damage, and critical. I'm not going to swap. I want to use 8-bit. I mean, I want to use, Mandy.
Oh, you want to use 8-bit? Okay, swap.
No, I want to use Mandy!
I know, I'm joking. I'm just fucking off with you. Ducky, you're slow.
You know, I got a fast brawler.
What do you mean look at me. I'm zooming.
Too sour for ya?
You're so compared to me.
Tyler, do you go outside when it's this dark? Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay, because I want to go to the park that's near me, but it's like a 5-minute walk. So, it wouldn't really work out too well. Alright, come on.
I'm running this back, you know that, right?
Who knows?
Oh, it's a little chilly, man. Chilly, man.
Moldy mints! Cruddy caramel.
How do you die, Phoenix?
What? Because I missed every single shot. Every single shot.
What?
I was trying to ban Squeak, but I didn't have enough time to search for him. Too sour for ya.
I'm back.
Alright, we'll run that back. But I ain't using the same brawler.
I'm chilly.
There's something on my monitor? Oh, I know exactly who I'm banning. At least I can find it now.
Bad or good.
Oh, okay. Then I'll ban another brawler that he would definitely use.
You should have done Joe. No idea.
Oh, Chester. Oh, yeah, because he would definitely use Chester. Okay. No. No.
I would not use Chester at all.
Don't choose Belle. Do not choose Belle.
Hear me out.
No! No! Don't choose! No! Don't use that brawler! Don't use that brawler, please! No, I'm talking to Ducky. He was gonna choose a brawler that would have made us lose. No, and that's another bad brawler! Pick one that's good! Pick one that's good! Okay. Okay. That's actually scared me. Dude, that actually scared me. That actually scared me.
Not wanting me to play Bell is crazy.
But you have no idea. Oh, I pressed it in the wrong time. And look what I'm about to do. Are we done yet? You have no idea. Honestly, that was the only time that I was not gonna hear you out. No, it's 8 o'clock. Now I literally can't go outside now. Hey, yo, what the heck? What? You said cream.
No, I said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I thought you said cream. I was like...
Kareem, there.
Kareem
Abdul-Jabbar.
Yep, I have the halftime star power, which is the better star power out of the two. Hands of destruction!
Yes, marksman only.
Marksman only. Please do not ban the marksman that I want to use. But I'll definitely ban a marksman that everybody wants to use.
Piper.
Nope. I did not ban Piper. Okay. Well, it's good that I do not want to use that brawler that you... It's very few. Thank God. Okay. Alright, time.
Man. Where is Bell?
Who's Bell? Oh.
Oh, there is one marksman that you could use, but I don't know if you... Maisie! That's not a marksman! Neither is that!
Poor ducky.
Alright, snappy, sniper, and snappy, sniping, and homemade recipe. Alright, and then I'll choose. Oh, frick, I didn't have enough time to choose gears.
Pam is crazy.
Yeah, that's actually crazy, especially the fact that she's like, even though she's massive.
Hear me out. Okay, man, here's on spam.
I'm gonna try out the gadget.
Okay, Chili, next time. Wait, babe, here's on spam.
Goodness gracious! Let's go. Alright. Bro, we've been absolutely stomping on Chili right now.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna end the stream soon. Because there's like 3 minutes left before I gotta end the stream. Wham!
Wham.
Oh my god, I'm trying to use the homemade recipe gadget like it's nothing. Okay.
Chili, there's no way you can lose, okay? I'm a support. I'm a support ball.
There's no way he can lose?
No way. Yeah, there's no way you can lose. Well, actually, Chili's something.
Okay. Tyler, come on!
Chili. You are.
I do declare! Oh my stars. Wham bam, here comes Pam! You are abysmal. Now let's use. Now let's. Still marksman? Still marksman? I don't. Who should I use for marksman? Oh. I'll ban.
Hey, Chili. Can I have Bell again for me, please?
Okay, then I won't ban. I'll ban.
Oh, my fingers slip.
Fuck you. I don't know who else I should use! Why is everyone banning this brawler?
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh, my finger slipped.
Yes. Oh. Damn it. This is all your fault, Phoenix.
I didn't even watch. Why did you choose Bonnie?
This is all your fault, Phoenix. I didn't have any other sharpshooter. Like, I have no sharpshooters.
I'm fine with playing Bonnie. I'm fine with playing. Okay, there we go. I just have to figure out.
Yes. I wanna go. No. Let me show you.
I'm just nervous. I didn't even have the tentacle skin equipped. Why did I have the football skin equipped?
How much sharpshooters do you have?
What if I just changed my favorite brawler to? What if I just changed my favorite brawler? What if I just changed my favorite brawler to Bonnie? I would hate myself. No, I should have chosen B. I should have chosen B. Alright, it's been 7 hours since the stream started. No! Now, bro, next round, we are using artillery.
Artillery.
I hate myself. I actually hate myself. How did I like this brawler when I got her?
Oh, come on, let me show you how it's
Alright,
done.
show me how it's done.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do this anymore. And there goes Phoenix.
You were saying? You were saying?
That's crazy, Ducky.
Really was gonna activate his super, but I thought you would get got it.
Winning as Bonnie is crazy. Let me just change my skin, because I have a terrible skin for her right now.
So what?
Wait, I don't even have that skin equipped for her. I have the tentacle skin. That's weird. I don't know why it just equipped Foot Bonnie.
So what's the... What are we choosing with?
Artillery. Or throwers. So you can... So in terms of throwers... Okay, I'm actually gonna hide my screen so that no one knows that that's who I'm choosing. Oh, but I'm definitely choosing... I am definitely choosing... I am definitely choosing... I don't know who I should choose!
Phoenix, my finger's gonna slip.
No, no.
What the hell? What,
Please
where the hell? No, I hate you.
Fuck. Okay, then I guess I'll just use...
Wait!
I guess I'll just choose... I don't have many throwers! I guess I'll just choose... I guess I'll just...
My old man.
I guess I'll just use Larry.
My old man.
While Laurie is in range, transfer 30% incoming damage to himself. Why would I? Okay, and then order for. Oh shoot! I forgot to add the screen back. All right.
You do that while I go in battle, okay?
Okay. No, I did not hear what you said.
This will not be.
You chose me as a victim. Oh shoot, we weren't gonna play another game on stream. Okay, well this will be our last game on stream, but we'll still play more after I'm done with stream.
Just love Dynamite.
I'd be like this. I'd be like this, show.
Definitely the best thrower in the game. Definitely the,
right there.
definitely the best. Definitely the best thrower in the game. Who? Dynamite?
Yeah.
Better than Grom. Actually, I wish I had Grom high. Not like high like that, but like it just like high in power. Alright.
Who do you think the best stars in the game?
So, Dynamite, Juju, and Grom. Although I'd probably go Dynamite, then Grom, then Juju, and then fourth is Larry. I don't know why people say Larry is bad. He's good.
Larry is good. In my opinion.
Same. I love Larry. I think that the worst thrower... I'm starting to like Juju again. I'm starting to understand why everyone likes her, but I don't know what I would put her. I just don't know what I would say the worst thrower is.
Juju.
No, she's not the worst.
Larry.
Nope. Nope. It's Sprout. It's probably Sprout. Yes.
No, all throwers are good, but Juju, Larry, and Lori are big.
You guys do not understand. You do realize that every pro puts her in either A or S.
Probably not the worst by far.
Every pro puts Fang at F or E.
Yeah, that's true. I don't agree with that opinion, but I do agree with this. It's getting to the point where I want to buy gems just so I can get Queen Juju. Because I want... Actually, no, but I want the Meeple skin more. Alright, well, I'm going to end the stream, and then I'm going to join back with you guys in, like, 2 minutes. Alright, hold on, guys. Well, thank you everyone for watching today's stream, even though we haven't had a chat for like 4 hours. But anyway, thanks everyone for being on the stream. Thank you, Lewis, Diatub, and like Ivan for being on the stream. Those were some incredible matches. Man, those were insane. Thank you, Wicked, for incredible movie. Probably gonna change Deadpool Wolverine though, because I like that one more. Thank you, Restream Audio, for letting me stream on 2 platforms. Thank you, Supercell, for the amazing game, and thank you, 24 Time Zones, for the live time below. And I'll see you guys in a future stream. Goodbye.